Volume 2, Chapter 3 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 3. Bothwell begins to see his way. Dreary days followed for Bothwell Graham after that final interview with Lady Valeria. He had broken his bonds. He had escaped from the Circe whose fatal spells had held him captive so long. He was his own man again. He could stand up before his fellow-men, and fear no reproach. Nay, he could even dare to meet that kind old man whose friendship had never been withheld from him. He could look General Harborough in the face, and clasp his hand without feeling himself a craven and a traitor. And that is a thing which he had not been able to do for the last 3 years. He was relieved, rejoiced at the breaking of that old tie, and yet there was a touch of pain in such a parting. There came a bitter pang of remorse now and again to disturb his sense of newly recovered peace. Such severances can never happen without pain. The man who can be utterly indifferent to the agony of a woman he has once loved must have a heart of stone. Bothwell was not stony-hearted. He knew that Valeria Harborough was not a good woman, that she had been shamefully false to the best of husbands, that she had abandoned herself recklessly to the promptings of a fatal passion. But he had loved her once, and his heart bled for her now in her misery and abandonment. He was haunted by the vision of her face, as she had risen up before him, white as the very dead, her eyes flashing, her lips quivering, her voice subdued by passion to a serpent-like hiss, as she told him, "You are in love with another woman." Yes, that was what it all came to. That was the sum total of his scruples, his remorse of conscience, or at least that is what it must needs seem in the sight of the woman he abandoned. She would give him no credit for many a remorseful pang, many a sting of conscience in the past. Yes, even in the noontide of passion, when he deemed that for him fate held not the possibility of another love. In her sight he was a perjurer and a hypocrite. It was hard so to appear to the woman who had worshipped him, hard to know that there was a heart breaking for him yonder in the Italian villa on the hill above the sea. "Why should I grieve about her?" he asked himself angrily. "I must be a coxcomb to fancy that she is making herself unhappy for my sake. She was angry with me the other day. It was rage, not wounded love, that flashed from those brilliant eyes of hers, the rage of slighted beauty. She is far more concerned for her losses on the turf than at the loss of me. If my Dido mounts the funeral pyre, it will be because she has made a bad book, and not for my sake." But argue with himself as he might, Bothwell could not forget the agony of the face that had once been his delight, the despair in the voice which had bidden him farewell, the tremulous hand which had snatched the love-token to fling it away in deepest scorn. Perhaps Bothwell would have more easily forgotten these things if he could have had the comfort of Hilda's society at this period of his life. But Hilda and the twins and Fräulein Meyerstein had all gone off to Dawlish for sea–bathing, and Mrs. Wyllard warned her cousin that he must not attempt to follow them. "You are on your probation, my poor Bothwell," she said, "and you must be very careful how you act. If you were to go to Dawlish, you would only distress Hilda, who has promised not to see you till her brother comes back from Paris." "I am not going there. I would not distress her for worlds. I am to wait patiently till Heathcote has made up his mind that I am not in the habit of throwing girls over viaducts, and then I may go to my darling and claim her promise. In the meantime I can at least write to her." And he did write, within a few hours of his final interview with Lady Valeria. His letter was full and straight in its significance. "My dearest, I am my own man again. I am free, or as free as a man can be who is your most abject slave. I am told that I am not to be allowed to see you till I stand acquitted of the crime which Bodmin has judged me quite capable of committing. I think, little as you know of me, you know enough to be very sure that I am innocent upon that count. But there was another count upon which I confess myself guilty, Hilda, and it was that old sin which made me hang back months ago, when I longed to tell you of my love. I have been guilty of a foolish attachment to a married woman, an attachment which lasted with varying fervour for over a year, but which had quite worn itself out before I left India. The flame burnt fiercely enough for a little while, and then came total extinction. Only it is not always easy for a man to shake off old fetters, and it was not till your pure and noble love gave me courage that I dared to stand up boldly and say, that old false love is dead, let us bury it decently. And now the old love is buried, Hilda, and I am all your own. No one is any the worse for that old sentimental folly. Such flirtations are going on in India every day. Some end in guilt and misery, no doubt, but there are more that finish as mine has finished, like the blowing out of a candle. Can you forgive me, dear one, for having once cared for another? Remember it was before I knew you. Henceforward I am yours, and yours only. I claim your dear promise. I ask you to engage yourself to a man whom Bodmin looks upon askance as a possible murderer. No, love, I will not exact so much. I will only tell you that I am all your own, and that I adore you. We will not talk about engagements till your brother comes back from Paris, convinced of my innocence as to that one particular charge, and until Bodmin has begun to forget that it ever suspected me. Your adoring Bothwell. Having written this letter, Bothwell had nothing to do but ride about the hills, thinking of his sweetheart, till he received her answer. She wrote with unstinted tenderness, and recoiled in no wise from the fulfilment of her promise. "I hold myself engaged to you henceforward, dear Bothwell," she wrote, "through good or evil fortune, good or evil report. But, as I have promised my brother not to see you while he is away, it might be well that we did not write to each other again until after his return. I think you know that I am steadfast, and that you can trust me." Yes, he was very sure of her steadfastness. Was she not one woman in 1,000 to have pledged herself to him just when any ordinary woman would have shunned him, would have recoiled from him as from some savage monster? She had been calm, and steadfast, and unfearing, a woman who could dare to judge for herself. And now Bothwell Grahame felt that he had crossed the threshold of a new life. He was no longer a solitary waif, with no one to think of but himself. He had not only his own future to work out with patience and courage. He had to think of the young wife whom it might be his blessed fate to claim before he was much older. He could no longer afford to be vague and wavering. The problem of a gentlemanlike maintenance must be worked out by him somehow, and without loss of time. He walked across the Cornish hills in those balmy afternoons of September, full of thought and full of care. Happy, yes, ineffably happy, in the knowledge of Hilda's love, but care went along with happiness. He had to provide for his beloved. Long and thoughtful self-examination brought him to one positive conclusion about himself. Whatever he was to do in the future, if he were to do it well, must be, in some wise, the thing that he had done in the past. He was a soldier to the marrow of his bones, and it was in military work, or military studies, that he must find his future living. This was the plan which he worked out for himself during those solitary rambles on the moor, sometimes with gun and dogs, sometimes with no companion save his own thoughts. He would fall back upon the studious habits of his earlier years, work at the science of soldiery as he had worked then. He would take a house in one of the villages on the wild coast of North Cornwall, at Trevena perhaps, in King Arthur's country, some roomy old house with a good garden, and he would take pupils to cram for the military examinations. He knew that he could get on with young men. He had always been popular with the subalterns of his regiment. He would work honestly, conscientiously, devotedly, as ever coach or crammer worked since the art of coaching and cramming was first invented. It would be a jog-trot humble kind of life, a life which could never lead to distinction, far from a brilliant future to offer to such a girl as Hilda Heathcote. Yet he told himself that it was such a life as would not be altogether distasteful to her. It was a life in which husband and wife need be but seldom parted, in which all their amusements and relaxations could be shared. They could hunt, and shoot, and ride, and boat together on that wild coast. The conventionalities would cost them very little. Fine clothes, fine living, would not be required of them. And in their rustic seclusion they would escape the ghastly struggle to maintain showy appearances. They could afford themselves all the comforts of a homely, unpretentious ménage. Bothwell felt that it was in him to do good and honest work in such a career as this, surely better than sheep-breeding or gold-digging in some savage quarter of the earth, where the intellectual man must gradually sink to the level of his companion brutes. He pictured to himself the tranquil happiness of such a life, the long morning of conscientious work, followed by the afternoon ride or ramble, the summer holiday after a successful term, the adventurous excursion among Scottish lakes or in some foreign land, the cherished home gradually developed and improved from its primitive homeliness into a thing of beauty, the garden in which wife and husband and pupils worked together towards the attainment of a lofty ideal, the union of a household which should be as one family. Cheered by such visions, Bothwell took up his old technical books with an almost rabid hunger for study. He sent to London for the newest treatises on gunnery. He flung himself with heart and mind into the one line of study which had always interested him. Hilda had told him not to write to her, but he could not deny himself the delight of unfolding his newly formed plan, which he explained to her upon 5 sheets of closely written note-paper. "Let me have just one more letter from you, dearest," he pleaded in conclusion, "to tell me what you think of my scheme, and where we ought to look for a house. Shall it be Trevena, or Boscastle, or Padstow, or Newquay? I think we ought to be near the sea, so that our lads may get plenty of boating and swimming. And I could teach you to row. We would live at least half our lives in the open air, and we would study natural history in all its branches. I fancy myself an ideal coach. I know my pupils would adore me, while you would be to them as a divinity. Our evenings could be devoted to music. We would get up one of Sullivan's operas, and perform for the benefit of the school or the church. We should be the most useful people in our parish. It would be a humble jog-trot life, darling, but I believe it would be a happy one for both of us. I know that for me it would be paradise." The answer came by return. "Yes, dear Bothwell, your scheme is charming. Trevena is a delicious place, and I should delight in living there. I shall have a little money when I come of age, I believe, more than enough to furnish our house. Shall we be mediæval or Chippendale? I say Chippendale. And we must get an old house, for the sake of the panelling and the staircase, and we must pull it all to pieces on account of the drains. And now you must not write to me any more till Edward comes home. I have had a curious letter from him. He is deeply absorbed in unravelling some dreadful mystery. He has not yet found the murderer of that poor girl, but I can see that he no longer suspects you. How could he ever have harboured that monstrous idea?" Cheered by such a letter as this, Bothwell worked as if he had been on the eve of some great examination, worked as if his life depended on those long hours of toil. Yes, he would get a house at Trevena, the sooner the better. He had felt of late as if the atmosphere of Penmorval stifled him. He had been too long a hanger-on upon his rich cousin. He was angry with himself for having dawdled and procrastinated, and let life slide by him, while he waited as if for a vision from heaven to point out the road in which he should walk. and now the seraphic vision had been granted to him, but the angel wore the shape of Hilda Heathcote. Hilda had inspired him with the desire to stay in England, to earn his bread in his own country, and out of that wish had arisen this scheme of his. He would lose no time in putting his plan into execution. Of late he had read aversion in the eyes of Julian Wyllard, or it may have been contempt for his idle life, for his dependence. In any case, there was that in Willard's manner which rendered existence at Penmorval hateful for Bothwell Grahame. "I suppose he, too, suspects me," Bothwell told himself. "He thinks it quite possible that I flung that girl into the gorge. Society is always ready to impute evil to an idler. There is that doggerel of Dr. Watts about the mischief that Satan finds for idle hands to do." He rode across country to Trevena the day after he received Hilda's frank and loving letter. He was not going to wait until his darling was able to marry him before beginning his new life. He would set up his establishment as soon as the thing could be done, take pupils at once, get over all the roughness, the difficulty of the start, before he asked Hilda to share his home. Nor was he going to furnish his house with his wife's money. That was just one of the things he would not consent to do. He had his idea as to how he should furnish his house when he found one to his liking. Of course, he was not going to decide upon any house until Hilda had seen it and approved the choice, but in the meantime he rode off to Trevena on a voyage of discovery. It was a long ride and a hilly road, but not too long for the new hunter Glencoe, an animal with a tremendous reserve of force that had to be taken out of him somehow, an accumulated store of kicks and plunges which a clever rider could compound for in a good fast trot along the road, or a swinging gallop across the moorland. Bothwell and his horse were on excellent terms by the time they had gone 3 miles together, although the brute had insisted on going through Bodmin in a series of buck-jumps. Life at Penmorval had been just a shade more sombre in its hue for the past week. Dora Wyllard had not been able altogether to overcome her offended feeling at that unwarrantable burst of passion upon her husband's part which had followed Edward Heathcote's visit. That he should upbraid and insult her, that he should be jealous, he for whose sake she had jilted an upright and honourable man, he to whom she had given all the devotion of her life. It seemed to her an almost unpardonable weakness and littleness on Julian Wyllard's part. And she had thought his character above all pettiness common to meaner men. She had loved him because he was noble-hearted and large-minded. His indifference to Bothwell's good name, his selfish coldness upon a question which to her was vital, had wounded her to the quick. She was not a woman to give way to sullenness, to shut herself up in the armour of angry pride, to give ungracious answers and scant courtesy to the husband who had offended her. Yet there was a subtle change in her manner and bearing which was perceptible to Julian Wyllard, and which he felt keenly. Neither husband nor wife had recurred by so much as one word or hint to that scene in the yew-tree arbour. Life had glided by for these last few days in just the same manner as of old, but the shadow was there all the same. The mild genius of domestic love had veiled his face. Dora was sitting in the library with her husband at post-time on the day of Bothwell's ride to Trevena. Julian Wyllard was at his desk writing, while his wife sat in her favourite window, absorbed in a new book, with the open box from Mudie's at her feet, when the servant brought in the post-bag. Dora watched her husband intently as he unlocked the bag and took out a pile of letters and papers. He looked up as he was sorting the letters, and surprised that earnest expression in his wife's eyes. "You are expecting some important letter?" he said. "Yes, I am anxious to hear from Mr. Heathcote," she answered quietly. It was the first time that name had been spoken by either of them since the scene in the arbour. "There is your letter, then, in Heathcote's hand, with the Paris postmark." "Thank you." She rose and walked across to the desk to receive her letters. "I hope he has some good news for me." She went back to the window, and opened Heathcote's letter, standing by the open window in the full light of the September afternoon, her husband watching her all the while. Her face brightened as she read. There was no need for him to ask if the news were good. "Your letter seems satisfactory," he said, unfolding the Times as he spoke. "It is a good letter," she answered. "It tells me that Mr. Heathcote has begun to see how wrong he was in suspecting Bothwell. He has evidently made some discovery about that poor girl's fate. He, at any rate, has found out who she is." "Indeed," said Wyllard, deep in a leading article. "He has found out who she is?" "Yes. He writes her name as if I ought to know all about her. He is still groping in the dark, he says, but he hopes to fathom the mystery of Léonie Lemarque's death." There was no answer. Mr. Wyllard was absorbed by the paper. "You were not listening, Julian." "Oh yes, I was. Léonie Lemarque. A French name. We were right, then, in supposing that the girl was French." He laid aside the newspaper and began to open his letters. But he had not said a word more about Heathcote's news. Dora felt that he might have been more interested, more sympathetic. It was her cousin whose reputation and happiness were at stake. Affection for her should have made these things of greater moment to her husband. Bothwell came home in time for the 8 o'clock dinner, and in excellent spirits. He had seen an old cottage standing in a large garden, with a fine old orchard adjoining, a cottage which could be converted, by considerable additions, into a capital house for himself and his pupils. The situation was superb. The cottage stood on a height, near the junction of two roads, and it commanded magnificent views of sea and coast. "I could make the additions I want for £300 or £400, he told Dora, when he was alone with her in the drawing-room after dinner. "I should be my own architect and my own builder. I should only have to pay for labour and materials. I did a goodish deal in the building line when I was in the army, you know, Dora, supervising the alterations of the Jungapore barracks. I know more about bricks and mortar than you would give me credit for knowing." He had previously confided his idea of taking pupils, and Dora had approved, and had promised her heartiest co-operation. He was sure of her sympathy with all his endeavours to win an honourable independence at home. The idea of his emigrating had always been unwelcome to her. "And now, Dora, I am going to make a very audacious proposition," he said, when he had finished his description of the cottage at Trevena. "I want you to lend me £700, to be repaid in half-yearly instalments of £100 during the next 3 years and a half, with or without interest, as you may think fit." "Suppose we say nothing about the repayment, Bothwell," said his cousin, smiling at him as she looked up from her embroidery. "You shall have the £700, and we will decide by and by whether it is to be a loan or a gift." "Dora, you are too generous," he began. "Nonsense, Bothwell. I always intended to furnish you with a small capital if you made up your mind to emigrate. I had much rather give you the money to invest at home. You are the last of my clan, my only near relative, and I don't want to lose you. I look to you and Hilda, and your children, to brighten the decline of my life." "Oh, Dora, that seems a poor substitute for those who should be nearer and dearer," cried Bothwell. In the next instant he would gladly have recalled his words, for he saw the tears well up to his cousin's eyes, and he knew that her childless marriage was a grief. "You are too good, far more generous than I deserve," he went on hurriedly. "But let the money be at least called a loan. If fortune favour me within the next few years, it will be such a pleasure to give you back your money. And if fate prove unkind, I shall know I have not a hard creditor. But I have made up my mind to be successful. I mean to work as men seldom work, to make everything I do a labour of love. And with such a wife as Hilda—" "Hilda will be a wife in 1,000. I am sure your pupils will adore her. And you must make your house very pretty for Hilda's sake. 700 will not be half enough." "It will be more than enough. You don't know how economically I can build, and how cleverly Hilda and I will contrive to furnish. We will ride over the country to overhaul all the cottages and farmhouses in quest of neglected old bits of Chippendale and Sheraton. We shall get lovely old things for a mere song, and find some clever jobbing cabinet-maker to make them as good as new. And in the end you will find they will have cost you more than if you had bought them from Nozotti," said Dora, laughing at his eagerness. "I know how costly that kind of economy is apt to prove in the long run. You had better get your Sheraton or your Chippendale furniture made on purpose for you, new and sound and convenient, and of more charming designs than Chippendale ever imagined." "No, Dora, I am intense as a Chippendalist. I must have the real thing, old and inconvenient even, if you like." "What a boy you are still, Bothwell! And now I am going to tell you something that will please you." "Hilda is coming here to–morrow," speculated Bothwell eagerly. "No, Hilda is not coming back while her brother is away. That is not my good news, Bothwell. It is even better than that." And then she told him the contents of Heathcote's letter. "I am very glad," he said quietly. "That is at least one knocked off the list of my suspicious friends." Julian Wyllard came into the drawing–room while the cousins were sitting together talking, their heads bending towards each other. The family likeness between them was very strong. They looked like brother and sister, and they looked very happy. Dora was in the garden next day when the postman brought his bag. She was no longer anxious about her letters, having received the expected tidings from Paris. She was moving slowly among her roses, armed with a basket and a pair of garden scissors, cutting off blind buds and shabby blooms, making war upon her insect enemies, enjoying the balmy air and warm sunshine of early autumn. Julian Wyllard came out of the glass door while she was thus occupied. She looked up at the sound of the familiar footsteps, and went across the grass to meet him. "My dear Dora, are you inclined to go for a week's holiday with me?" he asked in his cheeriest tones. "I am always ready to go anywhere with you. Is it because you have not been feeling well of late that you want to leave Penmorval?" she asked, looking anxiously at him, remembering his strange irritation, that burst of jealousy, which might, after all, only have been an indication of an overworked brain. "I have not been feeling over–well, a little worried and irritable, and more than a little weak and languid," he answered. "But it is not on that account I want to go away. You remember my losing the Raphael last July?" "Perfectly." "Well, there is a still finer Raphael to be sold next week in Paris at the Hôtel Drouot. The great Rochejacquelin collection comes to the hammer. There are some of the finest Greuzes in Europe. There are Meissoniers of the highest quality, and a famous Delaroche. I may not buy any of the pictures. No doubt the prices will be enormous. But I should like to see the collection once more before it is scattered to the four winds. Would you mind running over to Paris with me for a week, or would you rather stay at home while I go?" "I should very much like to go. I have never been in Paris with you, except hurrying through from station to station." "Have you not? That is strange. I have never even seen the house where you lived when you were making your fortune in Paris." "That would not be much to see. A ground floor near the Madeleine. A capital point for a business man, within 10 minutes' walk of the Bourse, and in that central spot where the idlers and workers alike congregate. A most uninteresting nest, Dora. Nothing historical, or picturesque, or romantic, within half a mile." "It will be enough for me that you lived and worked there. You must have worked very hard in those days." "I was not one of the butterflies, I assure you." "Mr. Distin told me that you turned your back upon all the dissipations and pleasures of Paris, that you were a man of one idea, working only for one end, to make a great fortune." "That is the only way for a poor man to grow rich. I had to make brain–labour and concentration serve me instead of capital. I had the good luck to enter the Parisian Bourse at a period when fortunes might be made by hard thinking, when to win in the game of speculation was a question of mathematics. Nature and schooling had made me a decent mathematician, and I used all the science I had in fighting the coulissiers with their own weapons. But I am talking a language which you can't understand, Dora. Let the past be past. You and I have only to spend the money I earned in those days." "You are always spending your wealth for the good of others, Julian," his wife answered tenderly. "Providence ought to bless the riches you earned in your laborious youth. I cannot imagine you caring for money for its own sake." "I never did so care for it, Dora. Money in my mind meant power. I began life as a poor man's son, and tasted all the bitterness of narrow means. In my boyhood I told myself that I would be rich before I grew old, and to that end I worked as few men worked. I was able to surround my mother with luxury during the closing years of her life. I was able to give my sister a dowry that helped the man of her choice to make his way in the world years before he could have done so without that aid. She did not live very long to enjoy her happiness, poor girl, but her last days were brightened by prosperity. No, Dora, I was not a money-grubber, but I made speculation a science, and I turned the age in which I lived to good account. It is not often given to a speculator to live in such a golden age as the days of Morny and Jecker." "I am sure you would do nothing that was not strictly honourable," said Dora, with a bright, trusting look. "Oh, I belonged to the honourable section of the Bourse," replied Wyllard, with a somewhat cynical smile. "I had my office and my agents in London, and was a power on the Stock Exchange. And when I had acquired a reputation as a financier on both sides of the Channel, I founded the firm of Wyllard and Morrison, with one of the richest merchants in London for my partner. A man in my position could soil his fingers with no doubtful enterprise. Well, Dora, is it agreed you will go to Paris with me?" "With pleasure." She was happier than she had felt since that cloud of anger had passed across her domestic horizon. Julian's manner was franker, fonder, more like his old self, the man who had won her away from that other noble-minded man to whom she had promised herself, the man for whose sake she had been willing to break her promise. "Can you be ready to start to-morrow morning? For the sale takes place in 3 days hence, and I want to have a good look at the pictures before they come to the hammer." "Yes, I'll be ready whenever you like." "Then we'll leave by the morning train, and go straight on to Paris by the night mail. You will be able to see Heathcote, and hear how his investigation progresses. Where is he staying, by the way?" "At the Hôtel de Bade. I'll drop him a line, and ask him to call on us at the Windsor. It is an old-fashioned family hotel, where I think you will be more comfortable than at one of those huge palaces, where you may be surfeited with splendid upholstery, but rarely get your bell answered under a quarter of an hour. You will take Priscilla, I suppose?" Priscilla was Mrs. Willard's maid, Cornish to the marrow, and a severe primitive Methodist. "Priscilla in Paris? No, I think not. She was so wretched in Italy, the very smell of the incense offended her." "She will not be overpowered by incense in Paris nowadays. She is more likely to be offended by a new age of reason. However, if you think you can do without her—" "I'm sure I can." "We shall not be visiting, I suppose?" "Hardly, I think. It is the dullest of dull seasons in Paris just now, and I had never a large visiting acquaintance in that city. I was too busy a man to go into society." "You must have been a stoic to resist the temptations of Parisian society. The writers, the painters, singers, actors, all that is foremost and brightest in the intellectual world." "There are circles and circles in Paris, as well as in London. I have been in Parisian assemblies that were eminently dull," said Wyllard. They started from Penmorval after breakfast next morning, and were seated in the Dover mail at 8 o'clock in the evening, after dining at the Grand Hotel. Dora was in excellent spirits. Change of scene had a brightening effect upon her mind, and she was very happy in the idea of Hilda and Bothwell's happiness. She had handed her cousin a cheque for £700, with which he was to open an account at the local bank; and then he had only to wait for Hilda to approve his choice, before he set to work with bricklayers and carpenters at improving a cottage into an Elizabethan Grange. That was his idea. "We will have an Elizabethan Grange furnished with real Chippendale," he said. "Incongruous, but charming." "Then be sure that very few of your windows are made to open," said Dora, laughing at his ardour, "if you want to be truly Elizabethan." "Every casement shall open to its uttermost width. Every corner of the house shall be steeped in light and air," protested Bothwell. And now Dora Wyllard was reclining in her corner of the railway compartment, speeding towards Dover through the grey autumn night, by Kentish hayfields and stubble, and across the gentle undulations of a Kentish landscape, so different from the bold hills and deep gorges of her native Cornwall. There was a reading lamp hanging on Mrs. Willard's side of the carriage, and she had the October Quarterlies and a heap of papers to beguile the journey. Among the papers was the Times supplement, which she opened for the first time to look at the births, marriages, and deaths. Mr. Wyllard had read the other part of the paper before they reached Paddington, but he had not looked at the supplement. While Dora was looking down the births, marriages, and deaths in a casual way, her eye was suddenly caught by an advertisement at the top of the second column. "The person who was to have met Léonie Lemarque at Charing Cross Station on the morning of July 5th last is earnestly requested to communicate immediately with Messrs. Destin and Son, Solicitors, Furnival's Inn." "How strange!" exclaimed Dora. And then she read the advertisement to her husband, who was sitting in an opposite corner, with closed eyes, as if half asleep. He started at the sound of her voice. "I beg your pardon, Julian. I did not see that you were asleep." "I was only dozing. Léonie Lemarque, that was the name of the girl who was killed, was it not? Then no doubt the advertisement is put in by Heathcote. The reference to Distin indicates as much." "He must have made some further discovery about that unfortunate girl," said Dora thoughtfully. "He must have found out the date of her arrival in London, and that she came to meet some particular person. Do you think it was that person who killed her, Julian?" "My dear Dora, how can I think about a business of which I know absolutely nothing? For anything we know, the girl's death may have been purely accidental, and this person who was to have met her at the station may be a figment of Heathcote's fancy, and this advertisement only a feeler thrown out in the hope of obtaining information from some unknown source. Why any of you should trouble yourself to solve this mystery is more than I can understand." "Why, Julian, did not you yourself send for Mr. Distin? Did you not say that as a magistrate it was your duty—" "To do all I could to further the ends of justice? Most assuredly, Dora. But having engaged the assistance of the cleverest criminal lawyer in England, and having failed to fathom the mystery, I had no more to do. I had done my duty, and I was content to let the matter rest." "So would I have been, if people had not suspected Bothwell. I could have no peace while there was such a cloud upon my cousin's reputation." "That shows how narrow a view even the cleverest and most large-minded of women can take of this big world. Surely it can matter to no man living what a handful of people in a little country town may choose to think about him. Bothwell has to spend his life among those people. Well, you have had your own way in the matter, my dear Dora, and if you will only allow me to forget all about it, I am content that you and Heathcote should grope for ever in the labyrinth of that girl's antecedents. A lady's maid or a nursery governess, I suppose, who came to England to seek her fortune." Dora was silent. Once again she felt that there was a want of sympathy upon her husband's part in this matter. He ought to have remembered that Bothwell was to her as a brother. They were in Paris early next morning. Mr. Wyllard had telegraphed to the proprietor of the Windsor, and had secured charming rooms on the first floor, with a balcony overlooking the gardens of the Tuileries. The outer shell of the palace still stood there, a memorial of the brilliant historic past, and cabs and carriages and omnibuses and waggons were driving across the once sacred grounds, on the new roads that had been lately cut from the Rue de Rivoli to the quay. It was a splendid Paris upon which Dora and her husband looked out in the clear freshness of the autumnal morning. but it was curiously changed from the imperial Paris which Julian Wyllard had known 20 years before. It seemed to him this morning, looking across those ruined palace walls, the daylight streaming through those vacant windows, as if he and the world had grown old and dim and feeble since those days. 20 years ago, and Morny was alive, and Jecker was a power on the Parisian Bourse, and Julian Wyllard was laying the foundation stones of his fortune. He had started the Crédit Mauresque, that powerful association which had dealt with the wealth of Eastern princes and Jewish traders, had almost launched the company for the rebuilding of the Temple at Jerusalem, had ridden gaily over the perilous ocean of public enterprise for some time, and had made great fortunes for the 4 or 5 gifted individuals whose second sight revealed to them the right hour at which to withdraw their capital from the scheme. Yes, it had been a glorious Paris in those days, a city in which a young Englishman with a mathematical brain could court the goddess Fortune more profitably than in his native capital. Julian Wyllard had earned his bread upon the London Stock Exchange for some years before he changed the scene of his labours to Paris, but it was upon the Paris Bourse that he began to make his fortune. Dora was tired after her journey, for she had been too full of thought to sleep in the train, and even now her brain was too active for the possibility of rest. So, after dressing and breakfasting, she accompanied her husband to the great Parisian auction rooms to look at the Rochejaquelin collection. The inspection of the pictures lasted over 2 hours. Julian Wyllard was an ardent connoisseur, and his wife sympathized with him in his love of art. Together they criticized the gems of the collection, and stood in silent admiration before the famous Raphael. "It will fetch thousands," said Wyllard. "Why not buy it, if you really wish to possess it?" said Dora. "Why should we hoard our money? There is no one to come after us. Penmorval may be a show place when you and I are gone, and your picture gallery will give pleasure to hundreds of tourists." "Ah, there is the rub," sighed her husband, conscious of the latent melancholy in his wife's speech. "No son of mine succeeding. When you and I are gone, there will be no one to care for Penmorval, no one to cherish your garden, and say, 'My mother planted these roses, or planned these walks,' no one to treasure the pictures I have collected, for any reason except their intrinsic value." "Will you take me to see the house in which you lived and worked?" asked Dora, as they were leaving the auction room. "My dear Dora, I can show you the outside of that historic spot," answered her husband lightly, "but I doubt if I can introduce you to the rooms in which I worked. The present occupant may not be inclined to sympathize with your hero worship." "Oh, but I should so like to see those rooms, and I am sure if the occupier is a gentleman, he will not refuse such a natural request. Here comes Mr. Heathcote," she exclaimed, as they turned into the boulevard. "I was coming to the Hôtel Drouot in quest of you," said Heathcote, as they shook hands. "I called at your hotel, and was told you had gone to the auction room. How well you are looking, Mrs. Wyllard! As if Paris agreed with you." "Your letter took a weight off my mind," she said. "And now I hope you will be kind to Bothwell and Hilda, and not insist upon too long an engagement." "It seems to me that Bothwell and Hilda have taken their lives into their own hands, and don't want anybody's kindness," he answered. "I have had a tremendous letter from Hilda, telling me her lover's plans. They are the most independent young people I ever heard of. And pray, what brings you to Paris? Are you going on anywhere?" "No, we have only come to look at the Rochejaquelin pictures," answered Wyllard. "I have 2 or 3 business calls to make in the neighbourhood of the Bourse. Wyllard and Morrison have still some dealings in Paris." "And I am going to look at my husband's old apartments," said Dora. "I have never stayed in Paris since our marriage. My only knowledge of the city dates from the time when I spent a month at Passy with my dear mother. What a happy time it was, and how much we contrived to see! It was in '69, and people were beginning to talk about war with Germany, and how little did any of us think of the ruin that was coming, when we saw the Emperor and Empress driving in the Bois." "Come back to the hotel and lunch with us, Heathcote?" asked Wyllard. "1,000 thanks, but I am too Parisian to eat at this hour. I breakfasted at 11 o'clock." "And we breakfasted less than 3 hours ago," said Dora. "I am sure we neither of us want luncheon. Let us go and look at your old home, Julian." "It is not to be called a home, Dora," answered her husband, with a touch of impatience. "A business man's life has only one aspect, hard work. However, if you want to see the offices in which a money grubber toiled, you shall be gratified. The street is not very far off. Will you walk there with us?" he added, turning to Heathcote. "Gladly. I am a free man to day." "Indeed? Then your criminal investigation, your amateur detective work, is at a standstill for the moment, I conclude?" said Wyllard, with an ill-concealed sneer. "For the moment, yes," answered the other quietly. "And you have made some startling discoveries, no doubt, since you crossed the Channel?" "Yes, my discoveries have been startling, but as they relate to the remote past rather than to the period of that poor girl's death, they are of no particular value at present." "The remote past? What do you mean by that?" asked Wyllard. "10 years ago." "May we ask the nature of these discoveries?" "I'd rather tell you nothing at present. My knowledge is altogether fragmentary. Directly I have reduced it to a definite form, directly I have a clear and consecutive story to tell, you and Mrs. Wyllard shall hear that story. In the meantime, I had rather not talk about the case." "You have all the professional reticence, and I see that you and Distin are working together," said Wyllard. "How do you mean?" "We saw your advertisement in yesterday's Times." "How did you know that I had inserted that advertisement?" "The girl's name was conclusive. Léonie Lemarque, that was the name of the girl who was killed." "Yes, but I did not think it was known to any one except Distin and myself." "You mentioned the name in your letter to me," said Dora. "Did I really? Then it was unconsciously. I meant to have told nothing till I could tell the whole story." Chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Home of the Past. Mr. and Mrs. Wyllard and Heathcote walked on together to a quiet street near the Madeleine, a street of offices and wholesale traders. The house in which Mr. Wyllard had occupied the ground floor was one of the best in the street, a large stone-fronted house with a high doorway and carved columns, not so richly decorated as those palatial dwellings of Haussmannised Paris built during the Second Empire, but a handsome and somewhat florid style of house notwithstanding. It stood at the corner of a narrow court, leading no one cared where, doubtless to some obscure slum, in which the working classes had one of their nooks, those hidden colonies which lurk here and there behind the palaces of great cities. The ground floor was no longer the home of finance and grave transactions. The house in which Julian Wyllard had schemed and laboured was now occupied by wholesale dealers in foreign goods of all kinds, from china to toys, from travelling bags to Japanese tea trays, chinoiseries, unbreakable glass, German lamps, English electro-plate. The house had become one huge bazaar, which a stranger might enter without much ceremony, albeit there is a strict etiquette in such establishments, and no retail purchases were permissible. Only the trade was allowed to buy anything in that dazzling chaos of small wares. While all the upper floors had been made into warehouses, the lower floor had been in some wise respected. The rooms in which Julian Wyllard had worked were used as offices by Messrs. Blümenlein Brothers, while one of the brothers had made his nest in Julian's old rooms at the back of the offices. "Upon my word, Dora," said Wyllard, pausing on the threshold of his old abode, "I feel that we are going into this house on a fool's errand. I don't know what excuse to make." "Why make any excuse at all?" replied his wife. "Leave the whole business to me, Julian. I want to see your old home, and I am determined I will see it. I am not at all afraid of Messrs. Blümenlein." "In that case, I will leave you and Heathcote to manage the matter between you," said Wyllard, with a sudden touch of impatience, of anger even, his wife thought. "I have a business call to make near here. Heathcote will take you back to your hotel." He turned on his heel, and was gone before Dora could make any objection. Again she had seen that dark look in his face, which had so startled and shocked her in the yew tree arbour. Was it indeed jealousy of her old lover which so changed him? Her pride revolted at the idea of such want of faith in one to whom she had given so much. She allowed no sign of disquietude to escape her, but went quietly into the office of Mrs. Blümenlein, followed by Heathcote. "Pardon me for intruding upon you, gentlemen," she said in French to two clerks who were seated at the desk in this outer room. "These offices were some years ago occupied by my husband, and I should esteem it a great favour if you would allow me to see the rooms on this floor." A middle-aged man, who was standing near a window, looking through some papers, turned at the sound of her voice, and came over to her. "With pleasure, madame," he said. "Have I the honour of speaking to Mrs. Wyllard?" "Yes, monsieur, I am Mrs. Wyllard. You are my husband's immediate successor in these rooms, I conclude." "Yes, madame. There was no other occupation. My brother and I bought this house in '71, almost immediately after the war, but Mr. Wyllard was the only occupant of this floor for some years after we were in possession." "Exactly 2 years," says a second Mr. Blümenlein, appearing from an inner room. "Is it possible that madame has not before seen these rooms, in which her distinguished husband transacted so much important business?" "No, monsieur, this is my first visit to Paris since my marriage. I am much interested in seeing these rooms." "It will be an honour and a pleasure to us to show them," said the elder of the two brothers. "Gustave here, my younger brother, enjoys the possession of the private apartments almost exactly as Mr. Wyllard left them. He bought the furniture and fittings, pictures, bronzes, everything except the books, en bloc, when Mr. Wyllard gave up his Parisian establishment. Hardly anything has been altered. These offices can have little interest for you, madame. They are the facsimile of 1,000 other Parisian offices. But the private apartments have a certain individuality. Gustave, show madame the rooms which were once her husband's home." There was a touch of German sentimentality about Mr. Blümenlein, in spite of his Parisian training. He was full of sympathy for the affectionate wife. He had lofty ideas about the sanctity of home. The younger brother, Gustave, opened a padded door, and admitted the two visitors into his bachelor nest. The first room which they entered was the library, lined from floor to ceiling with bookshelves, and lighted by a large skylight. It was a room that had been built out into a yard. It was furnished with carved oak, in the Henri II style, rich, antique, solid. The clock upon the chimney-piece was a gem of mediaeval metal-work. The covers of chairs and sofas were of old tapestry, sombre, genuine, artistic. Adjoining this was the salon and dining-room in one, plainly furnished in modern style. The walls were decorated with etchings of the most famous pictures of the Second Empire. It was a small room, and almost severe simplicity was its chief characteristic. Nothing here, assuredly, of the sybarite or the voluptuary, thought Edward Heathcote, as he contemplated the home of his rival's solitary manhood. Bedroom and bathroom completed the suite of apartments, and even to these Mrs. Wyllard and her companion were admitted. The bedroom was spacious, lofty, handsomely furnished in a solid and sombre style. But it was not a cheerful room. It was situated at the back of the house, and its windows, deeply recessed and heavily curtained, derived their light from a narrow court. The lower part of each window was of ground glass. The upper sashes were violet tinted, and gave an artificial colour to the daylight. The curtains were of dark brown damask. The ponderous armchairs and sofa were upholstered in dark brown velvet. By the fireplace there was a secretaire at which Julian Wyllard had worked, the large shaded lamp which had lighted his evening toil. Mr. Blümenlein showed these things with pride. Nothing had been altered. "I am a man of somewhat studious habits, like Mr. Wyllard," he said, "and I often work late into the night. This room is a delightful room, for none of the noises of Paris penetrate here. The court is very little used after dark. A passing footstep, perhaps, once in half an hour. It is an almost monastic repose. The bed was in an alcove in a corner, entirely shrouded by brown damask curtains, like those which drape the windows. "There is a door leading into the court, I see," said Heathcote, whose keen eyes had scrutinized every feature of the room. "What, you have perceived that?" exclaimed Mr. Blümenlein, with marked surprise. "I thought it was quite hidden by the curtains." "No, the top of the upper hinge is just visible above the curtain rod." "Strange! No one ever before noticed that door." "It is not a secret door, I suppose?" said Heathcote. "Certainly not. But it has never been used in my time, and I doubt if Mr. Wyllard made much use of it," said Mr. Blümenlein, drawing back the curtain. "The bed stood in his time just where it stands now, with the head against the door." "The bedstead is light enough to be moved easily if the door were wanted," suggested Heathcote. It was a small brass bedstead of English make. The voluminous curtains made a kind of tent independent of the bedstead. "No doubt it could," replied Blümenlein; "but I fancy it could have been no more wanted in Mr. Willard's time than it has been in mine. It may have been made by some former inhabitant of these rooms, who wanted free egress and ingress at any hour of the night, without exciting the curiosity of the porter." "You conclude, then, that the door was an afterthought," said Heathcote, "and not in the original plan of the house?" "Decidedly. You will see how ruthlessly it has been cut through dado and mouldings. An afterthought, evidently." Mr. Blümenlein pulled aside the bedstead and showed Mr. Heathcote the door. It was a low, narrow door of plain oak, without panelling or ornamentation of any kind. The fastening was a latch-lock, a Bramah, with a small key, and a strong bolt secured the door on the inner side. "A convenient door, no doubt," said Heathcote, "for a person of secret habits." Dora looked lingeringly round the room. Its gloom oppressed her. The opaque windows, the tinted light from the upper sashes, the sombre colouring, the heavy furniture, all contributed to that gloomy effect. The only spot of brightness in the room was the writing table, with its brass fittings, its handsome brass lamp, and large green shade. There her husband sat night after night, when the rest of Paris was gyrating in the whirlpool of fashionable pleasure, light as autumn leaves, dancing in the wind. There he had sat brooding, calculating, plotting, striving onward in the race for wealth. It was for money he had toiled, and to make a great fortune; not for science, or art, or fame; not to be useful or great; only to be rich. It seemed a sordid life to look back upon, a wasted life even; and Dora even thought regretfully of those long evenings spent in this gloomy room. The idea of that monastic life had no charm for her. She would rather have heard that her husband had been the light of an intellectual circle, the favourite of fashion even. The picture of these studious nights spent in brooding over the figures in a share list, the pages of a bank book, chilled her soul. And yet, in the maturity of his days, her husband had seemed to her the most generous and high-minded of men, setting but little value upon his wealth, caring nothing for money in the abstract. "At least he has known how to use his fortune nobly," she told herself, as she turned to leave the gloomy bedchamber. "I, who was born with good means, can hardly understand the eagerness of a penniless young man to win fortune. It is a foolish idea of mine, after all, that there is anything ignoble in working for riches." "Well, Mrs. Wyllard, has your hero worship been satisfied? Have you seen enough of the temple which once enshrined your god?" said Heathcote lightly. "Yes, I have been very much gratified, and I must thank Mr. Blümenlein for his kindness and consideration." The merchant protested that he had rarely enjoyed so great a privilege as that which Mrs. Wyllard had afforded him, and with exchange of courtesies they parted, on the threshold of the outer office. Heathcote and Dora walked to the hotel together. It was not a long walk, and it took them only by crowded streets and busy thoroughfares, where anything like earnest conversation was impossible. And yet Edward Heathcote could but remember that it was the first time they two had walked together since Dora had been his plighted wife. Ah, how cruel a pang it gave him to recall those old days, and to remember all she had been to him, all she might have been, had fate used him more kindly. He stole a look at the beautiful face as they walked slowly across the Place Vendôme. Yes, she was no less lovely than of old. Her beauty had ripened, not changed. There was a more thoughtful look, there were traces even of care and sorrow, but those indications only heightened the spirituality of the face. Oh, what worship, what devotion he could have given her, now in the bloom of her womanhood, in the maturity of his manhood! Such whole-hearted, thoughtful love as youth can never give. And it was not to be. They were to be apart for ever, they two. They were to be strangers, since this assumption of friendship, to which he had tried to reconcile himself, was, after all, but a mockery. Chivalrous feeling might keep his thoughts pure, his honour unspotted, but in his heart of hearts he loved his first love as passionately as in the days of his youth. And to-day, for the first time, he had heard her husband address her coldly and curtly, with a touch of anger even. He was not likely to forget that curt, impatient tone, and the frown that had accentuated it. "I was very glad to get your letter," she said presently. "Tell me once more, with your own lips, that you have ceased to suspect my cousin." "Cease to suspect would, perhaps, be too strong an expression. But in the discoveries I have made relating to that murdered girl, there is certainly nothing that in any way points to Mr. Graham." "I wish you would tell me all you have discovered, how near you are to clearing up the mystery." "I fear I am still very far from that. It is the history of a remote crime which occupies me at the present, and I hope in that history of the past to find the clue to poor Léonie's death. I shall know more in a few days." "How so?" "You saw my advertisement in the Times. If that advertisement be not answered within a week, I shall conclude that the man who was to have met Léonie Lemarque on the morning of July 5th has some part in the guilt of her death." "And then—" "And then it will be my business, or Mr. Distin's business, to find that man." They were at the door of the hotel by this time, and here Heathcote bade Dora adieu. "We shall meet again before you leave Paris, I dare say," he said. "If Wyllard wants me, he will know where to find me." "You are not going home yet?" "No, I am likely to stay here some little time." "And poor Hilda is longing to have you back at The Spaniards. She will not see Bothwell while you are away. She is bound by the promise you exacted from her. Their future home, everything is in abeyance till you return," pleaded Dora. "The home must remain in abeyance a little longer. It is hard, no doubt, but when I go back I may be able to give Bothwell some substantial help in the matter of that future home." "He will only need your sympathy and your advice. He can manage everything else for himself." "I understand. He has been helped already." "Bothwell has always been to me as a brother, and he can never be poor while I am rich," answered Dora, as they shook hands. Heathcote walked slowly back to the Boulevard, thinking over this unexpected arrival of Mr. and Mrs. Wyllard in Paris. Why had they come? That alleged reason of the picture sale seemed rather more like an excuse for a journey than a motive. True that Wyllard had been known to go up to London on purpose to attend a sale at Christie & Manson's, and there might therefore be nothing extraordinary in his going still further on the same errand. But it was strange that the picture sale should coincide with Heathcote's presence in Paris. Could it be Dora's eagerness to know the result of his researches that had brought her and her husband to the Hotel Windsor? Was her impatience the motive of the visit? Hardly, he thought, for he knew the candour of her nature, and he told himself that she would not have misrepresented the reason for her journey. She had told him that the visit was a sudden whim of her husband's, arising out of his passion for art. Could it be that Julian Wyllard was so deeply interested in the question of Bothwell's guilt or innocence as to make an excuse for being on the scene of the investigation? He had seemed indifferent almost to unkindness. He had wounded his wife's feelings by his coldness upon this question. And now it seemed to Edward Heathcote that his real motive in coming across the Channel must be to watch the case with his own eyes. His manner to-day, when he inquired about Heathcote's progress, had been seemingly careless, but beneath that apparent indifference the lawyer had noted a keen expectancy, an intent watchfulness. Yes, it was something of deeper moment than a picture sale which had brought Julian Wyllard to Paris, post haste, at a day's notice. His angry manner to his wife an hour ago had indicated nervous irritation, a mind on the rack. Yet, looking at the question from a worldly point of view, and Heathcote considered Wyllard essentially a man of the world, there seemed but little reason why he should be deeply concerned as to whether Bothwell was or was not suspected of foul play in the matter of the French girl's death. The evidence against the young man was of far too slight and vague a character to endanger his life or liberty. It was only just enough to cast a cloud upon his reputation. And that his cousin's husband should put himself out of the way on this account seemed to the last degree unlikely. Julian Wyllard's life, judged as Heathcote judged it, was that of a man who had lived exclusively for himself and his own happiness. An excellent husband to a wife whom he adored, a good master, a liberal landlord, yet a man with whom self had never been paramount. End of chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 5. A Face from the Grave. A week passed. Julian Wyllard attended the sale at the Hôtel Drouot, bought 3 of the smaller gems of the Rochejacquelin gallery, and allowed the Raphael to pass into a national collection. His wife and he had gone about Paris and its environs in the meanwhile, Dora very happy in revisiting the spots she had admired in her youth. The week had gone, and there had been no reply to Heathcote's advertisement, but there had been a letter from Joseph Distin. "The last few days have not been entirely barren in results," he wrote. "Léonie Lemarque's handbag has been found at the Charing Cross Station. It was left in the waiting-room on the morning of the 5th July, immediately after the arrival of the mail train from Dover. The bag is now in my office. It contains some linen marked L.L., slippers, brush and comb, but not a document of any kind, nothing to afford the slightest clue to the girl's business in London. The police have found a hansom cabman who drove a tall, gentlemanlike man and a French girl from Charing Cross to Paddington Station on the morning of the 5th of July, in time for the Penzance train. They had no luggage. The cabman believes that he should recognize the man if he saw him again, but can give no clear description of his appearance, except that he was a fine-looking man in the prime of life. He talked French to the girl, and the cabman supposes him to have been a Frenchman. He and the girl appeared to be on very good terms. The cabman saw them go into the Paddington Station together about 5 minutes before the starting of the train. The photograph of the dead girl has been shown to this cabman, and he has identified it as the likeness of the little French girl he drove in his cab." This was all the progress that Joseph Distin's agents had made at present. The facts looked dark against the man who had taken Léonie Lemarque from station to station. If he had been innocent of all wrong in relation to that helpless stranger, surely he would have replied to the advertisement. He would have come forward to say what part he had taken in the history of Léonie Lemarque. Heathcote stopped the first advertisement, and inserted a second worded thus: "Monsieur Georges, who resided in Paris in the year '71, and for some years previously, or any friend of Monsieur Georges, now residing in England, is earnestly requested to communicate with Messrs. Distin and Son, solicitors, Furnival's Inn." He had not much hope of getting a reply to this advertisement after the failure of the previous appeal, but he thought it was well to advertise this name of Georges. Some insignificant person, some busybody who had known the man Georges at some period of his existence, might reply. and any information so obtained might form a link in the chain of that strange story of Marie Prévol and her mysterious lover. Mysterious Heathcote felt this man to have been, despite Trottier's idea that he was only a rich American who lived a Bohemian life as a matter of choice. It seemed to Heathcote as if there must have been some stronger grounds than mere whim for an existence so secluded, so exceptional, spent in such a city as Paris, where the delight of the rich and the idle is to spend their days and nights before the eyes of an admiring crowd, and to have every movement and every caprice chronicled in the newspapers. And this man had been in the prime of his manhood, good-looking, clever, brilliant, the lover of a beautiful actress, hardly the kind of person to hide his light under a bushel, unless there was some strong motive for concealment. What could that motive be? Heathcote wondered, as he brooded over the imperfect story of Marie Prévol and her niece. Was this Georges a swindler, who had come by his wealth in a criminal manner, and dared not show himself in the light of day? Was he one of the many tricksters and schemers of Paris, the birds of prey who live upon carrion, and who know themselves the scorn of their fellow men? Or had he a wife from whose jealous eye he was obliged to hide his devotion to Marie Prévol? Heathcote believed that there must have been some guilty reason for the life which shrank from the light of day. He had been in Paris a fortnight, and he began to ask himself how long this investigation to which he had pledged himself was likely to last. At the beginning his progress had seemed rapid, triumphant almost. Starting from utter ignorance of the name and position of the dead girl, he had arrived in a few days at the exact knowledge of her name, surroundings, and past history. Yet he was constrained to confess to himself that, armed with all these facts, he was not one whit nearer to finding the man who had murdered her. Given this history of Léonie Lemarque's childhood and youth, it was still possible that Bothwell Grahame had thrown her out of the railway carriage. The man who took her in a hansom from Charing Cross to Paddington might have left her at the latter station. She might have gone alone upon her way towards Penzance, to encounter a villain on the road, and that villain might have been Bothwell Grahame. The thing was within the limits of possibility, though in Heathcote's present mood it seemed to him altogether unlikely. Yet firmly to establish the fact of Bothwell's innocence, he must find the man who was guilty. It seemed to him that the man who met Léonie Lemarque at the station, who was known to have conducted her to another station, had in a measure condemned himself by his silence. If he had not been guiltily concerned in the girl's death, he would assuredly have replied to the advertisement. He would have been apprised by that advertisement that some evil had befallen Léonie Lemarque, and he would have been prompt to come forward and tell all he knew of the girl, who had been sent to him for aid, a friendless orphan, a stranger in a strange land. It seemed clear to Heathcote that Georges, the murderer, was still living, still in dread of the gallows, and that the girl who went to meet the friend of the murderer had fallen into a trap. The papers she carried were doubtless of a compromising character. The girl herself was the sole witness of the crime, the only living being who could recognize the murderer. Papers and witness had disappeared together. Heathcote was fond of Paris. It was not irksome to him to stay there even in the dead season. He had the theatres for his evening amusement. He had 2 or 3 friends who had not fled to the mountain or the sea, and in whose drawing-rooms he was welcome. He had the National Library in the Rue Richelieu for his club, and he had the ever-varying life of the Boulevard for his recreation. Time, therefore, did not hang heavily on his hands, and he knew that while he watched and waited in Paris, Joseph Distin would not be idle in London. Every clue, were it the slightest, would be patiently followed by that expert investigator. In his saunterings in the Rue de Rivoli and on the Boulevards, Mr. Heathcote had hunted assiduously for a photograph of Marie Prévol, but so fleeting is the fame of beauty, which leaves nothing behind it save a tender memory, that for some time he had failed utterly in his quest. Her name was hardly remembered by the people who sold photographs, and yet 12 or 13 years ago the portrait of Marie Prévol was in every shop window. It had been sold by thousands, had adorned every album in Paris and Brussels, and had been hung over many a bachelor's mantelpiece, worshipped by half the beardless boys in France and Belgium. At last Heathcote lighted upon an elderly shopman who was a little more intelligent and had a much better memory than the men he had encountered hitherto. The man perfectly remembered Marie Prévol and her photographs. "We had a photograph of her by Nadar," he said, "a portrait that was the rage. It was soon after her first appearance at the Porte Saint-Martin, and it was the costume in which she made her début. She was the genius of evil, in a black satin bodice, and black tulle skirt starred with gold. The close-fitting black bodice set off her graceful figure, and the superb shoulders, and her hair, which was positively magnificent, fell down her back in a horse's tail. It was like a stream of molten gold. I saw her in that character half a dozen times. All Paris rushed to see her, though she was never much of an actress. Her beauty made her famous all over Europe. We used to send her photographs to St. Petersburg. But there is a fashion in these things, and I dare say almost every one of those photographs has found its way to the rubbish-heap. If you call to-morrow, I may be able to supply you with what you want, but I shall have to hunt over a good deal of our old stock to get at it." "I shall be greatly obliged if you will do so," answered Heathcote. "I suppose Mademoiselle Prévol had the weakness of our lovely ladies in England, and was fond of being photographed. In the first year or so, when she began to be celebrated for her beauty, there were a good many different photographs of her, in this costume and in that. And you know, in those fairy spectacles every handsome actress wears at least half a dozen costumes. But after that first year there were no more of Mademoiselle Prévol's photographs to be had for love or money. Our firm applied to her, offered her a liberal royalty, 5 sous upon every photograph, if she would sit to Nadar in all her costumes, and give us the sole privilege of selling her portraits. But she declined. She was never going to sit again. She did not want herself vulgarized by having her portrait sold for a franc to every calico in France. Our firm felt insulted by her reply, which was given to one of our principals through an impertinent sempstress, who worked by the day for Mademoiselle Prévol, and who almost shut the door in our principal's nose. Our firm took the trouble to find out why Mademoiselle objected to the fame which photography can alone bestow upon beauty, and we discovered that there was a lover in the case, a mysterious lover, a man who kept himself curiously dark. "Stay!" exclaimed Heathcote. "I will give you 1,000 francs for a photograph of that lover." The shopman shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "A liberal offer, monsieur, and a very safe one, except that the man's name was Georges. I know nothing about him. The police would have given me twice as much as you offer for his photograph, if I could have furnished them with one 10 years ago, immediately after the murder of Marie Prévol." And then the man proceeded to relate the story of the actress's death, and the impression which it made in Paris at the time. Heathcote listened and affected ignorance, for even in these recollections there might be some detail to suggest a clue. There was nothing, however. The man told the story as it had been told in the newspapers, and as it was already known to Heathcote. He went back to the shop on the following day, and the shopman showed him 3 different photographs of Marie Prévol. 2 were of the carte visite size, in costume. They had both grown pale with age, and had an old-fashioned look. They were full-length portraits, showing the perfection of an exquisite figure, as displayed in the scanty drapery of a burlesque costume. A graceful girlish form, delicately fashioned, a perfect face, small refined features, a head crowned with masses of plaited hair. But in these small photographs the soul was wanting. Beyond the one fact that the original was exquisitely lovely, they revealed nothing. The 3rd was of cabinet size, and here the woman herself appeared. Here, in the face of the photograph, Edward Heathcote looked back across 10 years, and saw the face of the living woman, the smile on the lips, the light in the eyes. It was a head vignetted, the head only, carelessly draped with a cloud of tulle, which framed the oval of the face and veiled the rich masses of hair. It was an exquisite face, eyes large and dark and dreamy, shadowed by long dark lashes, an expression of pensive tenderness about the perfect lips, the nose small and straight, the chin delicately moulded. It was not the bold bright beauty of an actress, accustomed to challenge the admiration of the vulgar crowd. It was a beauty instinct with tender womanly feeling and serious thought, an essentially feminine loveliness, and its chief characteristic was purity. It would have been impossible to associate such loveliness with an evil life, a dissolute mind. The colour of this larger photograph was almost as good as if it had been taken yesterday. The portrait had a living look, which struck Heathcote painfully. It was sad to think that lovely face had been lying in the dust for years, that the sweet smile in those eyes was nothing more than a memory. He was to dine at the Windsor that evening, a farewell dinner, since Julian Wyllard talked of leaving Paris next morning. He wanted to take his wife to Switzerland, perhaps to the Italian lakes. Dora was pleased at the idea of revisiting the scenes in which her honeymoon had been spent. They seemed far away, in a dim past, those days of early married life, when all the world was decked in the vivid hues of hope and gladness. Her union with Julian Wyllard had been a happy one, but there had been something wanting. That lonely old house at Penmorval chilled her sometimes, with its silent corridors, its empty rooms. It would have been so sweet to her to hear baby feet pattering along those corridors, baby voices, that glad childish treble which is like the piping of young birds, in those spacious rooms. There were so many rooms, there was so much vacant space in the old house, which only children could have filled. And now she told herself that the dream was past and done with. She felt as if she were growing old, and that somehow, she knew not how, she and her husband were further apart than they had been. It might be that the disappointment of a childless union was preying upon his mind, that he felt the burden of a great fortune for which he had toiled overmuch in his youth, renouncing every social pleasure, friendship, love, all things, only to heap up wealth for which there should be no heir. The dinner at the Windsor was bright and pleasant, albeit Heathcote was the only guest. Julian Wyllard was in excellent spirits, full of plans for making the most of the bright weather in Switzerland. Dora was pleased at his gaiety. She had been going about a good deal with him, revisiting all the places she had seen with her mother, the churches, the galleries, the law courts, the brand new Palais de Justice, so splendid, so imposing, so uninteresting. They had been to Versailles. "Did you go to Saint Germain?" asked Heathcote. "There is not much to see in the chateau where poor old James Stuart shed the light of exiled royalty, but the old town and the terrace and the forest are delightful." "No, we did not go to Saint Germain. We had arranged to go yesterday, but Julian mistook the time at which the train started, and we reached the station too late for the only train that would have suited us." "You have never been to Saint Germain?" asked Heathcote. "Oh yes, I was there with my mother years ago," answered Dora. "We stayed at the Henri Quatre for a week. I have ridden and rambled all over the forest. I was charmed with the place. I should have liked to have gone there again with Julian." "There may be time when we return from Switzerland," said her husband. "Why not delay your journey for a day, and let us all go to Saint Germain to-morrow?" said Heathcote. "Suppose you dine with me at the Henri Quatre? I have a morbid interest in that hotel, and in the forest." "Indeed, but why?" asked Dora. Instead of any verbal answer, Heathcote took from his pocket the photograph of Marie Prévol, and handed it to Mrs. Wyllard. She and her husband looked at it together. She had drawn closer to him after dinner, as they sat at the small round table, and now they were sitting side by side like lovers. There was a silence as they looked at the portrait. "What an exquisite face!" exclaimed Dora at last. "I don't think I ever saw lovelier eyes, or a sweeter expression. Who is the original? Do you know her?" "She has been dead 10 years. I never saw her," answered Heathcote gravely. "But what has this portrait to do with your morbid interest in the forest of Saint Germain?" asked Dora. "It is the likeness of a woman who was cruelly murdered there just 10 years ago. She was an actress known as Marie Prévol. The murder made a great sensation at the time. You must have heard it, Mr. Wyllard, for I think you were a resident in Paris in '71. I was a resident in Paris till '73. Yes, I perfectly remember the murder of Marie Prévol and her admirer. But it was one of those crimes which do not excite any deep or lasting interest. The case was too common, the motive too obvious. An outbreak of jealous fury on the part of a jilted lover. Had the murderer and his victims belonged to the working classes, society would scarcely have heard of the crime, certainly would have taken no notice of it. But because she was an actress, and her admirer a man of fashion, there was a fuss." "Then you do not consider such a murder interesting?" asked Heathcote. "Assuredly not," replied Wyllard. "To be interesting, a murder must be mysterious. Here there was no mystery." "Pardon me, I think you must have forgotten the details of the story. There was a mystery, and a profound one. But that mystery was the character of the man Georges, who was known to have been Marie Prévol's devoted lover, and who was by some supposed to have been her husband." "Ah, yes, I remember," answered Wyllard. "These things come back to one's mind as one discusses them. Georges was the name of the supposed murderer. He got off so cleverly as to baffle the keenest police in Europe." "Did you know anything of him?" "Nothing. He was a nobody, I believe. A man of ample means, but no social standing." "His life was a social mystery, and it is in that mysterious existence that I find an interest surpassing anything that I have hitherto met with in the history of crime." "Really?" answered Julian Wyllard, with something of a sneer in his tone. "I perceive you have begun the business of amateur detective on a large scale. I understood from Dora that you were coming to Paris solely with a view to finding out anything there was to be discovered about that poor little girl who tumbled off the viaduct, and whom, I think, you called Louise Lemarque." "Léonie Lemarque. That was the girl's name. Léonie Lemarque's death is only the last link in a chain of events beginning with the murder of Marie Prévol." Julian Wyllard started impatiently from his chair. "My dear Heathcote, I thought you the most sensible man I ever met. But this really sounds like rank lunacy. What, in heaven's name, can the murder at Saint Germain 10 years ago have to do with the death of that girl the other day?" "Only this much. Léonie Lemarque was Marie Prévol's niece, and I have the strongest reason for believing that she went to London to meet the murderer of her aunt." Chapter 6.
Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Struck Down. As Sir Edward Heathcote uttered those words, the conviction of their truth flashed into his mind. In thoughtful days and wakeful nights, this question as to the identity of the person who was to meet Léonie Lemarque at the railway station had been a perplexity to him, the subject of many a new theory. And now it came upon him all at once that this assertion, which he had made on the spur of the moment, in the heat of argument, was the true solution of the mystery. It was to Georges himself, her daughter's generous adoring lover, her daughter's suspected murderer, that Madame Lemarque had sent her granddaughter, as to one who, of all other men, would be most inclined to act generously to the orphan girl, were it only in remorse for his crime. He tried to realize the thoughts of the lonely old woman, dying in penury, leaving her orphan grandchild to face the world without a friend. She would go over the list of those whom she had known in the past, those who were rich enough to be generous. Alas, how few there are who remain the friends of poverty! One man she had known of, although she had never seen him. Rich, generous to lavishness. She had at one time believed him to be the murderer of her daughter. But it might be that she had afterwards modified her opinion, that she had received some communication from this Georges, that he had assured her of his innocence, that he had sent her money, had helped her to struggle on against adverse times, had helped her for a while, and then grown weary. And she, knowing the place of his exile, had, in her desperation, determined upon committing her grandchild to this man's care, rather than to the pitiless world of strange faces and careless hearts, the outside world, to which one helpless girl the more is but as one drop in the ocean of sorrowing humanity. She had sent Léonie Lemarque to meet this man, and the girl had recognized the murderer of her aunt. And yet this could hardly be, since the cabman's evidence showed that Léonie had been on the best possible terms with the person in whose company she drove to Paddington Station. After that speech of his, Edward Heathcote had no longer the power to withhold any details of his investigation from Julian Wyllard and his wife. He told them in fewest words all that he had discovered since he crossed the Channel. Dora was intensely interested in the story. The passionate love and passionate jealousy were very human feelings that appealed to her womanly tenderness. She could not withhold her pity from the murderer. "Strange that, in all your Parisian experience, you never met this Monsieur Georges," she said to her husband. "Hardly, since I seldom went out in the evening, while this man was evidently a thorough Bohemian, who only began to live after midnight," answered Wyllard. He was sitting in a thoughtful attitude, his elbow on the table, his chin leaning on his hand, and that photograph of Marie Prévol lying before him. He was looking intently at it, perusing every lineament. Presently he raised his eyes, slowly, thoughtfully, from the photograph to the face of his wife. "Yes," said Heathcote, "I know what you are thinking. There is a likeness. It struck me this evening when I came into this room. There is a curious likeness between the face of the living and the dead." That morning, on studying the countenance in the photograph, Heathcote had been perplexed, worried even, by a sense of familiarity in that face of the dead. It smiled at him as a face he had known of old, a face out of the past. Yet it was only in the evening, when he came into the salon at the Windsor, and Mrs. Wyllard turned towards him in the lamplight, that he knew what the likeness meant. It was not an obvious or striking likeness. The resemblance was rather in expression than in feature, but one face recalled the other. "Yes, there is a likeness," said Wyllard coldly, passing the photograph back to its owner, who rose to take leave, just as the clock on the mantelpiece struck 11. "I shall look in to-morrow and see if you are inclined for an afternoon at Saint Germain," he said, as he shook hands with Dora. "You are very kind," she said, "but your invitation is no longer tempting. You have spoiled my interest in that sweet old place. I shall always think of it as the scene of Marie Prévol's death." "But surely that is an additional charm," said Wyllard mockingly. "If you are gifted with Mr. Heathcote's detective temper, the genius of the heaven-born police officer, Saint Germain will be all the more interesting to you on account of a double murder, and perhaps a suicide into the bargain, for it is not unlikely that the murderer's bones are mouldering in some gravel-pit." "You forget Drubard's story of the travelling-cap," said Heathcote. "That was a shrewd hypothesis on your ex-police officer's part, but it is by no means conclusive evidence," answered Wyllard. Heathcote called at the Windsor upon the following afternoon, to inquire if Mr. and Mrs. Wyllard had left for Switzerland. He was shocked to hear that Mr. Wyllard had been taken seriously ill in the night, and that there had been 2 medical men with him that morning. Madame was terribly distressed, the waiter told him, but she bore up admirably. Heathcote sent in his name, and was at once admitted to the salon, where Dora came to him after the briefest delay. She was very pale, and there were signs of terror and of grief in her countenance. "I am glad you have come," she faltered. "I should have sent for you, only—" She hesitated and stopped, with tears in her eyes, feeling that in another moment she might have said too much. He was her oldest friend, the man to whom her thoughts turned naturally in the hour of trouble, the man whom, of all others, she most trusted. But he was her old lover also, and she felt that never again could she dare to appeal to his friendship as she had done for Bothwell's sake. "Is there anything very serious?" he asked. Yes, it is very serious. Paralysis. Only a slight attack, the doctors say, but there are signs of a physical decay which may end fatally. An overworked nervous system, the English physician says. And yet his life has been so easy, so placid, for the last 7 years." "No doubt, but his life in this city was a life of excitement and anxiety, the fever of the race for wealth. He is suffering now, most likely, for the high pressure of that period. Is his mind affected by the shock?" "Not in the least. His mind was never clearer than it has been to day." "When did the illness begin?" "Early this morning, 5 hours after you left us. We sat up till nearly 1 o'clock, talking of our trip to Switzerland and Italy. Julian was in wonderful spirits. I have never known him more cheerful. He planned a tour that would last all through the winter, as I told him. It was 1 o'clock when I went to bed, and I left him sitting in his dressing-room, reading. The door was half open, and I could see him as he sat by the table, in the bright light of the lamp. I had slept for hours, as it seemed to me, when I was awakened by hearing my name called in a strange voice. I sprang out of bed, frightened by that unknown voice, and then I heard the name again, and knew all at once that it was Julian's voice, only altered beyond recognition. I rushed to him. He had sunk back into his arm-chair. I asked him what was the matter, and he told me that he could not move. There was numbness in all his limbs. His arms were as heavy as lead. I seized his hand and found it deadly cold. I rang the bell with all my might, and at last one of the women servants came to my help. She roused the porter and sent him to fetch a doctor. It was not quite 4 o'clock when she came to me, but it was past 5 o'clock before the doctor arrived. He told me at once that my husband had had a paralytic shock, and he helped me to get him to bed, while the porter went in search of a nurse. I wanted to have nursed Julian myself, without the help of any stranger, whose presence might worry him, but the doctor said that would be impossible. I must have a skilled nurse in attendance. There would be plenty for me to do in helping her, he said. So I submitted, and the nurse was with us in less than an hour, a nursing sister of the Order of St. Vincent de Paul, a very nice person." "Is your doctor a clever man?" "The Frenchman who came in the morning seems clever, and, at my request, he brought Dr. Danvers, an English physician. I am told he is the best English doctor in Paris. They are both of the same opinion as to the nature of the attack, but Dr. Danvers is inclined to look upon it more seriously than the French doctor. He declared that Julian's brain must have been frightfully overworked within the last few years, and when I told him that my husband's life had, to my knowledge, been one of rest and tranquil monotony, I could see by his face that he did not believe me." "Mr. Wyllard is better, I hope, since the morning?" "Yes, he is much better. There is still a feeling of heaviness and dull pain. But he is so patient. He will hardly confess he is in pain, though I can see from his face that he suffers." The tears rushed to her eyes, and she walked hastily to the window, where she stood for a few minutes holding her handkerchief before her face, with her back to Heathcote, who waited silently, knowing the uselessness of all consolatory speeches at such a time. She conquered herself, and came back to her seat presently. "Struck down in the prime of his manhood, in all the force of his intellect," she said. "It is a death-blow." "Your English doctor may exaggerate the danger." "God grant that it is so. I have telegraphed to Sir William Spencer, entreating him to come to Paris by to-night's mail. The question of cost is nothing, but I fear he may not be able to leave his practice so long, or he may be away from London." "When did you telegraph?" "An hour ago. I am expecting the answer at any moment. I hope he will come." "What is it this Dr. Danvers apprehends?" "He fears an affection of the spinal marrow, a slow and lingering malady, full of pain." "Oh, it is too dreadful!" cried the agonized wife, clasping her hands in a paroxysm of despair. "What has he done to be so afflicted? How has he deserved such suffering, he who worked so hard and denied himself all pleasures in his youth? He who has been so good and generous to others, why should he be tortured?" "Dear Mrs. Wyllard, pray do not give way to grief. The doctor may be mistaken. He ought not to have told you so much." "It was right of him to tell me. I begged him to keep nothing from me, not to treat me as a child. If there is a martyrdom to be borne, I will bear my part of it. Yes, I will suffer with him, pang for pang, for to see him in pain will be as sharp an agony for me as the actual torture can be for him. He is resting now, dozing from the effect of the morphia which they have injected under the skin. I trust if Sir William Spencer come, that he will be able to give you a more hopeful opinion." "Yes, I am putting my trust in that. But I am full of fear. Dr. Danvers has such a shrewd, clever air. He does not look like the kind of man to be mistaken." "But in these nervous disorders there is always room for error. You must hope for the best." "I will try to hope, for Julian's sake. Good-bye. I must go back to my place at his bedside. I don't want him to see a strange face when he awakes. Good-bye. Remember, if there is any service I can render you, the slightest or the greatest, you only have to command me. I shall call this evening to hear how your patient progresses, and if Spencer is coming. But I shall not ask to see you." He left the hotel full of trouble at the agony of one he loved. He thought of Dora in her helplessness, her loneliness, watching the slow decay of that vigorous frame, the gradual extinction of that powerful mind. What martyrdom could be more terrible for a tender-hearted woman? He called at the Windsor in the evening. The patient was much the same. Sir William Spencer was expected at 8 o'clock next morning. Edward Heathcote was watching in front of the hotel when the physician drove up in a fly from the station. Dr. Danvers had gone into the hotel a few minutes before. Heathcote waited to see Sir William Spencer leave the hotel in the same fly, accompanied to the carriage door by Dr. Danvers. They were talking as they came out of the porte cochère, and their faces were very grave. Heathcote felt that the great English doctor had not left hope behind him in those rooms on the first floor, with their sunny windows facing the palace garden. He had not the heart to intrude upon Dora immediately after the consultation, though he was very anxious to hear Sir William's verdict. He watched the fly drive away, while Dr. Danvers walked briskly in the opposite direction, and then he strolled along the Rue de Rivoli towards the Palais Royal, hardly knowing where he went, so deeply were his thoughts occupied by the grief of the woman he loved. What if Julian Wyllard were to die, that successful rival of his, the man who had stolen his plighted wife from him? The thought would come, though Heathcote tried to shut his mind against it, though he hated himself for harbouring so selfish an idea. The question would shape itself in his mind, would be answered somehow or other. If Julian Wyllard were to die, and Dora were again free to wed whom she chose, would the old love be rekindled in her heart? Would the old lover seem nearer and dearer to her than any other man on earth? Would she reward him for long years of patient devotion, for a faithfulness that had never wavered? Alas, no, he could hope for no such reward, he who had married within a year or two of losing her, who had, in the world's eye, consoled himself speedily for that loss. Could he go to her and say, "I never loved my wife. I married her out of pity. My love was given to you, and you alone"? That was his secret. To Dora Wyllard he must have seemed as fickle as the common herd of men, who change their loves as easily as they change their tailors. He put forward no claim for past constancy. No, were she once again free, it must be by the devotion of the future that he must win her. And then he recalled what the physician had said about Julian Wyllard's malady. It would be a slow and lingering disease, a decay of years perhaps. He saw the dark possibility of such a martyrdom. Dora's life would be worn and wasted in the attendance upon that decaying frame, that sorely tried mind and temper. She would sacrifice health, spirits, life itself perhaps, in her devotion to her afflicted husband. And when the end at last came, the dismal end of all her care and tenderness. Would she be a woman to be wooed and won? Would not life for her be over, all possibility of happiness for ever gone? Only a little respite, a little rest, remaining before the grave should close on her broken heart. No, there was no ground for selfish rejoicing, for wicked hope, in Julian Wyllard's malady. Heathcote ordered a simple breakfast in one of the quietest cafés in the Palais Royal, and lingered over the meal and the newspapers till he was able to present himself with a better grace at the Windsor. He had some difficulty in reading the news of the day with attention, or even comprehension, so full were his thoughts. He recalled Julian Wyllard's manner and bearing during the last few months, and wondered at the vigour, the freshness of mind, the power which had been so obvious in every look, and tone, and gesture. That such a man could suddenly be struck down without a day's warning, without any imaginable cause, had seemed almost incomprehensible. Had the nature of the attack been different, the thing would have appeared less inexplicable. An apoplectic fit, striking down the strong man in his might, as if from the blow of a Nasmyth hammer, would have seemed far more in character with the nature of the patient, his vigorous manhood, his appearance of physical power. Heathcote called at the Windsor between 12 and 1 o'clock, and had only a few minutes to wait in the salon before he was joined by Mrs. Wyllard. She was very pale, but she was more composed than on the previous day. Her countenance had a rigid look, Heathcote thought, as if she had schooled herself to composure by a severe mental effort. The hand she gave him was deadly cold. "I trust you have good news for me," he said. "Is Spencer more hopeful than your Paris physician?" "No, there is no hope. I had a long talk with both the doctors after their consultation. It was very difficult to wring the truth from them both, to get them to be quite candid. They seemed to pity me so much. They were full of kindness, as if kindness or pity would help me in my trouble for him. Nothing can help me, no one except God, and perhaps He will not. It seems that in this life there are a certain number of victims, chosen haphazard, who must suffer mysterious, purposeless agonies, and Julian is to be one of those sufferers. It is bitter, inexplicable, cruel. My mind revolts against these fruitless punishments." "Tell me what Sir William said." "The worst. Julian's symptoms indicate a disease of the spinal cord, progressive muscular atrophy, Sir William called it, a disease generally caused by excessive muscular activity, but in this case due to the strain upon the mind. He will waste away, inch by inch, hour by hour, and he will suffer terribly. Yes, that is the worst. This gradual decay will be a long martyrdom. He will be dependent on opiates for relief. I am to take comfort in the thought that his pain can be soothed by repeated injections of morphia, that a sleeping draught will give him a little rest at night. He is to exist under the influence of narcotics. He who a few months ago seemed the incarnation of health and vigour." "A few months ago, you say? Then you have remarked a change in him of late?" inquired Heathcote. "Yes, there has been a change, subtle, mysterious. I could not describe the symptoms to Sir William Spencer, but there was a curious alteration in his ways and manner. He was much more irritable. He had strange intervals of silence." "Can you recall the beginning of this alteration?" "Hardly. It was a change that seems to have had no beginning. It was so gradual, imperceptible almost. It was during that very oppressive weather early in August that I noticed he was looking ill and haggard. I thought that he was angry and worried about Bothwell, and that he was vexed at the stupidity of his bailiff, who had mismanaged one of the farms, and involved him in a lawsuit with a tenant. I fancied these things were worrying him, and that the excessive heat was making him ill. I begged him to take medical advice, but he was angry at the suggestion, and declared that he never felt better in his life." "What does Sir William advise?" "That we should go back to Penmorval at once, or at least as soon as the proper arrangements can be made for the journey. I have telegraphed to Julian's valet to come here immediately, and Sir William will send a trained nurse from London by the evening mail. We shall have plenty of help. Fortunately, it is Julian's own wish to go back to Cornwall." "Is there any improvement in his state to–day?" "I dare not say there is improvement. He is very calm, quite resigned. The physicians told him the nature of his malady, but they did not tell him that it is hopeless. They left his own intelligence to discover that, and I fear he knows the truth only too well already." "Would you like to see him, if he is inclined to receive you?" "Yes, I should much like to see him." Dora went into the adjoining room, and closed the door behind her. She reopened it almost immediately, and beckoned to Heathcote, who went in with careful footstep and bated breath, almost as he might have entered the chamber of death. Julian Wyllard was reclining on a sofa, his head and shoulders propped up by pillows, his legs covered with a fur rug. There was something in the very position of the body, so straight, so rigid a line from the waist downwards, which told of that death in life that had fallen upon the strong man, the man whom Edward Heathcote had last seen erect, in all the vigour of manhood, tall, broad–shouldered, powerful. "Well, Heathcote, you have come to see the wreck of proud humanity," he said, with a half–sad, half–cynical smile. "You did not know when you were with us the other night that my race was so nearly run, that I was to break down in the middle of the course. I have had my warnings, but I made light of them, and the blow came unexpectedly at last. But it has left the brain clear. That is some comfort. Sit down. I want to talk to you, and Dora, seriously." He was very pale, white even to the lips, and his wife was watching him anxiously, surprised at the signs of profound agitation in him who had been so calm after the physicians had left him. "I'm very sorry for you, Wyllard, sorry with all my heart," said Heathcote earnestly, as he took the chair nearest the sofa, while Dora seated herself on the other side, close to her husband. "You are more than good. I am assured that everybody will—pity me." This with a smile of bitterest meaning. "But I want to talk to you about two people in whom you and Dora are both interested. Your very lovable sister, and my wife's scapegrace cousin. They are very devoted to each other, it seems, and, except for this little cloud upon Bothwell's character, I take it you had no objection to the match." "That was my chief objection." "Forgive me for saying that it was a most foolish one, because a few country bumpkins take it into their heads to suspect a gentleman. Pardon me, Mr. Wyllard, if I confess that I was among those bumpkins. Mr. Grahame's refusal to answer Mr. Distin's questions, and his obvious agitation, led me to believe that he was concerned in that girl's death. I am thankful to be able to say that my discoveries on this side of the Channel all point in a different direction, while, on the other hand, my sister assures me that her lover has satisfactorily explained the reason of his peculiar conduct at the inquest." "You have no further objection to Bothwell as a husband for your sister?" "No, my esteem for the race from which he sprang is a strong reason why I should sanction the match, although worldly wisdom is decidedly against a girl's marriage with a man who was a soldier, and who is—nothing. It shall be our business, Dora's and mine, to reconcile worldly wisdom and foolish love. My wife tells me that her cousin has turned over a new leaf, that he has schemed out a new career, and has set to work with a wonderful amount of energy, just that strong purpose which has been lacking in him hitherto." "I have heard as much, and a good deal more than this, from my sister." "Well then, my dear Heathcote, all I need to add is that means shall not be wanting to my wife's kinsman to enable him to carry out the scheme of life which he has made for himself, comfortably and creditably. Dora and I are both rich. We have no children. We can afford to be generous in the present, and those we love must naturally profit by our wealth in the future. Dora's fortune will, in all likelihood, go to Bothwell's children. In a word, your sister is not asked to marry a pauper." "I have never thought of the question from a financial standpoint." "But it must be not the less agreeable to you to know that the financial aspect is satisfactory," answered Wyllard. "And now what is to hinder a speedy marriage? It is my wife's wish, Bothwell's wish, mine, everybody's, so far as I can understand, except yours. You are the only hindrance. Heathcote, I want to see Bothwell and Hilda married before I die." "Julian! cried his wife, with a stifled sob. "Oh, my dearest, I am not going to leave you yet awhile," answered her husband, clasping her hand and raising it to his lips with infinite tenderness. "My doctors promise me a slow deliverance. But when a man has begun to die, were it never so gradually, it is time for him to set his house in order. I should like to see Bothwell and Hilda married in Bodmin Church, before the eyes of the people who have maligned my wife's kinsman. I should like the wedding to take place as soon as possible." "I am sure Hilda's brother will not refuse your request," said Dora, with a pleading look at Heathcote. "If Hilda and her lover can fulfil their own scheme of happiness by a speedy marriage, I will not be a stumbling block," said Heathcote. After this they talked for a while on indifferent subjects, and of the journey back to Cornwall, that tedious journey of a helpless invalid, which would be so different from any previous experience of Julian Wyllard's. He spoke of it lightly enough, affecting a philosophical disdain for the changes and chances of this little life; but Heathcote marked the quiver of his lip, the look of pain, which neither pride nor stoicism could suppress. Yes, it was a hard thing for such a man, in the very prime of life, handsome, clever, prosperous, to be so struck down, and it could but be said that Julian Wyllard carried himself firmly under the trial. Heathcote and Dora parted sorrowfully outside the sick-room. "Is it not good of him to see Bothwell's happiness secured?" she said. "It is very good of him to think of any one except himself at such a moment," answered Heathcote. "I am so glad he has won your consent to an early marriage. And now that you have given that consent, now that we are all assured of the folly of any suspicion pointing at Bothwell, I conclude that you will trouble yourself no more about the mystery of that poor girl's death." "There you are mistaken. I shall go on with my investigation in the cause of justice. Besides, Bothwell's character can never be thoroughly rehabilitated till the real criminal is found. And, for a third reason, I'm interested in this strange story as a work of art. Good-bye, Mrs. Wyllard. If I can be of any use to you to-morrow in helping to move your invalid, pray send for me. If not, I suppose we shall not meet till I call on you at Penmorval. I leave the business of Hilda's marriage to your discretion. She cannot have a better adviser than you, and whatever plans you make I shall sanction." He left the hotel and strolled slowly towards the Madeleine, hardly knowing what he should do with the rest of his day. He had an appointment with Sigismond Trottier in the evening. That gentleman and he were to meet at the Gymnase at the first performance of a new play, and were to sup at Vachette's afterwards, when Heathcote was to hear any fresh facts that the paragraphist might have gathered for him relating to the mysterious Georges and the once celebrated Mademoiselle Prévol. Trottier had promised to hunt up the few men who had been intimate with Georges, and to get all the information he could from them. In front of the Madeleine, Heathcote was overtaken by that good-natured merchant, Gustave Blümenlein, who had felt so much pleasure in showing his apartments to Mrs. Wyllard. They walked on together for a short distance in the direction of the Blümenlein establishment, and Heathcote told the merchant of his predecessor's sudden illness. Monsieur Blümenlein was interested and sympathetic, and as they were now in front of his office, he insisted upon Mr. Heathcote going in to smoke a cigarette or share a bottle of Lafitte with him. Heathcote refused the Lafitte, but accepted the cigarette, not sorry to find an excuse for revisiting his rival's old abode. He blamed himself for this curiosity about Julian Wyllard's youth, as an unworthy and petty feeling. Yet he could not resist the temptation to gratify that curiosity which chance had thrown in his way. They went through the offices where clerks were working at their ledgers, and warehousemen hurrying in and out, and passed into the library, that handsome and somewhat luxurious apartment, which remained in all things, save the books upon the shelves, exactly as Julian Wyllard had left it. "Did you know him 20 years ago?" asked Blümenlein, after they had talked of the late tenant and his successful career in Paris. "No, I never saw him till just before his marriage, about 7 years ago." "Ah, then you did not know him as a young man. I have a photograph of him in that drawer yonder. pointing to a writing–table by the fireplace, "taken 15 years ago, when he was beginning to make his fortune, when the Crédit Mauresque was at the height of its popularity. It went to smash afterwards, as no doubt you know, but Wyllard contrived to get out of it with clean hands. Only just contrived." "You mean to say that his part of the transaction was open to doubt?" "My dear sir, on the Bourse during the Empire everything was, more or less, open to doubt. There were only two irrefragable facts in the financial world of that time. There was a great deal of money made, and a great deal of money lost. Mr. Wyllard was a very clever man, and he contrived from the first to last on the winning side. Nobody ever brought any charge of foul play against him, and in this matter he was luckier, or cleverer, than the majority of his compeers." "I should like to see that photograph of which you spoke just now," said Heathcote. "You shall see it. A clever face, a remarkable face, I take it," answered Blümenlein, unlocking a drawer and producing a photograph. Yes, it was a fine head, a powerful head, instinct with wondrous vitality, with the energy of a man bound to dominate others in any sphere of life, a master of whatever craft he practised. It was not the face of abstract intellect. The white, cold light of the student did not illumine those eyes, nor did the calm of the student's tranquil temper inform the mouth. There was passion in the face, strongest human feelings were expressed there, the love of love, the hate of hate. "It is a marvellous face for a money–grubber," exclaimed Heathcote. "An extraordinary countenance for a man who could shut himself from all the charms of the world, such a world as the Second Empire, a man who could be indifferent to art, beauty, wit, music, social pleasures of all kinds, and live only for his cash–box and bank–book. Difficult to reconcile this face with the life which we are told Wyllard led in these rooms." "It is more than difficult," said Blümenlein. "It is to my mind impossible to believe in so monstrous an anomaly as that sordid life endured for nearly 10 years by such a temperament as that which the photograph indicates. I am something of a physiognomist, and I think I know what that face means, if faces have any meaning whatever. It means strong feeling, a fervid imagination, a mind that could not be satisfied with the triumphs of successful finance. It means a nature in which the heart must have fair play. Whatever Julian Wyllard's life may have appeared in the eyes of the men with whom he had business relations, however he may have contrived to pass for the serious genius of finance, old before his time, the embodiment of abstruse calculations and far–seeing policy, be sure that the life was not a barren life, and that fiery passions were factors in the sum of that existence." "But his life seems to have been patent to all the world." "Yes, Mr. Heathcote, the life he led in public. But who knows how he may have plunged into the dissipations of Paris after office hours? That little door in the alcove has its significance, you may be sure. I made light of it in Mrs. Wyllard's presence, for I know that women are jealous even of the past." "Why should I deprive her of the pleasure of considering her husband a model of propriety, in the remote past as well as in the present? I affected, for that dear lady's sake, to believe the side door the work of a prior tenant to Mr. Wyllard. But I happen to have documentary evidence that Mr. Wyllard had the door made for him in the 3rd year of his tenancy. I found the receipted account of the builder who made it, among some papers left by my predecessor at the back of a cupboard." "Then you think that Wyllard was a man with two faces?" "I do," replied Blümenlein. "I think that Wyllard, the speculator and financier, was one man, but there was another man, of whose life the world knew nothing, and who went out and came in between dusk and dawn by that side door in the court." Chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER VII. The General receives a summons. While Bothwell was working out a scheme of an industrious, unpretentious life, to be spent with the woman he loved, on that wild Cornish coast on which he had been reared, and which was to him as a passion, Lady Valeria Harborough was shining in the county and military society within 20 miles of Plymouth, admired, envied, to outward seeming the most fortunate of women. She went everywhere, she received every one worth receiving. She had brought something of the easy manners, the unceremonious gaiety of Simla to her Devonshire villa. Her afternoon parties were the liveliest in the neighbourhood. Her weekly musical evenings were the rage. She engaged the best professional talent obtainable for these evenings. She rigidly eschewed the amateur element. She selected music and songs with an extraordinary tact, and contrived that no hackneyed composition should ever be heard at her parties. The newest ballads, the last successes in modern classical music, were first revealed to county society at Fox Hill. There people heard the gavotte that was going to be fashionable, the song that was to be the rage next season. And on these evenings, when the flowery corridors and the long suite of rooms were filled with guests, when the spacious music-room, with its 2 grand pianos and magnificent organ, was thrown open to the crowd, Lady Valeria circulated amidst the throng, a queen among women, not so beautiful as the fairest of her guests, but by far the most attractive of them all. There was a subtle charm in those dreamy eyes and in that languid smile. Beardless subalterns worshipped her as if she had been a goddess, and many a man, who could hardly have been included in Lady Valeria's list of "nice boys," felt his heart beat faster as she lingered by his side for a few minutes. She had a smile and a word for every one who crossed her threshold. The most insignificant guest was greeted and remembered. She seemed a woman who lived only for society, who had fulfilled her mission when she had been admired. The General was proud of his young wife's success, delighted that his house should be known as the pleasantest in the county. He could afford that money should be spent as if it were water. He never complained of the expenses of his establishment, but he knew the cost of everything, and paid all accounts with his own cheques. Unluckily for Lady Valeria, old habits of strict accountancy, acquired in the early days when he was adjutant of his regiment, had clung to him. He liked accounts, and was in some measure his own house steward. There was no possibility of Lady Valeria's gambling debts being paid out of the domestic funds. Everything was done on a large scale, but by line and rule. A royal household could not have been managed more rigidly. Thus it was that Lady Valeria's money difficulties were very real difficulties, and it was only by a full confession of her folly that she could have obtained her husband's help. It was just this confession, this humiliation, to which Lady Valeria could not bring herself. Candour was the very last virtue to which she inclined. She had not been brought up in the school of truth. Her father had been a tyrant, her mother a dealer in expedients, a diplomatist, a marvel of tact and cleverness, able to achieve wonders in domestic management and in social policy. But life at Carlavarock Castle had been a constant strain, and duplicity had become an instinct with mother and children. There had been always something to hide from the Earl, a son's debts, a daughter's flirtation, a milliner's bill, a debt of honour. Valeria had been oppressed with gambling debts before she was 20. She had played deep, and borrowed money in her first season. She had married, hoping that General Harborough's wealth would be hers to spend as she pleased. But in this she had been disappointed. She had married the most generous of men, but she had married a man of business. He made a magnificent settlement before marriage. He made a will after marriage, leaving the bulk of his fortune to his young wife, to be hers, and in her own control, if there were no children, hers without an embargo against a second marriage. She had pin money that would have been a liberal allowance for a countess, but she had not the handling of her husband's income. She could not have cheated him out of a £5 note. He had told her in the beginning of their married life that it would be so. He was a man of business, and she was too young to be troubled with the sordid details of domestic life. "Order what you like, love. Make our home as beautiful as you can. I will pay your bills, and take care that you are not cheated by your tradesmen." At the outset Lady Valeria had accepted this arrangement as altogether delightful, but there came a time when she found that it had its inconveniences. To-night, in the balmy September weather, the windows of the villa were all open to the sky and the garden, open to the music of the distant sea, and Lady Valeria was sitting in the verandah where a week ago she had bidden farewell to Bothwell Grahame. It was nearly midnight, and the crowd was concentrated in the music-room, where Herr Stahlmann was playing a new sauterelle on his violoncello. The moon was shining over the sea yonder, gleaming upon the long white line of the breakwater, and the distant view of town and harbour looked even more Italian than in the daytime. Lady Valeria wore a long flowing gown of an almost Grecian simplicity, a gown of dead white cashmere, bordered with a marvellous embroidery of peacock's feathers, which fell in a slanting line from shoulder to hem, the brilliant colouring flashing in the moonlight, as the wearer slowly fanned herself with a large peacock feather fan. "Are you not afraid to wear so many peacock's feathers?" asked a gentleman who was sitting at her elbow, a handsome man of about 40, a man who was not altogether good style in dress or manner, but who had a certain ease and authority which indicated good birth and the habits of fashionable society. This was Sir George Varney, a personage in the racing world, but reputed to have been utterly broken for the last 3 years. In the racing world there is always a chance, so long as a man can keep his head above water, and Sir George might still have a future before him. Although he was supposed to have spent his last farthing and mortgaged his last acre, he always contrived to get money when he wanted it, and he had contrived to lend money to Lady Valeria. "Why should I not wear peacock's feathers?" Lady Valeria asked languidly. Her profile was turned to him. Her eyes were looking towards the line of moonlight on the sea, the white walls of barracks and storehouses. She did not take the trouble to turn her face to her companion as she spoke to him. Pale, languid, dreamy, she seemed the very image of indifference. "Because they are considered so," casting about for a mild expression, "confoundedly unlucky. I remember the morning of the Oaks, the year my Cherry-Ripe shut up like a telescope half a furlong from the winning-post. My sister Grace drove up to Hatchett's to meet the drag. I was to drive her and a lot of 'em to Epsom, don't you know, with an infernal pork-pie hat made out of a peacock's breast. 'What did you wear that damn thing for?' I asked. 'Because it's the fashion,' says she. 'Shouldn't wonder if my mare lost the race on account of your damned tile,' says I. Grace chaffed me for my superstition, but the mare made a most unaccountable mess of herself, don't you know, and the devil himself, or that peacock-feather hat, must have been at the bottom of it." "I don't think the peacock's feathers will make any difference to me," replied Valeria wearily. "I have been unlucky all my life." "Well, fate has been rather hard upon you," said Sir George, drawing his chair a little nearer to hers, gazing at the delicate profile with a more ardent look than was quite within the lines of friendship and good fellowship. "A beautiful young woman, married to a man old enough to be her grandfather, carried off to broil away her existence in Bengal, when she ought to have been one of the queens of London society, stinted to a bare allowance of pin–money, hardly enough to pay her dressmaker, by Jove, when she ought to have had the command of her husband's purse. Why not cut the whole business, Valeria, and go to the south of France with me, directly after the Newmarket week? I stand to win a pot of money, and we can spend it merrily at Monaco. I know how to make plenty more where that's gone. And by, when the General goes off the hooks, we can make things fair and square with the world. Or before, if you'd rather not wait. The thing can be so easily managed. Look at your cousin, Lady Cassandra, and the Colonel, and the Duke and his Countess. Change of partners all round." He tried to encircle the slim waist with his strong arm, the arm of a man who had won cups at Lilliebridge in days gone by. But Valeria snatched herself from him with a disdainful laugh, rose from her chair, and walked to the other end of the verandah, he following her, sorely disconcerted. He had been watching for his opportunity, and he fancied the opportunity had come. He had neither creed nor principles of his own, and he believed that people who pretended to be better than himself were all hypocrites. Like Dumas's hero, he was ready to admit that there might be good women in the world, only he had never happened to meet with one. He had made himself useful to Lady Valeria, had told her what horses to back, and had helped her to win a good deal of money since her return to England. Her losses had been the result of her own inspirations, and of late, when she had so lost, Sir George had found her the money to settle with the bookmen. And having done all this, and having devoted all his leisure to the cultivation of Lady Valeria's acquaintance, he deemed that the time was ripe for him to ask her to run away with him. He had run away with so many women in the course of the last 20 years that his manner of proposing the thing had become almost a formula. He modified his appeal according to the rank of the adored one, had his first, second, and third-class supplications. But it was not in his nature to be poetical. Had he been making love to an empress, he could not have risen to any loftier height than that which he had reached to-night. Lady Valeria turned at the end of the verandah, and faced him deliberately in the bright, cold moonlight, a white and ghost-like figure, with pale face and flashing eyes. She measured him from head to foot with a look of unqualified scorn, gazed at him steadily, with eyes that seemed to read all the secrets of his evil life, and then, slowly unfurling her peacock fan, she broke into a silvery laugh, long and clear and sweet, but with a ring of contemptuousness in its every note. "You are mistaken, Sir George," she said quietly, moving towards the open window of the corridor, as if to return to the house. "Your almost infallible judgment is at fault. I am not that kind of a person." She would have passed him and gone into the house, but he put himself between her and the open window. He barred her way with all the hulk of his handsome, overdressed person. That ringing laughter, the insolent sparkle in her magnificent eyes, goaded him to madness. Sir George had a diabolical temper, and the insensate vanity of a successful roué. That any woman could really despise him was beyond his power of belief, but a woman who pretended to despise him put herself beyond the pale of his courtesy. "No," he muttered savagely, "you are not that kind of person. You are not that kind of person for me. Because of the last 3 years you have been that kind of person for somebody else. I thought you must have been tired of Bothwell Grahame by this time, and that I should have had my chance." In a breath, as if from the stroke of a Cyclops hammer, George Varney had measured his length upon the tessellated pavement under the verandah. It was an old man's arm that felled him, but an athlete of 25 could not have struck a firmer blow. General Harborough had stolen into the gardens to smoke a solitary cigar, while Herr Stollmann played his sauterelle, and, coming quietly round the house, he had approached the verandah just in time to hear Sir George's last speech. He had not hesitated a minute as to the manner of his answer. "Go to your guests, Valeria," he said, with quiet command. "I will see to this blackguard." Valeria obeyed half mechanically. The shock of those last few moments had made thought impossible. Her mind seemed to have suddenly become a blank. She went through the brilliant rooms, wondering at the lights and flowers and smartly dressed people, seeing everything vaguely, with a puzzled doubtfulness as to her own identity. She talked and laughed with more than usual animation for the rest of the evening. She had a friendly smile and a pleasant word for each departing guest. She enchanted the artists by her appreciation of their work, yet she had no more consciousness of what she said or to whom she spoke than a condemned criminal might have on the eve of his execution. It was nearly 2 o'clock when she went to her own rooms, those spacious rooms, with their windows looking different ways, over hill and valley, town and sea, rooms beautified by all that art and wealth can compass in the way of luxury, rooms in which she had sat hour after hour, day after day, brooding treason, caring more for one look from Bothwell's dark eyes than for all that glory of sea and land, for all the luxuries with which an adoring husband had surrounded her. She had seen the General moving about among his guests at the last. She had heard the strong cheery tones of his voice as he parted with some particular friend. And now she wondered if she would find him in her morning-room, where on such a night as this they had been wont to spend half an hour in light, careless talk after the people were gone, he sitting out on the balcony, perhaps smoking a final cigar. Yes, he was there before her, sitting on a sofa, in a meditative attitude, with his elbow on his knee, far from the lamp, with its low, spreading shade, a lamp which shed a brilliant light upon Lady Valeria's own particular writing-table, and left all the rest of the room in shadow. Then, at the sight of that familiar figure, the bent head, the honoured grey hairs, all the horror of the scene in the verandah flashed back upon her. The unmitigated insult of Sir George's speech, such insult as might have been flung at the lowest woman in London, speech shaped just as it might have been shaped for such a one. That she, Lady Valeria Harborough, should have such dirt cast in her face, and that the man who had so spoken could live to tell other men what he had said, to boast of himself at the clubs. Would to God that blow had killed him, she said to herself, and then she went across the room and knelt at her husband's feet, and took his strong hand in hers and covered it with kisses. "God bless you for defending me," she said. "I am not a good woman, I am not worthy of you, but I am not such a wretch as that man's words would make me. You will believe that, won't you, Walter?" "Yes, my dear, I believe that. I cannot think you a false wife, Valeria, though you may be an unloving one. I have thought for a long time that the sweet words and sweeter smiles which have made the light of my life might mean very little, might mean just the daily sacrifice which a young wife makes to an old husband, and nothing more. Yet I have contrived to be happy, Valeria, in spite of all such doubts. And now this man's foul taunt comes like a blast from a polar sea, and freezes my blood. What did it mean, Valeria? I thought Bothwell Grahame was my friend. I have been almost as fond of him as if he were my son." "He is your friend, Walter. Yes, your true and loyal friend, more loyal than I have been as your wife." "What disloyalty have you practised towards me?" he demanded, grasping her by the shoulder, looking into those frightened eyes of hers with his honest, steady gaze, the look of a man who would read all secrets in her face, even the worst. "What has there ever been between you and Bothwell which could involve disloyalty to me? Don't lie to me, Valeria. There must have been some meaning in that man's speech. He would not have dared so to have spoken if he had not known something. What has Bothwell been to you?" "He loved me," faltered the pale lips. "And you returned his love?" She only hung her head for answer, the beautiful head on the slim and graceful throat, circled with that string of pearls which had been her husband's last birthday gift. "You returned his love, and you encouraged him to come to your husband's house, to be your chosen companion at all times and seasons, the nice boy of whom you spoke so lightly as to disarm suspicion. By heaven, I would as soon have suspected your footman as Bothwell Grahame." "He was never more than a friend. I knew how to respect myself," she answered, with a touch of sullenness. "You knew how to respect yourself, and you spent half your days in the society of a lover. Is that your idea of self-respect? It is not mine. You respected yourself, and you were careful of your own interests so far as to refrain from running away with the man you loved. What need of an elopement when the sands must soon run down in the hourglass, and the grey-haired veteran would be gone, leaving you a rich widow, free to marry the man of your heart? No need to defy the world, to outrage society, when everything would work round naturally to give you your own way. Oh, Valeria, it is hard for a man to have his eyes opened after years of blissful blindness. I was better off as your dupe than I am as your confessor." He laughed bitterly, a contemptuous laugh, at the thought of his own folly. To think that he had believed it possible this woman could love him, This lovely, spiritual creature, all light and flame, to suppose that such a woman could be happy as an old man's darling, that this young bright soul could be satisfied with the worship of declining years, the steady glow of affection, constant, profound, but passionless. No, for such a soul as this the fiery element was a necessity. Love without passion was love without poetry. Well, the dream was over. He could believe that this proud woman had not dishonoured him, that she could stand before the eyes of men stainless, a faithful wife, as the world counts faithfulness. But he felt not the less that the dream of his declining years was over, that she could never more be to him as she had been, the sweet companion of his leisure, the trusted partner of his life. That was all over and done with. He was not going to revile her, or to torture her, or to thrust her from him. To what end? The gulf would be wide enough, they two living side by side. He would pay her all honour before the world to the end of his days. To live with her, and to be kind to her, knowing that her heart belonged to another, should be his sacrifice, his penance for having tied that young sapling to his withered trunk. "I have noticed that Graham has kept aloof from us of late," he said, after a long silence. "Why is that?" "We agreed that it was better we should see no more of each other," his wife answered quietly. "I hope you will always remain in that agreement," said the General. He sat up till daybreak, and he occupied part of his time in writing the rough draft of a codicil to his will, which he meant to take to his London solicitors at the earliest opportunity. The codicil lessened Lady Valeria's fortune considerably, and allotted £40,000 to a fund, the interest of which was to be distributed in the form of pensions to 20 widows of field officers who had died in impoverished circumstances. This subtraction would still leave an estate which would make Lady Valeria Harborough a very rich widow, and a splendid prize in the matrimonial market. "She will marry Bothwell Grahame, and forget the days of her slavery," thought the General, as he wrote the closing paragraph of his codicil. It was from no malignant feeling against his wife that he made this change in the disposition of his wealth. He felt that the act was mere justice. To the wife whom he had believed wholly true he bequeathed all. To the woman who had been only half loyal he left half. A mean man would have fettered his bequest by the prohibition of a second marriage. But General Harborough was not that kind of man. He wondered whether Sir George Varney would take any action in the matter of that blow. He had assisted the fallen man to a chair in the verandah, and had taken him a tumbler of brandy, which Sir George drank as if it had been water. In his half-stunned condition, the baronet had sworn an oath or two, and had walked off muttering curses, which might mean threats of speedy vengeance. "If he is the scoundrel I think him, he will send me a summons, in order to drag my wife's name before the public," thought General Harborough. Nor was he mistaken, for the summons was served within 2 days of the assault. It was delivered at the villa in the General's absence. He had started for Bath by an early train that morning, in order to attend the funeral of an old friend and brother officer upon the following day. He had an idea of going on from Bath to London to see his solicitors, and to execute the codicil which was to diminish Lady Valeria's future means. At the station he met Bothwell Grahame, who was on his way to Dawlish. There had been a reserve in the young man's manner of late which had puzzled the General. He had been inclined to put down the change to a deterioration in Grahame's character, a general going to the bad, for he had an instinctive prejudice against a soldier who could voluntarily abandon his profession. It was bad enough for a man to be thrown out of active service in the prime of life, in accordance with new-fangled rules and regulations, but that a young man should abandon soldiering for any other career seemed to General Harborough at once inexplicable and discreditable. "Bothwell Grahame is getting a regular hang-dog look," thought the General, "and I am not surprised at it. He has thrown away splendid opportunities, and is leading an idle, good-for-nothing life." And now the General knew the meaning of that hang-dog look, that reserved manner which had struck him as the outward sign of an inward deterioration in the man he had loved as a son. He could understand what agonies of shame and remorse Bothwell must have felt when their hands touched, What self–contempt was expressed in that cloudy brow and furtive glance! What, then, was his surprise this morning to see Bothwell approach him with a beaming countenance, holding out the hand of friendship. "My dear General, I am so glad to see you. It is such an age since we met," he exclaimed in cheeriest tones. Yes, there was the old ring in his voice, the old heartiness which had made Bothwell so different from the race of languid foplings, the haw–haw tribe. "Yes, it is some time since we met," answered the General, coldly; "but I daresay you and my wife have seen each other pretty frequently during that time. You are the kind of man our neighbours call l'ami de la maison. We English have a less honourable name for the species. We call them tame cats." Bothwell reddened, and then grew pale. Never before had those kindly eyes of the veterans looked at him as they looked to–day. Never before had General Harborough addressed him in a tone which sounded like deliberate insult. "I have been proud to be Lady Valeria's guest," he said quietly, his heart beating furiously the while, "and have never considered myself degraded by any attention I was able to show to her. I hope she is well." "She is very well. How long is it since you were at Fox Hill?" "Nearly a fortnight." "So long! I have been very much occupied," said Bothwell, divining that something had occurred to excite the General's suspicions, and that it behoved him to speak frankly of his new hopes. "I have been working a good deal harder than I have ever worked since I passed my last examination. But we are just going to start. May I get into the same carriage with you?" "If you like," said the General, which hardly sounded encouraging; but Bothwell, who was virtuously travelling third class, got into a first–class compartment with the General. "And pray what new trade are you working at?" asked the old man, fixing Bothwell with a clear keen gaze of honest grey eyes which had almost the brightness of youth. Bothwell explained his new plans, the General listening with polite attention, but with none of the old friendliness, that cheery kindness, which had so often been to Bothwell as a whip of scorpions, torturing him with the sense of his own meanness. "And pray what may be the motive of this industrious spurt?" asked the General. "What has inspired this idea of a useful life?" "A very old–fashioned and hackneyed motive, General. I am engaged to be married, and have to think of how I can best provide a home for my wife." "Indeed! Is the engagement of long standing?" "Not at all. I have been engaged within the last fortnight, but I have known and admired the lady for a long time." General Harborough looked at him searchingly. Was this a lie, a ready lie invented on the spur of the moment to dispel suspicion? Bothwell had doubtless perceived the alteration in his old friend's feelings towards him, and he might consider this notion of an engagement the readiest way of throwing dust in a husband's eyes. "Do I know the young lady?" he asked quietly. "I think not. She has been much away from her home, but her brother is a well–known personage in Plymouth. The lady is Hilda Heathcote, sister of Mr. Heathcote, the coroner for Cornwall." "Indeed! I have heard of Mr. Heathcote. So you are going to marry Miss Heathcote. Rather a good match, I suppose?" "I have never considered it from a worldly point of view. Miss Heathcote is a most lovable girl, and has all the charms and accomplishments which the most exacting lover could desire in his betrothed, and I am infinitely proud of having won her." He met the General's eyes, and the steady light in his own was the light of truth. General Harborough doubted him no longer. If he had ever loved Valeria, that passion was extinct, dead as the flames of Dido's funeral pyre. The man who sat face to face with General Harborough to–day was a happy lover, his countenance radiant with the light of a pure and authorized love. "When are you going to be married?" asked the General, after a longish pause. "As soon as I can set my house in order and induce Hilda to name the day," answered Bothwell frankly. "My dear girl has to be submissive to her brother's will in this matter, and he is now in Paris. Nothing can be finally settled till he comes back. I am stealing a march upon him to–day in going to see the lady, who has been sent to Dawlish to be out of my way." "Oh, she is at Dawlish, is she?" "Yes, she is staying there with her nieces and their governess. I am going to consult her about our house." "Our house!" What pride there was in the utterance! The General's doubts were gradually melting away. He could not believe that a man who was so obviously in love with his betrothed could have ever cared much for Valeria. To have loved her, to have exchanged her love for that of any other woman living, seemed to the General an impossibility. To begin to think that his wife had exaggerated the situation the other night, in the overwrought state of her nerves, stung to madness by Varney's insolent speech, excited by her husband's retaliation. He began to think that there had been only the mildest flirtation between Bothwell and his wife, the ordinary up-country sentimentality, meaningless, puerile. He tried to comfort himself with this view of the case. His natural kindness of heart prompted him to help Bothwell if he could. He wanted to respect the wife he loved, to think well of the man who had saved his life. "My dear Bothwell," he said, "you have come to a crisis in life which most men find as costly as it is delightful. If by any chance you happen to be what our young people call 'short,' I hope you will allow me to be your banker." "You are too good," faltered Bothwell, strongly moved. "You have always been too good to me, ever so much better than I deserved. No, I am wonderfully well off. My cousin has advanced me a sum of money which she wishes me to take as a gift, but which I intend to treat as a loan." "That is generally a distinction without a difference, when the transaction is between relations," said the General, smiling. "Oh, but in this case I hope the loan will be repaid, for the repayment will hinge upon my prosperity. I have opened a banking account at Bodmin, and feel myself a moneyed man." General Harborough encouraged Bothwell to talk of his sweetheart and his prospects all the way to Dawlish, and then, when the train stopped at the little station beside the sea, Bothwell and his old friend shook hands cordially, and Bothwell felt that he could clasp that honest hand without a pang of conscience. Little did he think that it was the last time that hand would rest in his. "Let me know the date of your wedding," cried the General, as the train moved off, and Bothwell went in high spirits to look for the temple, in the shape of a pretty little house in the garden by the sea, which enshrined his goddess. Fortune seemed to be showering her gifts upon him with a bounteous hand. Nothing could have been more propitious than this meeting with General Harborough, who had promised all the help his influence could afford to the army coach. The General went on to his destination. The gay white city of Bath had no attraction for him upon this particular afternoon. He called on the widow of his old friend, and comforted her as much as it was possible for any one to comfort her in her great sorrow. He dined alone and sadly at his hotel, and as he sat and pondered on the events of the last week, he began to speculate how much or how little grief his widow would feel when her day of mourning came. Would her eyelids be puffy and red, as poor Mrs. Thornton's had been this afternoon when he was talking to her? Would her swollen lips quiver, and her distorted features twitch convulsively? Would her whole frame be shaken with sobs when she talked of the departed? He could not imagine Lady Valeria with puffy eyelids or swollen lips. He pictured her mourning gracefully, clad in softest white draperies, reclining in a darkened room, in an atmosphere perfumed with tuberose and stephanotis. He pictured her with a sphinx-like countenance, calm, beautiful, an expression which might mean deepest grief or stoniest indifference, as the world chose to construe it. No, honestly, after considering the question from every possible point of view, General Harborough did not believe that his wife would grieve for him. "It will be a relief to her when I am gone," he said to himself. "How could I expect her to grieve as Thornton's wife grieves? Those two were boy and girl together, had been husband and wife for 30 years." His dinner had been only a pretence of dining, a mockery which had made the head waiter quite unhappy. Nothing so distresses a good waiter as a guest who won't eat. The waiter would have been still more troubled in mind had he known that this fine-looking old man, with an erect figure and broad shoulders, had eaten hardly anything for the last 3 days. The General had been suffering all that time from a fever of the brain, which had brought about a feverish condition of the body. He could neither eat nor sleep. He lay broad awake in the unfamiliar room at the hotel, staring at the blank white blinds, faintly illuminated by the lamps in the street below. He lay and thought over his wedded life, which unrolled itself before him in a series of pictures, and he saw the bitter truth underlying his marriage with Lord Carlaverock's daughter. He had been nothing but a convenience to Valeria, the provider of fine houses and fine gowns, horses and carriages. She had not even cared for him as friend and protector. She had lived her own life, paying him for all benefits with sweet false words and sweeter falser kisses. And now the spell was broken. The dream had come to an end all at once. He could never believe in sweet words or kisses again. He had looked into the heart of this woman he had loved so well, and he knew that it was false to the core. The next day was wild and stormy, rain and wind, wind and rain, a grey sky, a heavy pall of cloud, through which the sun pierced not once in the long bleak day, one of those days which nature keeps in stock for the funerals of our friends. General Harborough stood in the dreary cemetery, and let the wind and rain beat upon him unflinchingly for about 40 minutes. He paid every tribute of respect that could be paid to his old comrade, and then he went off to the railway station, to go back to Plymouth by the train which left Bath at 5 o'clock, and would arrive in Plymouth a little before 11. He had given up the idea of going on to London to execute the codicil. That could be done at Fox Hill if need were. He felt tired and ill and shivery. He thought he had taken a chill in the cemetery, and that the best thing he could do was to go home. He had a bad night, disturbed by a short hard cough, which was worse next morning. Lady Valeria sent for the doctor, who pronounced the indisposition an acute attack of bronchitis. The patient was very feverish, and the utmost care was needed. Happily the valet was a good nurse, and Lady Valeria seemed devoted. She sat by her husband's bedside and read to him, and ministered to him with the tenderest care. "You could not be better off," said the medical man, who was of the cheery old school. "We shall make you all right in a day or two," knowing perfectly well that the patient was in for a fortnight's close confinement and severe regimen. The General endured his poultices and blisters meekly, but chafed at the hot room and the hissing steam kettle. "'Tis worse than being wounded on the field of battle," he said. And then, half asleep and half delirious, he began to talk about Sir George Varney's summons. "The scoundrel wants to make a public scandal," he muttered. "He will bring my wife's name before the public. I thought by this time you must have been tired of Bothwell Grahame," he said, repeating the words which had stung him almost to madness. Valeria knelt by her husband's pillow and laid her head against it, listening intently to those muttered speeches. She found out that Sir George Varney had sent the General a summons to a police court, that the story of the blow in the verandah would be sifted in a public inquiry, that the insult offered to the wife, the prompt retaliation of the husband, would be reported in the newspapers, written about, commented upon everywhere. It was just the kind of thing to get into the society papers, and although Lady Valeria's relations had not unfrequently figured in those very papers, with various degrees of discredit to themselves and amusement to the general public, she shrank with an abhorrent feeling from the idea of seeing her own name there. The day named in the summons was a week off, and, judging from General Harborough's condition, it did not seem likely that he would be in a fit state to answer to the summons in person. The idea of it evidently preyed upon his mind, and added fuel to the fire of the fever. The day came, and General Harborough had obeyed a mightier summons, and had gone to appear before the bar of a greater court. Lady Valeria was a widow. The codicil had not been executed, so Lady Valeria was a very rich widow. End of chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. CHAPTER VIII. WIDOWED AND FREE. Mr. and Mrs. Wyllard made their way slowly back to Penmorval. It was a melancholy journey for those two who had travelled so gaily in days gone by. The young wife so full of hope, so proud of her husband, who was her senior and superior, versed in the knowledge of that wide outer world of which the Cornish heiress knew so little. She had loved him with a reverent, admiring love, looking up to him, honouring him, and deferring to him in all things, pleased to be dependent upon him. And now he was the dependent, looking to her for help and comfort. He bore his calamity with an almost awful calmness, which at times was more painful to the tender, sympathetic wife than fretfulness and complaining would have been. The dull agony of neuralgic pain wrung no groan from him. He endured the anguish of racked nerves and aching limbs with stoical composure. "It is not a surprise to me, Dora," he said quietly, when his wife praised his patience. "I have expected some such attack. There have been sensations, strange feelings at odd times, which, although slight enough, have not been without their meaning. Life was very smooth for me here at Penmorval, very different from my life in the past, the struggles of my boyhood, the hard work and hard thinking of my manhood. Your love made existence full of sweetness. I had the world's esteem, too, which must always count for something, let a man pretend to despise the world as he may. Yes, it was a full and perfect life, and I told myself that I had come off a winner in the lottery of fate. And now all things are changed. There was this last lot waiting for me at the bottom of the urn." "My dearest," murmured his wife, nestling closer to him among the heaped-up pillows of his sofa, "it would be too hard, too cruel, that you should be thus smitten, if this life were all. But, praised be God, it is not all. There is a bright eternity waiting for us, a long day of rest in the land where there is neither sorrow nor pain." Her husband answered with an impatient sigh. "My dear Dora, I have neither your sweet simplicity nor your pious faith in the letter of an old book," he answered. "This life is so palpable and so painful just now that I cannot comfort myself by looking beyond it towards a life of which I know nothing." They were at Penmorval. Mrs. Wyllard had established her husband in her own particular sanctum, which was the prettiest room in the house. A spacious, airy room on the first floor, with a large Tudor window facing southward, and an oriel in the south-western angle. Julian Wyllard had decorated and furnished this room for his young wife, and all things it contained had been chosen with reference to her tastes and pursuits. It opened into her dressing-room, and beyond the dressing-room there was the chief bedchamber of Penmorval, the chamber of the lord of the manor from time immemorial, the birth-chamber and the death-chamber. Its very spaciousness and grandeur gave to this state apartment an air of gloom, a gloom intensified by the prevailing tints of the tapestry, a series of hunting scenes, executed in a sombre gradation of bluish greens and greyish browns. The elaborately carved oak wardrobes were like monuments in a Gothic cathedral. The bed, with its embroidered velvet hangings, fluted columns, and plumed ornaments, suggested a royal catafalque, while the fireplace, with its sculptured pillars and heavy decoration in black and white marble, recalled the entrance to the Capulets' tomb. Not a room assuredly for the occupation of an invalid, not a room in which to suffer sleepless nights and long hours of dull, wearing pain. This was what Dora thought, and at her order her dressing-room, which was airy and sufficiently spacious, was transformed into a bedroom for Mr. Wyllard, while her morning-room was arranged for his daily occupation. It would be easy to wheel his sofa from one room to the other. All her orders had been telegraphed beforehand, and everything was in its place when the sufferer arrived. "It is a special privilege to be nursed by a good fairy," he said, smiling up at his wife, with that rare smile which had so peculiar a charm in her eyes, the smile of a man who has not the same set graciousness for all comers. After this there came the dull monotony of suffering, the life of routine, the death in life from which all possibility of action is gone, all power of choice, all changes and chances of the outer world cut off for ever, a life in which a man feels that he has suddenly dropped back into infancy, and is as helpless as a child upon his mother's knee. The child has all the unexplored future before him, the infinitive potentialities of life. The man turns his sad eyes backward and reviews the past. All the things he has done, and the things he has left undone, pass in a shadowy procession before his mind's eye. He sees how much wiser he might have been. The faults and follies of those departed years are unrolled before him as on a magic scroll. His maturer judgment, his colder blood, condemn the sins of his passionate youth. Dora was her husband's companion through many an hour of gloom and depression. There were times when he would talk to her with a kind of feverish animation, talk of the books he had read, or of the men he had known, recall the memories of his youth, his boyhood even. "I can only live in the past," he said, "and in your love. You are my present and my future, Dora. Were it not for you and your love, I should have anticipated annihilation. The grave could hardly reduce me to more complete nothingness than this death in life here." He looked round the room with an impatient sigh, and then, touched by the pathetic look in his wife's face, he added, "Were it not for you, Dora, I have infinite riches while I possess your love. If I were to lose that now, you know that you can never lose it. My love is a part of my life." "Yes, but there might come a crushing blow that would kill it. Or if I were to sink into feebleness and imbecility, if the mind were to decay like the body." "The only difference would be to make me love you more fondly, knowing that you stood in greater need of my love," answered his wife quietly. "Yes, I believe you are noble enough for the extremity of self-sacrifice," he said, gazing at her with a searching look, a look of the deepest love and keenest pain, a look that told of anguish surpassing the common woes of humanity. "Yes, I believe it is within the compass of a woman's nature to love a human wreck like me, or even to love a creature stained with blackest sin. There is no limit to the sublimity of a woman's love." His wife was kneeling by his couch, her head leaning against his pillow. There were times when she could find no words of comfort, when she could only comfort him with the light touch of her lips upon his brow, her sympathy, her presence, her hand laid gently upon his. "I love to hear you talk of your youth," she said one day, when he had been talking of his boyhood at Marlborough, and at home, the dull old parsonage, the house-mother always busy and often scolding, troubled about many things, the father chewing the cud of somebody else's sermon in a shabby little den of a study, reeking of tobacco, a sermon to be dribbled out slowly next Sunday morning, in a style of elocution, or non-elocution, happily almost extinct. "Tell me about your life in Paris," she went on, encouraging him to forget his present pains in those old memories. "That must have been full of interest." "It was a life of grinding toil and gnawing anxiety," he answered impatiently. "There is not a detail that could interest you." "Everything in your past history interests me, Julian. I know how hard you worked in Paris. I saw your desk, the place where you sat night after night, the lamp that lighted you. Mr. Blümenlein has altered nothing in your rooms." "Vastly civil of him," muttered Wyllard, as if revolting against patronage from a dealer in fancy goods. "But however hard you worked, you must have had some associations with the outer world," pursued Dora. "You must have felt the fever and the excitement of that time. You must have been interested in the men who governed France." "I was interested in the stocks that went up and down, and in the men who governed France, so far as their conduct influenced the Bourse. A man who was running a race, neck or nothing, a race that means life or death, has no time to think of anything outside the course. The external world has no existence for him." "And you knew nothing of the master spirits of the Empire, the men of science, the writers, the painters?" "My child, how innocent you are! The men who write books and paint pictures have no more direct influence upon an epoch than the tailors who build coats and the milliners who make gowns. The master spirits are the politicians and financiers. Those are the rulers of their age. All the rest are servants." Bothwell had shown himself deeply moved by the affliction that had fallen on his cousin's husband. Every feeling of ill will vanished in a breath before the face of that supreme misfortune, a life smitten to the dust. Bothwell was too generous-hearted to remember that the master of Penmorval had not been altogether kind in the past. His only thought was how he could help, were it by ever so little, to lighten Julian Wyllard's burden. He was all the more sympathetic when he found that the sufferer had thought of him and of his interests even in the hour of calamity, while the blow that crushed him was still a new thing. "It was more than good of you to consider my happiness at such a time," said Bothwell, when Dora had told him of her husband's conversation with Heathcote. "My dear Bothwell, my wife's interests are my own, and I knew that she was keenly interested in your happiness. Heathcote has not found out very much about the girl who was killed, but he has found out just enough to dispel his suspicions about you, and he withdraws all opposition to your marriage with Hilda. Now it is my earnest desire to see you happily married before I am called away, and as life is always uncertain, trebly uncertain for a man in my condition, the sooner you are married the better." "I shall not plead for delay," said Bothwell, "if I can win Hilda's consent to an early marriage. But I hope, my dear Wyllard, that you may live to see our children growing up." "That is to hope for the indefinite prolongation of an incurable disease, and is hardly a kind wish on your part. All you have to do is to hurry on this marriage. Unfortunately, the house I have pitched upon will want 3 or 4 months' work before it can be habitable." "What does that matter? You can live at Penmorval till your house is ready. There is room for half a dozen families in this rambling old place. There will be no one here to interfere with your privacy. You may be almost as much alone as in your own home, and Hilda's presence in the house will help to cheer my poor wife. Hurry on your marriage, Bothwell, while Heathcote is in the humour to accept you. Don't be hindered by any absurd consideration about houses. Secure your good fortune while you can." He spoke with an almost feverish impatience, the fretfulness of a sick man who cannot bear the slightest opposition to his will. "My dear Julian, you may be sure that Bothwell will be only too glad to act on your advice," said his wife soothingly. "Let him do so, then, and don't let him talk about houses," retorted Wyllard. Bothwell was to meet his betrothed next day at Trevena, where she was to go with Fräulein Meyerstein to inspect the old-fashioned cottage which her lover wanted to turn into a commodious house. There could not be a better opportunity for pleading his cause. He rode across country, and arrived in time to receive Hilda and her chaperon, who had posted from Launceston to Trevena. It was a delicious autumn day, and, after the cottage had been inspected and approved, the lovers wandered about the wild crests of Tintagel, utterly happy in each other's company, while that discreet spinster, Miss Meyerstein, sat on a grassy bank in the valley below, absorbed in a strip of honeycomb knitting, intended to form part and parcel of a counterpane, which great work had been in progress for the past 10 years. Bothwell was the bearer of a letter from Dora, entreating Hilda to go to her at the Manor, and stay there until Heathcote's return. Bothwell was to stay at Trevena meanwhile, and set the builders at work upon his improvements. The old cottage and the land about it had been secured on a lease for 3 lives, Bothwell being one, Hilda another, and one of the twins the third. Bothwell hoped to be able to buy the place long before any of these lives gave out. "You and I have so much to arrange and talk about," wrote Mrs. Wyllard. "Your furniture, your linen, your trousseau. I venture to think I am your nearest friend, and the person you would be most likely to consult in these matters. Your presence will comfort me, dear, and hinder me from dwelling too exclusively on my great trouble. Julian, too, will be glad to have you in the house, and to hear your songs sometimes of an evening. He has his good days and his bad days, and there are times when he is cheerful and likes company. Do come to me at once, Hilda. I am sure you must be tired of Dawlish by this time. It is a very nice little place, but I can imagine a limit to its attractions, and the season is rather late for your favourite diversion of swimming. You shall be free to return to the Spaniards when your brother comes back to England, but in the meantime I am sure I want you more than Miss Meyerstein, who has those all-absorbing twins to occupy her cares and thoughts. I shall expect you the day after to-morrow, by the afternoon train. I shall send a carriage to meet you. Yours lovingly, Dora Wyllard. What could Hilda say to such an invitation from one who had been to her as an elder sister, and whom she loved as fondly as ever sister was loved? She wrote to Dora at the hotel where they lunched and took tea, and gave her letter to Bothwell. "You are going to Penmorval," he said. "Yes, I am going there the day after to-morrow." "And I am to be banished. I am to live here, and see that my plans are carried out properly. I daresay my cousin thinks that if I were to stay at Penmorval while you are there, I should forget all the serious business of life, lapse into a rapturous idiocy of love. Well, I am too happy to complain. I shall be happy in the thought that I am building our nest. I shall watch every brick that is laid, every timber that is sawn. You shall not have a badly baked brick, or a plank of green wood in your house. I shall think of the plans night and day, dream of them, leap out of my sleep in the dead of night to make some improvement." "If you chop and change too much, you will have dear to pay," said Miss Meyerstein; and then she launched into a long story about a German Grand Duke, with an unpronounceable name, who built himself a summer palace which cost 3 times as much as he intended, because of his Serene Highness's artistic temperament, which had beguiled him into continual tampering with the plans. Never in his life had Bothwell felt happier than on that breezy September day, pottering about the old cottage on the hillside, planning the house and gardens of the future, the study, the drawing-room, the ingle-nook in the dining-room, the little entrance-hall which would hardly be more than a lobby, the closets and clever contrivances, and shelves and cosy nooks, which were to make this house different from all other houses, at least in the eye of its possessor, the quaint old lattices which were to be retained in all their primitive simplicity, and still quainter casements which were to be added, here an oriel, and there a bow, an early English chimney-stack on one side, and a distinctly Flemish weathercock on the other. Bothwell could draw well enough to show the builder what he wanted done. He had his pocket-book full of sketches for chimneys, pediments, doors and windows, and ornamental ventilators. "One would think you were going to build a town," said the practical Fräulein. Never had Bothwell been happier than as he rode across the moors in the fading daylight, thinking of the day that was over. What a simple domestic day it had been, so homely, so tranquil, so sweet, ending with the cosy tea-drinking in the parlour at the inn, Hilda presiding at the tea-tray, and as self-possessed as if she and Bothwell had been married for 10 years. The time of tremors and agitations was past. They were secure in each other's love, secure in the consent and approval of those who loved them. Henceforward their lives were to sail calmly on a summer sea. How different was the newer and purer love of his from the old passion, with its alternations of fever and remorse! How different his simple-minded sweetheart of to–day, gentle, unselfish, conscientious, religious, from the woman who had been all exaction and caprice, insatiable in her desire for admiration, self–indulgent, luxurious, caring not a jot how the world outside her own boudoir went on, who suffered or who was glad, provided her wishes were gratified and her vanity fed. It was dinner–time when Bothwell arrived at Penmorval, and the dinner–hour was of all seasons the most melancholy, now that the master of the house was a helpless invalid on the upper floor, perhaps never again to enter that stately dining–hall, where the butler insisted upon serving Bothwell's dinner in just as slow and ceremonial a manner as if family and guests had been assembled in full force. Vainly did Bothwell plead against this ceremony. "I wish you would ask them to cook me a chop, Stodden," he said. "A chop and a potato would be ample. I hate a long dinner at any time, but most especially when I am to eat it alone. You need not take so much trouble as you do about me." But Stodden ascribed all such speeches to overweening modesty on Mr. Grahame's part. The poor young man knew that he was in some wise an interloper, and he did not wish to give trouble. It was a very proper feeling on his part, and Stodden was resolved that he should not be a loser by his modesty. Stodden gave him an even handsomer dinner on the following day, and when remonstrated with, smiled the smile of incredulity. "Lor, sir, you know you like a good dinner," he said. "You mayn't wish to give trouble, but you must like a good dinner. We all like a good dinner. It's human nature." After this Bothwell felt that remonstrance was useless. Mrs. Wyllard dined with her invalid husband. She rarely left him except when he was sleeping under the influence of morphia, or when he asked to be alone. There were hours in his long and weary day in which even his wife's presence seemed a burden to him, and when he preferred to fight his battle in solitude. On this particular evening of Bothwell's return from Trevena, his cousin joined him at the dinner-table, an unexpected pleasure. "I want to hear all your news, Bothwell," she said. "Julian is asleep, and I have half an hour free." Bothwell told his news gladly, gaily. "She is coming the day after to–morrow," he said, "and I am to be banished, like Romeo. But I am not afraid of Romeo's ill luck. You won't give my Juliet a sleeping–potion, and bury her alive while I'm away, will you? I have taken 2 rooms in a cottage at Trevena, with an old goody who is to do for me. That will be ever so much cheaper than the inn, and you know that in my position I ought to be economical." "You ought not to make yourself uncomfortable for the sake of a few pounds." "Ah, that is your spendthrift's argument. He can never understand that he ought to save a few pounds, and so he dies a pauper, while the man who has a proper respect for pounds, and pence even, blossoms into a millionaire. I shall be very comfortable with my goody. I shall be out all day, superintending the builder. I shall live upon chops and porter, and I shall sleep like a top every night, in a dear little bedroom smelling of lavender. My goody is clean to a fault. She cast an evil eye at my boots as I went upstairs. All the articles of furniture in her rooms are veiled with crochet–work, as if the wood were too precious to be exposed to the light. But how grave you are looking, Dora!" "Has Wyllard been any worse to–day?" "No, he has been much the same, a sad monotony of suffering. It was of you I was thinking, Bothwell. I saw some news in the county paper which I know will grieve you." "There has been no accident between Launceston and Dawlish, has there?" gasped Bothwell, starting up from his chair. "The train got back all right?" "You foolish boy, if there had been an accident, how do you suppose I could hear of it?" exclaimed his cousin, smiling at his vehemence. "How like a lover to imagine that any ill news must needs be about your betrothed, though you only left her 3 hours ago. No, Bothwell, my bad news concerns an old friend of yours, General Harborough." "What of General Harborough?" asked Bothwell anxiously. "The announcement of his death is in the county paper." "His death? Impossible! Why, I met him less than 10 days ago. He seemed hale and hearty as ever." "He caught a severe cold at the funeral of a friend, and died of bronchitis after a very short illness. Poor Bothwell! I can sympathise with your sorrow for so staunch a friend. I have often heard you say how good he was to you in India." Dora had heard of General Harborough only as an Indian friend of her cousin's. She knew of Lady Valeria's existence, and that was all. No rumour of Bothwell's flirtation with that lady had ever reached her ears. She did not know that Bothwell's frequent journeys to Plymouth had been on Lady Valeria's account, that his mysterious journeys to London had been made in her interests, troublesome journeys to interview Jew money–lenders, to renew bills and tide over difficulties. And now Valeria was a widow, and would have been able to exact the fulfilment of old vows, breathed under tropical stars, far away in that eastern land which they both loved, she would have been able to claim him as her slave, if he had not boldly broken his fetters in that last interview at Fox Hill. "Thank God I delayed no longer," he said to himself. "Thank God I got my release before this happened." And then he thought sadly, affectionately of his old friend, and he remembered with thankfulness that last meeting, that farewell grasp of the good man's hand, which he had been able to return as honestly as it was given. "Why did I ever sin against him?" he asked himself. "What an arrant sneak I must have been!" "You will go to General Harborough's funeral, I suppose?" said Dora presently. "Yes, of course I must be at the funeral. When does it take place?" "To–morrow." "Yes, I shall go without doubt. I shall join the procession at the cemetery. As I am not invited, there will be no need for me to go to the house." "I suppose not. The poor widow will feel the blow terribly, no doubt." "Yes, I have no doubt she will be sorry." This was not a lie. Bothwell thought that even Valeria could not fail to feel some touch of sorrow for the loss of that chivalrous friend and benefactor, the man who had given so much, and had received so poor a return for his gifts. There would be the anguish of a guilty conscience, even if there were no other form of sorrow. "But as I suppose she is elderly too, perhaps she will not survive him very long," pursued Dora, infinitely compassionate for the woes of a broken–hearted widow. "Lady Valeria elderly!" exclaimed Bothwell. "She is not 30. What, was your good General Harborough so foolish as to marry a girl?" "Yes, it was the only foolishness of his life that I have ever heard of. And he was so kind to the woman he married, that he might be pardoned for his folly." "I hope she was fond of him, and worthy of him." Bothwell did not enter upon the question, and his reticence about Lady Valeria Harborough struck Dora as altogether at variance with his natural frankness. And then she remembered that unexplained entanglement which he had confessed to her, an entanglement with a married woman. And it flashed upon her that Lady Valeria might be the heroine of that story. He had spoken of General Harborough, but never of General Harborough's wife. There had been a studied reserve upon that subject. And now Dora discovered that Valeria Harborough was a young woman. The invitation to the funeral came by next morning's post, a formal invitation sent by a fashionable firm of undertakers, and Bothwell had no excuse for staying away from Fox Hill, where the mourners were to assemble at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He had no fear that Lady Valeria would be present upon such an occasion, but there was just the possibility that she might send for him when she knew he was in the house. She had always been reckless of conventionalities, carrying matters with such a high hand as to defy slander. His heart sank within him as he approached the classic portico of the villa. Deepest regret for his dead benefactor, deepest remorse for having wronged him, weighed down his heart as he entered the darkened house, where rooms built for brightness and gaiety looked all the more gloomy in the day of mourning. The hall was hung with black, and in the midst stood the plain oak coffin, draped with the colours which the General had fought for 40 years before among the wild hills of Afghanistan. Crosses and wreaths of purest white were heaped upon the coffin, and the atmosphere of the darkened hall was heavy with the perfume of stephanotis and tuberose, those two flowers which the General had always associated with his wife, who rarely decorated herself or her rooms with any other exotics. Bothwell stood amidst the mourning crowd with heavily beating heart. There was no summons from Lady Valeria, and he heard some one near him telling some one else that her grief was terrible, a stony, silent grief, which alarmed her people and her medical attendant. She would see no one. Lady Carlavarock had come all the way from Braddon, where the poor dear Earl was doctoring his gout. But Lady Valeria had only consented to see her mother for half an hour, and poor Lady Carlavarock had not even been asked to stay at Fox Hill. She had been obliged to put up at an hotel, which was a cruelty, as every one knew that the Carlavarocks were as poor as church mice. "Perhaps Lady Valeria has not forgiven her family for having sold her," said the second speaker, in the same confidential voice. "Sold her? Nothing of the kind. She adored the old General." "You had better tell that to another branch of the service," muttered his friend, as Bothwell moved away from the group. It was past 5 before the funeral was over, and there was no train for Bodmin till 7, so Bothwell strolled into the coffee–room of the Duke of Cornwall and ordered a cup of tea. While he was drinking it he was joined by a young officer who had been at the funeral, and whom Bothwell had often met at Fox Hill, quite a youth, beardless and infantine of aspect, but with a keen desire to appear older than his years. He affected to have steeped himself in iniquity, to have dishonoured more husbands and fleeced more tradesmen than any man in the service. He hinted that his father had turned him out of doors, and that his mother had died of a broken heart on his account. He was a youth who loved gossip, and who went about among all the wives and spinsters of Plymouth, the dowagers and old ladies, disseminating tittle–tattle. Hardly anything he said was true, hardly anybody believed him, but people liked to hear him talk all the same. There was a piquancy in slander uttered by those coral lips, which had not long finished with the corals of babyhood. "My dear Bothwell, what a tragedy!" he exclaimed, as he seated himself in front of a brandy–and–soda. "It is a sad loss for every one," Bothwell answered tritely. "Sad loss! But, my dear fellow, what a scandal! Everybody in Plymouth is talking about it. There has been hardly anything else spoken of at any of the dinners I have been at during the last 10 days." "I thought old–maid tea–parties were your usual form," retorted Bothwell, with a sneer. "What is your last mare's nest, Falconer? The General's death, or the General's funeral?" "The circumstances that preceded the dear old man's death. That's the scandal. Surely you must have heard." "Consider that I have been buried among the Cornish moors, and have heard nothing." "By Jove! Do you mean to say that you don't know there was a dreadful row one night at Fox Hill? Sir George Varney insulted Lady Valeria, called her some foul name, accused her of carrying on with a young man. The General came up at the moment and smashed his head. Sir George went all over the place next day, abusing my lady, sending the General a summons to the police–court, where the whole story must have come out in extenso, as those newspaper fellows say. A very ugly story it is. Betting transactions, borrowed money, and a lover in the background. An uncommonly queer story, my dear Graham. Plymouth was on the qui–vive for a tremendous scandal. You know what these garrison and dockyard towns like, and a man in the General's position is a mark for slander. The thing was altogether too awful, and the poor old General wouldn't face it. He wouldn't face it, old chap. And he died." "You mean to say that he—" "I mean to say nothing. There was no inquest. The poor old man kept his bed for a week, and the cause of death was called bronchitis. But there are people I know who have their own idea about the General's death, and a very ugly idea it is." "Your friends have a penchant for ugly ideas, Falconer," answered Bothwell coolly. He did not believe a word of the subaltern's story, and yet the thought of it troubled him as he sat alone in his corner of the smoking carriage, trying to solace himself with a pipe, trying to think only of the girl he loved, and of his brightening prospects. That mention of a lover! How much or how little did it mean? Could it be true that General Harborough had knocked a man down in his own house? Such an act on the part of the most chivalrous of men must have been the result of an extraordinary provocation. Only a deliberate insult to a woman could excuse such an outrage against the laws of hospitality. He remembered that Lady Valeria had talked of borrowing money from Sir George Varney, and what could she expect but insult if she placed herself under obligation to a notorious roué? He had warned her of the folly of such a course. He had urged her to confide in her husband. And now that good and loyal friend and protector was gone, and this last act of his wife's had left her to face the world with a damaged reputation. He told himself that there must be some grain of truth in the subaltern's story, some fire behind this smoke. The scandal too nearly touched actual facts to be altogether false. God help her if her good name is at the mercy of such a scoundrel as Varney, thought Bothwell. He left Penmorval in a dog-cart next morning, carrying his portmanteau and a box of books at the back. He was to have the use of the dog-cart and Glencoe while he stayed at Trevena, so that he should not feel himself altogether banished. He could ride over to Penmorval occasionally. "You must not come too often, mind," said Dora, when she was bidding him good-bye. "Indeed, on reflection, I think you had better only come when you are invited. You may have no discretion otherwise. It will not do for you to be really living here, and only pretending to live at Trevena." "It is unkind of you to suggest that a man must be an utter imbecile because he is in love, Dora," remonstrated Bothwell. "Of course I understand that I am sent away as a sacrifice to the proprieties. I am banished in order that Mrs. Grundy may be satisfied, that same Mrs. Grundy who was willing to suspect me of murder on the very smallest provocation. No, my dear Dora, I am not going to be troublesome. I will only come when I have your permission. I suppose I may come next Sunday." "Oh, Bothwell, this is Wednesday. Sunday is very near." "It will seem ages off to me." "Yes, I shall certainly come on Sunday. Even servants are allowed to go and see their friends on the Sabbath. Is your cousin less than a hireling that he should be denied? I shall ride over in time for breakfast on Sunday morning." "You will have to get up at 6 o'clock." "What of that? I have had to get up at 4, and even at 3:30 for cub-hunting." He arrived at Trevena early in the afternoon, settled himself comfortably in his cottage lodgings, and arranged his books in a corner of the neat parlour, with its superabundant crochet-work and crockery, which ornamentation he artfully persuaded his landlady to put away in a cupboard during his residence. "Men are so clumsy," he pleaded. "They always spoil things." Goody confessed that the male sex was inherently awkward, and had an innate incapacity to appreciate crochet antimacassars. She sighed as she denuded her best parlour of its beauties. "The place do look so bare," she said. Bothwell gave up his afternoon to a long interview with the builder, who was a smart young man, and as honest as he was smart. The old cottage was thoroughly overhauled and inspected, with a view to the carrying out of those extensions and improvements which Bothwell had planned for himself, and for which he had made drawings that were very creditable to an amateur architect. His experience as an engineer stood him in good stead. He modified his plans somewhat on the advice of the smart young builder, but the alterations were to be carried out very much upon his own original lines. The builder's modifications were chiefly in detail. And then they had to fight out the question of time. The builder asked for 6 months. Bothwell would only grant 4. Finally, time and costs were settled. Everything was agreed upon. Bothwell having given up his original idea of being his own builder and buying his own materials, and the contract was to be taken to Camelford next day to be put into legal form. For £450 the old cottage was to be transformed into a comfortable house. The 2 little parlours and the kitchen were to be made into 3 little studies or book-rooms communicating with each other. These were for Bothwell and his pupils to work in. A new drawing-room, dining-room, and kitchen were to be built, and over these 3 good bedrooms. "I shall add a billiard-room, with a large nursery over it later on, when I am beginning to make my fortune," thought Bothwell. "I know we shall want a billiard-room, and I hope we shall want a nursery." The builder had gone home to his young wife and baby, in a cheerful red-brick cottage of his own construction, and Bothwell was pacing the old neglected garden alone, in the autumn sunset, when he looked up suddenly and saw a dark figure standing in the narrow path between him and the rosy western sky. It was the tall slender figure of a woman, robed in black and thickly veiled. That black figure seemed to shut out all the warmth and beauty of the glowing west. Bothwell's heart grew cold within him at sight of it. He had not a moment's doubt or hesitation, though the woman's face was hardly visible under the thick crape veil. "Valeria!" he exclaimed. "Yes, it is Valeria." "How, in the name of all that's reasonable, did you come here?" "A pair of post-horses brought me. That was easy enough when I knew where to find you. I heard at Bodmin Road Station that you were here. You had been seen to drive by, and you told the station-master where you were going." Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 9. Two Women. They stood face to face in the evening light, Bothwell and Valeria, those two who had loved each other, who had once been wont to meet with smiles and gladness, hand clasped in hand. They stood pale and silent, each waiting for the other to speak. "How could you do so mad a thing as to come here, Lady Valeria?" Bothwell asked at last. His heart was beating passionately, not with love, but with anger. He was indignant at the unfeminine feeling shown by this pursuit of him, this persecution of a man who had frankly owned a new and wiser attachment. "It is not the first madness I have been guilty of for your sake," she answered. "There was the madness of loving you in the first instance, and the still greater madness of being constant to you, even when I suspected that you had grown tired of me. But it was not weariness of me that influenced you, was it, Bothwell? It was the false position which grew irksome, the falsehood towards that good, brave man. It was that which made you desert me, was it not? That is all over now. My bondage is over. I am my own mistress, answerable to no one for my conduct. And I am here to remind you of old vows made 3 years ago beside the fountain at Simla." "Those old vows have been cancelled, Lady Valeria," said Bothwell coldly. "Surely you have not forgotten our last parting, and the old love-token which you threw away?" "I was beside myself with anger," she answered hurriedly. "You could not have meant all you said that day, Bothwell. You wanted to escape from a false position. You could not guess that my release was to come so soon, that in less than a month I should be free, that in a year I might be your wife." "Stop!" he cried. "For pity's sake, not another word. I am engaged to marry another woman, bound heart and soul to another. I have no other purpose in life but to win her, and to be happy with her." Lady Valeria looked at him in silence for some moments. She had thrown back her veil when she first addressed him. Her face was almost as white as the crape border of her widow's bonnet, but on each cheek there was one spot of hectic, a spot that looked like flame, and in her eyes there was the light of anger. "It is true, then? You are in love with another woman?" "It is true. I am in love with her, and I am bound to her by all those feelings which are sweetest and most sacred in the mind of a man, by gratitude, by love, by respect, by admiration for her noble qualities. I am to be married to her almost immediately. You can understand, therefore, Lady Valeria, that as I hope always to be your friend, your champion and defender, if need of championship should ever arise, I am justified in remonstrating with you for your folly in coming here alone, upon the day after your husband's funeral." "My champion, my friend!" she repeated mockingly. "What amazing generosity, what sublime chivalry! You offer me your friendship, you who swore to be my husband, to give me the devotion of your life, whenever it pleased God to set me free from an unnatural union, you who were bound to me by the most sacred vows." "You released me from those vows when you threw away the love-token. I asked you for my freedom, and you told me that I was free. You cannot recall that release, Lady Valeria." "I released you from a false position. That is over now, and your alleged motive, your compunction, your remorse of conscience must be over too." Bothwell was silent. He had said all that could be said. He stood before Lady Valeria, motionless, dumb, ready to bear the brunt of her anger, and submit meekly to her reproaches, were they never so ungenerous. "Do you know what you have done for me?" she demanded passionately. "Do you know what you have cost me? You who have pretended to be my slave, who pretended to worship me, and whose flimsy passion could not stand the wear and tear of 3 short years, you have blighted my life, you had ruined my good name." "That last charge cannot be true, Lady Valeria. You were much too careful of your reputation. You knew much too well how to keep your slave at a proper distance," answered Bothwell, with a touch of scorn. "But I did not know how to hide my love from you. There were eyes keen enough to read that. Do you know that my husband assaulted Sir George Varney in his own house on my account?" "Ah, then the story was true," muttered Bothwell. "You have heard about it, I see. Did you hear the nature of the insult which provoked that punishment?" "No." "It was the mention of your name flung in my face like an accusation, cast at me as if my position were notorious, as if all society knew that I had been guilty of an intrigue." "Sir George is a blackguard, and no act of his would surprise me. But Sir George is not society. You need not be unhappy about any speech of his. If you want me to call him out, I am quite willing to go over to Blankenberge and ask him to meet me there." "You know that such an act as that would intensify the scandal. No, Bothwell, there is only one way in which you can set me right. A year hence, when my year of widowhood is over, when I can marry again without disrespect to my husband's memory, that is the only way of setting me right with the world, Bothwell, and it is the only way of setting me right in my own self-esteem." "My dear Lady Valeria, I wonder that you have not learnt to understand society better, you who are essentially a woman of society. Do you think the world would applaud you or respect you for making a very poor marriage, for uniting yourself to a man without pursuit or means or position, you who with beauty, rank, and wealth might marry almost any one you pleased? The world does not smile on such marriages, Lady Valeria. The world worships the star which mounts higher in the social firmament, not the star which bends earthward. You have your future before you, free and unfettered. You have wealth, which in this age means power. You have nothing to regret in a foolish love of the past, love that drooped and died for want of a congenial atmosphere." "Is that your last word upon this subject?" asked Valeria, looking at him intently with those angry eyes. They were beautiful, even in anger, those violet dark eyes, but the light in them was a diabolical light, as of an evil spirit. "My very last." "Then we will say no more, and we will enter upon a new phase of our existence, a period of friendship. Perhaps you will be kind enough to take me back to the inn where I left my carriage, and order some tea for me." "I shall be very happy," said Bothwell quietly, and they walked off towards the inn, which was less than half a mile from the cottage. "May I ask what you were doing in that deserted garden?" inquired Lady Valeria. "I have been planning the improvement of my future home." "Indeed! You are going to live in that desolate spot, with nothing but the sea and the sky to look at?" "The sea and the sky, and some of the finest coast scenery in England. The sands and the rocks and the wild hills. Don't you think that ought to be enough for any man to look at?" "For a hermit, no doubt, not for a man. A man should have the city and the forum. Ah, Bothwell, if you were my husband, there would be no limit to my ambition for you. And you are going to vegetate in a place like this?" "I am going to work here, and to be useful in my generation, I hope. I shall help to make the soldiers of the future." And then he told Lady Valeria his plans. "What a drudgery!" she exclaimed. "What a wearisome, monotonous round, from year's end to year's end! I would as soon be a horse in a mill. Oh, Bothwell, the very idea is an absurdity. You a schoolmaster! You!" She measured him from head to foot with a scornful laugh, trying to humiliate him, to make him ashamed of his modest hopes. But she failed utterly in this endeavour. Bothwell was too happy to be easily put out of conceit with his prospects. Even that opprobrious name of schoolmaster had no terrors for him. "Tell me about my friend's last illness," he said presently, gravely, gently, anxious to bring Lady Valeria to a more womanly frame of mind. He thought that she must surely have some touch of tenderness, some regret for the husband who had been so good and loyal in his treatment of her, the man to whom she had been as an indulged and idolized daughter rather than as a wife. escaping all wifely servitude, seeking her own pleasure in all things, allowed to live her own life. Lady Valeria told Bothwell about those last sad days, how the strong frame had been burnt up with fever, the broad chest racked with pain, how patiently weakness and suffering had been endured. "He was a brave, good man," she said, "noble, unselfish to the last. His parting words were full of love and generosity. 'You will marry again,' he said. 'I have left no fetter upon your life. My latest prayer will be for your happiness.'" "I wish we had both been worthier of his regard," said Bothwell gloomily. He wondered at the supreme egotism of a nature which could be so little moved by this good man's death. "That is past wishing now. Nothing that you or I can do will cancel the past. No, Bothwell," she said, looking at him steadily, "nothing will cancel the past." They were at the hotel by this time. Bothwell ordered tea, then went out to the stables to order the carriage. He left Lady Valeria to take her tea in mournful solitude, while he walked up and down in front of the hotel, waiting to hand her into her carriage. He was indignant with her for the unwomanly step she had taken. He wondered that he could ever have cared for such a woman who could assume the dignity of an empress, and yet stoop to follies at which a dressmaker's apprentice might have hesitated, a creature of caprice and impulse, governed by no higher law than her own whim. He walked up and down in the autumn darkness, listening to the murmur of the waves, seeing the stars shine out, pale and far apart in the calm grey, glancing now and then at the window of the sitting-room where Lady Valeria was seated in the glow of the fire, a tall slim figure in densest black. She came out after the carriage had been waiting some time. "Oh, you're there, are you?" she exclaimed, seeing Bothwell by the hotel door. "I thought you had gone." "I waited to hand you to your carriage." "You are vastly polite. I hardly expected so much attention." "There is a train from Bodmin Road a few minutes after 9. You will be in time for it if your coachman drives pretty fast." "The road is not the safest in the world for fast driving, but you can tell him to catch the train if you please. Good night." Bothwell told the coachman not to waste his time when he had a level road; and as the habit of Cornish coachmen is to spring their horses uphill, and canter them gaily downhill, there was every chance that Lady Valeria would be in time. The carriage drove off, and Bothwell went back to his lodgings, wondering whether he had seen the last of the lady. Her coming had introduced a new element of doubt and fear into his mind. A woman capable of such foolishness might stop at no desperate act. All the serenity of Bothwell's sky had become clouded over. He turned his face in the direction of Penmorval, and looked across the hills through the cool dark night. Oh, what a different nature that was, the nature of the girl who was to be his wife! What rest, what comfort in the very thought of her love! "God bless you, my darling," he said to himself. "I send my love and blessing to you, dearest, over the quiet hills, under the silent stars." CHAPter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Roses on a Grave. While Bothwell was watching the builders' men upon the green hill beside the Atlantic, Edward Heathcote was slowly, patiently, laboriously following the thin thread of circumstantial evidence which was to lead him to the solution of Léonie Lemarque's fate. He had taken this task upon himself in purest chivalry, an uncongenial duty, entered upon in unselfish devotion to the woman he loved. He pursued it now with a passionate zest, a morbid interest, which was a new phase in his character. Never had he followed the doublings of some cunning old dog-fox across the moors and heaths of his native land with such intensity as he followed that unknown murderer of Léonie Lemarque. That she had been murdered, deliberately sacrificed, as the one witness of a past crime, was now his conviction. He had ceased to halt between two opinions. Léonie had gone to meet the murderer of her aunt, and she had fallen a victim to the folly of the dying woman who had sent her to seek protection from such a source. Who was that murderer, and for what reason had he carried his helpless prey to a remote Cornish valley? Why should he not have tried to get rid of her in the great wilderness of London, where the crime would have excited much less curiosity, and would have been less likely to be discovered? Entering deliberately into the thoughts of the assassin, following out the working of his mind, his fears, his calculations, his artifices, it seemed to Heathcote that a man familiar with the line between Plymouth and Penzance might scheme out just such a murder as that which had been committed, might fix on the very spot at which the deed was to be done, knowing that at that particular point the palisades had been removed and the viaduct left unprotected. He would speculate that the fall of a strange girl at such a spot would be accepted as purely accidental. He would trust to his own cleverness for finding the way to disconnect himself from the catastrophe. He would imagine that in the hurry and confusion following such an event it would be impossible for the murderer to be identified. Who was to select from all the travellers in the train that one traveller whose arm had thrust the girl to her doom? A little cleverness and watchfulness on his part would render such identification impossible. A man provided with a railway key could get from one carriage to another easily enough, in the surprise and horror of the moments following the girl's fall. Few men are quite masters of their senses during such moments, and all eyes would be turned towards the gorge at the bottom of which the girl was lying. Everybody's thought would be as to whether she was living or dead. Very easy in such a moment for an active man to pass from one carriage to the other, unobserved by any creature in or about the train. Mr. Blümenlein's remark about the hidden door in the alcove had impressed Heathcote strongly. The door opening into a dark and obscure court, a narrow passage piercing from one street to another, and with only a side door here and there leading into a yard, and here and there the grated windows of a warehouse or an office, an alley in which, after business hours, there were hardly any signs of human habitation. Heathcote inspected this passage after he left the merchant's office. He followed it to its outlet into a narrow street, which led him into another and busier street parallel with the Rue Lafitte. A curious fancy possessed him, and he made his way by narrow and obscure streets behind the Grand Opera and the Grand Hotel into the Rue Lafitte. By this way, which was somewhat circuitous, and which led for the most part through shabby streets, he avoided the boulevard altogether. That speech of Mr. Blümenlein's haunted him like the refrain of a song. The words repeated themselves over and over again in his mind with maddening reiteration. Wyllard the speculator was one man, but there was another man of whom the world knew nothing, and who went out and came in between dusk and dawn by that side door in the court. It was a whole speculation on the part of the German merchant, and might have very little foundation in reality. Yet the fact that such a door had been made at Julian Wyllard's expense implied a desire for independent egress and ingress, a wish to be free from the espionage of porters and porters' wives, to go out and come in unobserved, to have no comment made upon the hours he kept. For such a man as Wyllard had appeared in the eyes of the world, for a hard-headed plodder, a money-making machine, this easy access to the boulevard and the pleasures of a Parisian midnight would have been useless. But for a man who led a double life, who was the hard, calculating man of business by day, and who at night took his revenge for the toil and dulness of the money-grubber's career in the dissipations of the gayest city in the world, for such a man the facility afforded by the side door in the court would be invaluable. Had Wyllard been such a man? Had Wyllard lived a double life during the 10 years of his Parisian existence? Such a thing seemed to the last degree unlikely. Difficult to suppose that he could have given his nights to pleasure and folly, he who had succeeded as a foreigner in a field where native talent had so often failed, he who had penetrated the innermost labyrinths of the financial world, and had always been a winner in the hazardous game where the reckless and the idle must inevitably end as losers, he who had the flair for successful enterprises which had been spoken of to Heathcote as little short of inspiration, he who had been respected by the cleverest men on the Paris Bourse, looked up to as the hardest worker and keenest thinker among them all. No, such a man could not have given his nights to pleasure, could not have rioted among foolish revellers betwixt midnight and morning, to go back to his den in the early dawn, and to begin a new day, half-rested, bemused by wine and folly. No, such a man could not have habitually lived the boulevard life, could not have been the associate of fools and light women. He could not have so lived without the fact of his folly being known to everybody in Paris. And Edward Heathcote had heard his rival praised for the sobriety and steadiness of his life, wondered at as a miracle of industry and good conduct, a man of one idea and one ambition. He had heard Julian Wyllard so spoken of by men who knew their Paris. He had heard his character discussed and sifted years ago, at the time of his marriage with Dora Dalmain. That Julian Wyllard could have lived a profligate life was impossible, but that theory of a double life did not necessarily imply dissipation or folly. What of a man who concealed from the world his inner life, the life of passion and emotion, who abandoned himself in secretness and obscurity to his all-absorbing love for a woman whom he dared not acknowledge before society? Such a man might verily be said to live a double life, and Julian Wyllard might have been such a man. Heathcote looked at his watch when he entered the Rue Lafitte. He had walked the distance in a quarter of an hour. He had made a note of the number of the house in which Marie Prévol had lived. It was 117, about half-way between the Boulevard and the Rue Lafayette. It was to this house that he now directed his steps, impelled by the desire to see the rooms in which the beautiful young actress had lived, if it were possible to see them. In this dead season, when so many of the residents of Paris were absent, there was just the chance that some good-natured concierge, and the concierge is always amenable to the gentle inducement of a 5-franc piece, might consent to admit a respectable-looking stranger to a view of the third floor of number 117. The house was a quiet, reputable-looking house enough, one of the older and smaller houses of the street, untouched by the hand of improvement, and of somewhat shabby appearance externally. The person who opened the door, and who occupied a little den at the back of the entrance-hall, was a woman of about 40, cleaner and fresher-looking than the generality of portresses and caretakers. She was decently attired in a smart cotton gown, which fitted her buxom figure to perfection. Her face was clean, and her cap spotless. She had a pleasant, open countenance, and Heathcote felt that he might believe anything she told him. He asked if there were any apartments to be let in the house. No, the portress told him. There were only old established families living there. There had not been a floor to let for 3 years. Indeed? Not the third floor, for example? No, but why does monsieur inquire especially about the third floor? The portress asked, looking at him keenly with her bright black eyes. I confess to having a particular curiosity about the third floor, replied Heathcote, judging that frankness would serve him best with this outspoken matron. And if by chance the family were absent— Monsieur would like to indulge a morbid curiosity, interrupted the portress, to see the rooms which were occupied by a beautiful woman who was murdered. There was a time when I had 20, 40, 50 such applications in a day, when all the idlers in Paris came here to spy about and to question. If the murder had been done in one of those very rooms instead of in the wood, I should have made my fortune. As it was, people stared and pried and touched things as if the very curtains and the sofa cushions had been steeped in blood. But that was 10 years ago. I wonder that monsieur should feel any curiosity after all those years. You were living in this house 10 years ago, at the time of the murder? questioned Heathcote eagerly. Yes, monsieur, and for 3 years before that. I was with Madame Georges from the day she first entered this house to the day she was carried out of it in her coffin. I am Barbe Leroux, born Giraud. If you have heard of the murder of Marie Prévol, you must have heard of Barbe Giraud, her servant. I was one of the chief witnesses before the Juge d'Instruction." "Madame, I have read your evidence," replied Heathcote. "I am deeply interested in the history of that terrible murder, and I rejoice in having met a lady who can, if she pleases, help me to unravel a mystery which baffled the police." "The police!" exclaimed Madame Leroux contemptuously. "The police are a parcel of no great things, or they would have found the man who killed my mistress and Monsieur de Maucroix in a week." "Provided that he stopped in Paris to be found. But it seems evident that he got away from Paris, and instantly, or he would have been taken red-handed." "I have reason to know that he was in Paris long after the murder," said Barbe decisively. "What reason? Pray consider, madame, that I am brought to this house by no idle curiosity, no morbid love of the horrible. It is my mission to discover the murderer of Marie Prévol. Give me your confidence, I entreat, madame. You, who loved your mistress, must desire to see her assassin punished." Barbe Leroux shrugged her shoulders with an air of doubt. "I don't quite know that, monsieur. Yes, I loved my mistress, but I pity her murderer. Come, we cannot talk in this passage all day. Will you walk into my room, monsieur, and seat yourself for a little while? And then, if you are anxious to see the apartment in which that poor lady lived, it may perhaps be managed." "You are very good," said Heathcote, slipping a napoleon into Barbe Leroux's broad palm. Had it been half a napoleon, she would have considered herself repaid for ordinary civility, but the larger coin secured extraordinary devotion. She would, in her own phrase, have thrown herself into the fire for this gentlemanly stranger, whose hat and coat were so decidedly English, but who spoke almost as a Parisian. She ushered him into her little sitting-room, the very sanctuary and stronghold of her domestic life. Since there was a bed in a curtained corner, while there was a cradle sunning itself in a few rays of light which crept down the hollow square of brick and stone on which the window opened. The pot au feu was simmering on a handful of wood ashes in a corner of the hearth, and Madame Leroux's plethoric work-basket showed that she had been lately occupied in the repair of a blue linen blouse. "Leroux is one of the porters at the central markets," she explained. "It is a hard life, and the pay is small, but there are perquisites, and between us we contrive to live and put away a little for the daughter there," with a nod and smile in the direction of the cradle, whence came the rhythmical breathing of a fat baby. "The only one?" inquired Heathcote. "Yes, monsieur." "And you have lived in this house for 13 years, Madame Leroux?" "Nearer 14, monsieur, when all is counted. I was a dresser at the Porte Saint-Martin when Mademoiselle Prévol first appeared there. It was a wretched life, bad pay, late hours, hard work. I caught cold from going to and fro on the winter nights, thinly clad, for I had an old mother to support in those days, and I could not afford warm clothing. I had a cough which tore me to pieces, but I dared not give up my employment, and my fear was of being sent away on account of bad health. I had not a friend in Paris to help me. Then it was, monsieur, that Mademoiselle Prévol took pity on me. She spoke about me to a doctor who used to come behind the scenes, and was on friendly terms with all the actors and actresses. She asked him to prescribe for me, but he told her that medicines would be of no use in my case. I was young, and I had a good constitution. All that was needed for my cure was warmth and comfort. I was not to go out of doors after dark, or in bad weather, if I wanted to cure myself. I almost laughed at the doctor for his advice. I lived on the Boulevard de la Chapelle, and had to walk to and fro in all weathers, good or bad. It was January at this time, and the snow was on the ground." "It was then that Mademoiselle Prévol took you into her service?" speculated Heathcote. "Yes, monsieur. There are not many ladies in her position who would have cared what became of a drudge like me. She was new to the theatre, and she had just become the rage on account of her beauty. The papers had all been full of her praises. Cigars, hats, fans, shoes were called after her. The public applauded her songs and dances madly every night. Admirers were waiting in crowds at the stage door to see her leave the theatre in the shabby little 40 sous that used to take her home. She dared not walk, for fear of being followed and mobbed. She was young enough to have had her head turned by all this fuss, but she seemed to care hardly anything about it. One honest man's love would be worth all this rubbish, she said to me once, when I asked her if she was not proud of being the rage with all Paris. I was proud of dressing her, and I used to take the greatest care in everything I did for her, and I suppose it was this that made her so good to me. She knew that I loved her, and the poor dresser's love was honest love. In a word, monsieur, she asked me if I would like to be her servant. She was going to leave her mother's lodgings, where she was not comfortable, and to take an apartment of her own. I might have to work hard, perhaps, she told me, and I should have to be careful and saving, as she had only her salary to live on. She was not like those ladies who rolled their carriages and lived in the Bois yonder, but she would feed me and lodge me well, and she would give me as much money as I was getting at the theatre, without either food or lodging. Naturally you accepted. With delight, monsieur, and 3 days after I came to this house. My young mistress had taken the 3rd floor for 5 years. The landlord put the rooms in order for her, and she furnished them very modestly, scantily even, partly out of her little savings since she had been at the theatre, partly on credit. She was to pay so many francs a week to the upholsterer till all was paid for. She had no extravagant tastes, no craving for finery or luxurious living. If you had seen her rooms in those days, you might have thought them the rooms of a nun. All things so simple, so neat, so pure. But there came a change afterwards, I suppose. There came a time when Monsieur Georges loaded her with presents, and the apartment changed gradually under his influence. He sent her easy chairs, velvet-coloured tables, a bookcase, an escritoire, satin curtains, rich carpets, pictures, china, hothouse flowers. He showered his gifts upon her, but I knew that she would have been better pleased to live in her own simple way. She had a horror of seeming like those other ladies of the theatre, with their luxurious houses and fine clothes. She spent very little money on herself. She lived almost as plainly as a workman's wife. Was she called Madame Georges when she first came to this house? No, monsieur, she did not even know the name of Monsieur Georges at that time. She only knew that she had a mysterious admirer who came to the theatre every night, who used to sit in a dark corner of a small private box close to the stage, who never showed himself to the audience, and who was always alone. This was all she knew of Monsieur Georges in those days. Do you know how their acquaintance advanced from this point? No, monsieur. I hardly know anything of the progress of their attachment. There were letters, gifts, which came to the house, and I know that, in the spring nights of that first year, my mistress used to walk home from the theatre, escorted by Monsieur Georges. But he never entered our apartment till after Madame's return from England, where she went during the summer vacation. She had been very silent about her strange admirer. She had told me nothing, but she had shed many tears on his account. That was a secret which she could not hide from me. She had spent many wakeful nights, breathed many sighs. When she told me she was going to England, I thought all was over. She had fought hard to be true to herself, poor girl. She had struggled against her fate, but this man's love had conquered her. She did not tell you that she was going away to be married? No, monsieur, but when she came back, after a fortnight's absence, she showed me her wedding ring, and she told me that she was to be called Madame Georges henceforward. This I took to mean that Monsieur Georges had married her while in England, and I believe it still. He loved her too well to degrade her by making her his mistress." "He loved her well enough to murder her," said Heathcote. "I suppose that is about the highest flight for a lover." "He loved her as women are not often loved, monsieur," replied Barbe with conviction. "I saw enough to know that from first to last he adored her; that the jealousy which devoured him later, the jealousy which made him act like a madman many times in my hearing, was the madness of intense love. I have listened outside the door, trembling for my mistress's safety, ready to give the alarm to the house, to rush in and rescue her from his violence. And then the storm was lulled by her sweet words, her gentleness, and he became like a penitent child. Yes, monsieur, he loved her as few men love." "If this were so, why did he keep her in such a discreditable position? Why did he not introduce her to the world as his wife?" "I cannot tell. There must have been reasons for his secrecy. He seldom came to this house before nightfall. He never showed himself anywhere with Madame till after the theatre." "Since he was rich enough to be lavish, why did he not remove her from the stage?" "That was one of the causes of unhappiness towards the last, monsieur. It was his wish that she should leave the theatre, and she refused. I believe it was at this time she became acquainted with Monsieur de Maucroix." "You stated before the Juge d'Instruction that you believed the acquaintance between your mistress and Monsieur de Maucroix to have been an innocent acquaintance. Is that still your belief?" "It is my conviction, monsieur. I never doubted my dear mistress's honour, though I doubted her wisdom in allowing herself to think about Monsieur de Maucroix. It must be pleaded for her excuse that he was one of the most fascinating men in Paris. At least, that is what I have heard people say of him. I know that he was young, handsome, and remarkably elegant in his appearance." "And now tell me how you happen to know that Georges remained in Paris after the murder. Did you ever see him?" "Yes, monsieur. It is rather a long story. If I were not afraid of tiring you," Madame Leroux began deprecatingly. "You will not tire me. I want to hear every detail, however insignificant." "Then, monsieur, you must know that in consequence of Madame's kindness, and of the lavish generosity of Monsieur Georges, and also by reason of a good many presents from Monsieur de Maucroix, who threw about his money with full hands, I was very comfortably off at the time of Madame's sad death. I had buried my poor mother 2 years before, and I had been able to save almost every penny of my wages. I felt, therefore, independent of service. The term would have to be paid by Madame Lemarque, who inherited all her daughter's property, and as she has the horror of the rooms in which her poor daughter had lived, and could not bear to be alone in them for an hour, she asked me to stay till the end of the quarter. Then, as I told you, people came in crowds to see the rooms, and as I had power to show them, or to refuse to show them, just as I pleased, I need not tell you that I made a good deal of money in this way. I did not make a trade of showing the rooms, monsieur. I never asked anyone for money, but on the other hand, I did not refuse it when it was offered to me. This continued for some weeks. Then came the sale. All the handsome articles of furniture, all the pictures and ornaments, fetched high prices. They were bought by fashionable people as souvenirs of the beautiful Marie Prévol. But the plainer furniture, the things which my mistress had paid for out of her own earnings, were sold for very little, and these I bought. I had conferred with the landlord, and he had agreed to retain me as his tenant. With the furniture which I bought at the sale, and with other things which I picked up cheaply among the second-hand dealers, I contrived to make the rooms very comfortable as furnished lodgings, and from that time to this I have carried them on with reasonable profit. 3 years later I was able to take the 4th floor, and 2 years after that, on the 2nd floor falling vacant, I ventured to become tenant for that also. There remains only the 1st floor, which is let to an old lady of 90, and if Providence prospers Leroux and me, we ought to be able to take the 1st floor by the time the old lady dies." "You will then be lessees of the whole house. A bold speculation, madame, but one which with your prudent habits will doubtless succeed. But to return to this man Georges, whom you saw in Paris after the murder." "I was accustomed to go every week to the cemetery of Père Lachaise, monsieur, to look at my dear mistress's grave, and to lay my humble offering of flowers upon the marble slab which had been placed there at Madame Lemarque's expense. It bore for inscription only the one word, Marie. Madame Lemarque dared not describe her daughter as a wife. She would not record her name as a spinster. Marie was enough. For the first month after her burial I found the slab covered with flowers, wreaths, crosses, bouquets of the costliest flowers that can be bought in Paris. I noticed that among the variety of flowers there was one wreath frequently renewed, and always the same. a wreath of Maréchal Niel roses, and I knew that these had been her favourite flowers, the flowers she always wore, and had about her in her rooms. I had often heard her call the Maréchal Niel the King of Roses. Months passed, and on my weekly visits with my poor little bunch of violets, or snowdrops, or jonquils, I found always the wreath of yellow roses. All through the winter, when even other token had ceased to adorn the grave, when the beautiful actress was beginning to be forgotten, the yellow roses were always renewed. I felt that this could be done only by someone who had devotedly loved Marie Prévol. For her admirers of the theatre, her death had been a 9 days' wonder. They had covered her grave with flowers, and then gone away and forgotten all about her. But the wreath of yellow roses, renewed again and again, all through the dark, dull winter, was the gift of a steadfast love, a grief which did not diminish with time. I questioned the people at the gates, but they knew nothing of the hand which laid those flowers on my mistress's grave. I hoped I should some day surprise the visitor who brought them, but though I altered the days of my visits, never going 2 weeks running on the same day, I seemed no nearer to finding out that constant mourner. At last, early in the February after my mistress's death, I resolved upon going to the cemetery every day, and remaining there, in view of the grave, as long as my stock of patience would allow me. I spent 3 or 4 hours there for 6 days running, till my heart and feet were alike weary. But I had seen no one. The roses had not been renewed. The 7th day was a Saturday, the day I always devoted to cleaning the apartment, which was now in the occupation of an elderly gentleman and his wife. I was not able to leave the house till late in the afternoon. The day had been foggy, and the fog had thickened by the time I left the omnibus, which took me to the Rue de la Roquette. At the gates of the cemetery it was so dark that if I had not been familiar with the paths which led to my mistress's grave, I should hardly have been able to find my way to the spot. The grave is in a narrow path midway between 2 of the principal walks, and as I turned the corner between 2 large and lofty monuments, I saw a man standing in the middle of the path in front of Marie Prévol's grave. A tall figure, in a furred overcoat, a figure I knew well. I had not an instant's doubt that the murderer of my mistress stood there before me, looking at his victim's grave. "Did you accost him?" "Alas, no. He was not more than a dozen yards from the spot where I stood, and I quickened my footsteps, intending to speak to him. But at the sound of those footsteps he looked round, saw a figure approaching through the fog, and hurried off in the opposite direction. I ran after him, but he had reached the other end of the path before I could overtake him, and when I got there, it was in vain that I looked for any trace of him, either right or left of the pathway. He had disappeared in the fog, which was thicker at this end of the path, as it was on lower ground. My mistress's grave was on the slope of the hill, and there the fog was less dense. I went back to the grave and looked at the flowers on the slab. A wreath of yellow roses, fresh from the hothouse where they had been grown, lay on the marble, surrounding that one word, Marie. "Are you sure that the man you saw was Georges?" "Perfectly sure. I knew his figure, I knew his walk. I could not be mistaken in him. And who else was there in Paris who would come week after week, in all weathers, to lay the roses my mistress loved upon her grave? Many had admired her on the stage, but only 2 men had been allowed to love her, to know anything of her in her private life. Of those 2, one was the murdered man, Maxime de Maucroix. The other was the murderer, Georges." "Did you find the flowers renewed after this day, or did the murderer take alarm and avoid the cemetery?" "The roses were renewed week after week for more than a year after that foggy Saturday afternoon, but I never again saw the person who laid them there. I had indeed no desire to see him again. I had satisfied myself as to his identity. I did not want to betray him to the police. The shedding of his blood might have avenged my dear mistress's death, but it could not have restored her to life. It could have been no consolation to her in purgatory to know that this man, whom she had once loved, who had loved her only too well, was to die on the scaffold for her sake. I hated him as the murderer of my mistress, but I pitied him even in the midst of my hatred. I pitied him for the reality of his love. "You say the flowers appeared on the grave for more than a year after that February afternoon," said Heathcote. "Did the tribute fall off gradually? Was the wreath renewed at longer and longer intervals till it ceased altogether, or did the offering stop suddenly?" "Suddenly. In the March of the second year after Madame's death I found a faded wreath on my weekly visit, and that faded wreath has never been replaced." "That would be in March 1874?" "Yes, Monsieur." "You never saw Georges again, either in the cemetery or anywhere else?" "Never." "I have been told that he was a French Canadian. Have you any knowledge as to his country or his family history?" "None, Monsieur. I always supposed him to be a Frenchman. I never heard him speak in any other language." "Did he speak like a Parisian?" "No, Monsieur. He did not speak exactly like the people about here, or the actors at the Porte Saint Martin. I used to think that he was a provincial." "Did you hear from your mistress what part of England she had visited?" "I heard, Monsieur, but have forgotten. The names of places were strange to me, such queer names. But I know it was a place in which there were lakes and mountains." "Was it in Scotland or Ireland?" "No, it was in England. I am sure of that. And now, if Monsieur would like to see the third floor—" Heathcote said he was most anxious to do so, and he followed Madame Leroux upstairs, to a landing out of which the door of the apartment opened. The rooms were small and low, but well lighted, and with a balcony looking out on the street. The little salon was neatly furnished, with those very chairs and tables which Marie Prévol had bought out of her first economies as an actress. The things were meagre and shabby after the wear and tear of years, but the perfect neatness and cleanliness of everything made amends. Barbe Leroux was one of those admirable managers who, by sheer industry and good taste, can make much out of little. There was a tiny dining room opening out of the salon, with a window overlooking chimneys and backs of houses, and this window had been filled with painted glass in the time of Monsieur Georges. All the other elegancies and luxuries with which he had embellished the cosy little rooms had been disposed of at the sale of Marie Prévol's effects. There had been Venetian mirrors and girandoles on the walls of the dining room, Barbe explained. Madame used to light all the wax candles when she came in from the theatre. There were candles on the supper table, with rose-coloured shades. There were fruit and flowers always. Everything was made to look pretty in honour of Monsieur Georges, and there had to be some delicate little dish for supper, and choicest wine. Monsieur was not a man who cared much what he ate or drank, but Madame wished that everything should be nicely arranged, that the supper table should look as inviting as at the Café de Paris or at the Maison d'Or. The bedroom opened out of the salon. There was a dressing-room between that and the little back room in which Barbe had slept when she was in Mademoiselle Prévol's service. On her occasional visits Léonie Lemarque had occupied a truckle-bed in Barbe's room. "How is it that Léonie Lemarque, in all her visits, never happened to see Monsieur Georges?" inquired Heathcote, when he had looked at all the rooms, peopling them in his imagination with the figures of the actress and her lover. "Madame took good care to prevent that. She told me that Monsieur Georges hated children, and that the little one was to be kept out of his way." "Did he never spend his mornings here? Was he only here at night?" "Only at night. It was for that reason Madame Lemarque used to call him the night-bird. I think she was very angry because she was never allowed to see him, never invited to supper. Monsieur Georges used to take a cup of coffee early in the morning, and he left the house before most people were up, as early as 5 o'clock in summer, never later than 6:30 in winter." End of Chapter 10. End of Volume 2. Volume 3, Chapter 1 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 1. Wedding Garments. Hilda's presence at Penmorval was full of comfort and solace for Dora Wyllard. She had known Hilda all her life, had seen her grow from childhood to womanhood, had loved her with a sisterly love, trusting her as she trusted no one else. Hilda had been only a child at the time of Dora's engagement to Edward Heathcote, yet, even at 11 years of age, Hilda's tender heart had been full of sympathy for her brother when that engagement was broken off, and when Dora became the wife of another man. She had been angry with vehement, childish anger. That Dora should like any man better than him who, in the fond eyes of the younger sister, seemed the prince and pattern of fine gentlemen, was an unpardonable offence. Hilda at 11 was precocious in her knowledge of books, and very self-opinionated in her judgment of people. She told her brother she would never speak to Dora again, that she would run a mile to avoid even seeing her. And then, a few months after Dora's marriage, finding that her brother had forgiven that great wrong with all his heart, Hilda melted one day suddenly at meeting Mrs. Wyllard on the moor, and fell into her old friend's arms. "I have tried to hate you for being so wicked to my brother," she sobbed, as Dora bent over her and kissed her. "Your brother forgave me ever so long ago, Hilda," said Dora. "Why should you be less generous than he?" "Because I love him better than he loves himself," cried Hilda in her vehement way. "Because I know his value better than he does. Oh, Dora, how could you like any one else better than Edward?" "You must not ask me that, my darling. Those things cannot be explained. Fate willed it so." "And I suppose you are very happy in your grand house," said Hilda sullenly. "I am very happy with the husband I love, Hilda. The grand house makes no difference. And now we are going to be good friends, aren't we, dear? And we are never going to talk of the past. How you have grown, Hilda!" "Out of all my frocks," answered Hilda, glancing contemptuously at her ankles. "It is perfectly degrading never to have a frock long enough for one, and never to have one's waist in the right place. The dressmaker says I have no waist yet. Dressmakers are so insulting to girls of my age. I think I shall positively trample upon my dressmaker when I am grown up, to revenge myself for all I have suffered from the tribe. My Hilda, what an old-fashioned puss you have grown!" "How can I help being old-fashioned? I never see any people. Edward never comes to the Spaniards now. You have driven him away." "Hilda, if we are to be friends—" "Well, I won't say it again. But you have, you know. It is awfully dull at home. I suppose I may say that." "I hear you have a new governess. I hope you like her." "You needn't hope that, for you know girls never do. She is a poor sheep of a thing, and I don't suppose I hate her quite so much as some girls hate their governesses. But she is dreadfully dreary. She makes her own gowns, and of an evening her needle goes stitch, 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 in time to the ticking of the clock, while I practise my scales. I don't know which I hate most, the clock, or the piano, or the needle." "Poor Hilda! You must spend half your time with me in future. I shall call to-morrow, and ask your father's permission to have you at Penmorval as often as I like." "He won't refuse if there's any consistency in him," replied Hilda, "for he is always grumbling about the noise I make, and about my sliding down the banisters. How did he go downstairs, I wonder, at my age? Those broad banisters at the Spaniards must have been made for sliding. But fathers are so inconsistent," concluded Hilda. "I shouldn't wonder if he wouldn't rather have me and my noise at home than allow me to be happy at Penmorval." "Let us hope that he will be reasonable," said Dora, smiling, "even though he is a father." Mrs. Wyllard called at the Spaniards next day, and was not too graciously received by Mr. Heathcote, old Squire Heathcote, as he was called in that part of the world. He was a testy invalid, a sufferer from some chronic complaint which was so obscure in its complications as to seem only an excuse for ill temper, and he had not forgiven Dora for jilting his son. He softened gradually, however, melted by the sweetness of her manner, and by memories of days that were gone, when he had admired her mother, and had been ruthlessly cut out by her father. The eyes that looked at him seemed to be the eyes that he had loved in his youth. "If you care to be troubled with the girl, I ought to be grateful for any kindness you may show her," said the Squire. "She makes more noise than a regiment, and she is always disobeying her governess, or neglecting her lessons, and then I am called upon to interfere. I wouldn't mind if they would fight it out between them, and leave me in peace." "You shall be left in peace very often if you will allow me to have Hilda for my little companion at Penmorval," said Dora, "and I promise you that her education shall not be altogether neglected while she is with me." "If you can teach her manners, I shall be eternally your debtor," said the Squire. "I would much rather a young woman should know how to behave herself in society than that she should be able to read Aeschylus or take a degree in mathematics." Thus it came about that Hilda spent a great deal of her life at Penmorval, where the sheep–like governess escorted her, or whence she fetched her with unfailing patience, grateful exceedingly when she was rewarded with a cup of tea in Mrs. Willard's pretty drawing–room, or in the yew–tree arbour. And thus, in the 7 happy years of Dora Willard's married life, her apprenticeship, as she called it playfully last June, when the anniversary of her marriage came round, Hilda had been her chief companion. The girl had grown up at the young matron's side as a younger sister, and had been a link between Dora and Edward, albeit these two saw each other but seldom, for Edward's home had been in the neighbourhood of Plymouth until within the last 2 years. The old Squire did not long survive that interview in which he complained of his young daughter's hoydenish manners. He did not live to see the hoyden soften into a graceful, modest girl, reserved and silent among strangers, full of vivacity among those she loved. His elder son succeeded him in the possession of the Spaniards, a bachelor and an enthusiastic sportsman. He was one of those ideal brothers with whom a sister can do just what she likes, and under his régime Hilda learnt to ride to hounds, and contrived to enjoy herself as much as any girl in Cornwall. She mourned him passionately when he was snatched away in the flower of his manhood, victim to a cold caught during a fishing tour of Connemara. Edward's rule was almost as kind, but not quite so easy. He had narrower ideas about the rights of young ladies, especially in relation to the hunting–field. "When I hunt, you can go with me," he said, "but I will not have you flourishing about the country with no one but a groom to look after you." And this narrower rule deprived Hilda of many a day's sport. Courtenay, the elder brother, had never missed a day with foxhounds or harriers, and he had allowed his sister the run of his stables, and much latitude in all things. While Hilda was growing up under Dora Willard's wing, while Edward Heathcote changed from bachelor to married man, and then to widower, Bothwell Grahame was serving his queen and his country in the far East. He could just remember having seen Hilda now and again as a child. He came back to Cornwall to find her a woman, or a girl on the verge of womanhood, and it was not long before he grew to believe in her as the very perfection of girlhood and womanhood in one, girlhood when she was gay, and in her more serious moods altogether womanly. In these darker days, under that heavy cloud which had fallen upon Dora Willard's life, Hilda's presence was an inestimable blessing. Dora was able to put aside the thought of her own great sorrow every now and then, while she entered with all her heart into the life of her young friend, this fresh young life, so full of hope in the future, of earnest purpose and sweet humility. If a king had stooped from his throne to woo her, Hilda could not have been prouder of her royal lover than she was of Bothwell. She spoke of him as of one who honoured her by his affection, and she seemed full of fearfulness lest she should not be good enough for her hero. It never occurred to her that it was Bothwell who ought to be thankful, that it was he who had won the prize. There was a sweet self–abnegation in this girlish love which touched Dora deeply, she being all unconscious of her unselfish worship of her husband, her own surrender to the lover who stole her from her betrothed. Hilda was very fearful of intruding her new joys and hopes upon her friend's sorrow. "I ought not to chatter about our prospects, Dora, when you are so weighed down with care," she said apologetically. But Dora insisted upon hearing all about the new home, which was to be made out of the old cottage. She insisted upon discussing the trousseau, and the linen closet, glass and china, and even hardware, albeit her own lines had fallen in a mansion where all these things were provided on a lavish scale, and left to the care of a housekeeper, to be destroyed and renewed periodically for the benefit of old established tradesmen. "You never had a linen closet to look after, Dora," said Hilda, pitying her friend. "That is the worst of being so rich. There is no individuality in your home life. I mean to be a regular Dutch housewife, and to keep count of every tablecloth in my stock. I shall make and mark and mend all the house linen, and I shall be much prouder of my linen closet than of my gowns and bonnets. And the china closet, Dora, ought not that to be lovely? One can get such delicious glass and china nowadays for so little money. I have looked at the Plymouth china shops, and longed to buy the things before I was engaged. And now I can buy all the glass and china for our house. I have saved enough money out of my allowance to pay for all we want in that way." "What an independent young person you are, Hilda," said her friend, laughing at her. "But you must not spend all your money on cups and saucers." "And teapots," interjected Hilda. "Such sweet little china teapots. I will have one for every day in the week." "Teapots are all very well, but you will have your trousseau to buy. You must keep some of your money for frocks." "I have no end of frocks, more than enough," protested Hilda. "I shall buy just 2 new gowns, my wedding gown, and a tailor gown for riding outside coaches in the honeymoon. Bothwell proposes that we should go round the south coast as far as the Start, and then across country to Hartland, and home by Bude. That is to be our honeymoon tour." "Very nice, and very inexpensive, dearest. And then you are to come here to live till your new home is ready? I am afraid we shall be very much in your way." "You will be a comfort to me, Hilda. Both you and Bothwell will be a help and comfort to me." Hilda spent her evenings for the most part in the invalid's room. Her sympathetic nature made it easy for her to adapt herself to the necessities of a sick room. She could be very quiet, and yet she could be bright and gay. She could be cheerful without being noisy. She sang with exquisite taste, and sang the songs which are delightful to all hearers, songs that appeal to the heart and soothe the senses. Julian Wyllard was particularly fond of her German ballads, Schubert, Mendelssohn, Jensen, old Volkslieder; but once when she began a little French song, Si tu savais, he stopped her with a painful motion of his distorted hand. "Not that, Hilda. I detest that song." And for the first time Hilda doubted the excellence of his judgment. "I wonder you dislike it," she began. "Oh, the thing is pretty enough, but it has been so vulgarised. All the organs were grinding it when I lived in Paris." "And those organs disturbed you at your work sometimes, perhaps," said Dora, seated in her accustomed place beside his pillow, ready to adjust his reading lamp, to give him a new book, or to discuss any passage he showed her. He read immensely in those long hours of enforced captivity, but his reading had been chiefly on one particular line. He was reading the metaphysicians, from Plato and Aristotle to Schopenhauer and Hartmann, trying to find comfort for the anguish of his own individual position in the universal despondency of modern metaphysics. A man chained to a sick-bed ought to be able to console himself with the notion that the great world around him is only an idea of his own brain, and yet even when convinced of the unreality of all things, there remains this one central point in the universe, the sense of personal pain. Such a belief might reconcile the sufferer to the idea of suicide, but hardly to the idea of existence. Ah, my Dora, if you are only a phantasm, you are the sweetest ghost that ever a man's brain invented to haunt and bless his life." "Don't you think you might read more interesting books while you are ill, Julian?" suggested his wife. "No, dear, these books are best, for they set me thinking upon abstract questions, and hinder me from brooding upon my own misery." What could Dora say to him by way of comfort, knowing too well that this misery of his was without hope on earth? knowing that this burden of pain which had fallen upon him must be carried to the very end, that day by day, and hour by hour, the gradual progress of decay must go on, no pause, no respite, decay so slow as to be almost imperceptible, save on looking back at what had been. "Thank God the brain is untouched," said Julian Wyllard, when his wife pitied him in his hours of suffering. "I should not have cared to sink into imbecility, to have only a dull vague sense of my own identity, like a vegetable in pain. I am thankful that Spencer assures me the brain is sound, and is likely to outlast this crippled frame." Bothwell rode over on Sunday morning as he had threatened, and appeared at the parish church with his cousin and Hilda, much to the astonishment of some of the parishioners, who had suspected and almost condemned him. They were now veering round, and had begun to inform each other that Mr. Graham had been a much wronged man, and that there was evidently a great deal more in the mystery of the strange girl's death than any one in Bodmin had yet been able to fathom. No doubt Mr. Distin, the famous criminal lawyer, knew all about it, and his cross-examination of Bothwell Graham had been only a blind to throw the press and the public off the right scent. The very fact of his coming all the way from London to attend a Cornish inquest argued an occult knowledge, a shadow behind the throne. Some among Bothwell's late detractors hinted that the business involved a personage of very high rank, and were disposed to transfer their suspicions to a local peer, who was not so popular as he might have been, having but recently refused to remit more than 1/3 of his farmers' rents, or to renew leases at less than half the previous rental, while he was known to have narrow views about ground game. And now Bodmin beheld Bothwell Graham seated in the Penmorval pew between his cousin and Hilda Heathcote, and Bodmin opined that his engagement to Miss Heathcote must be a settled thing, since it was known that he had taken a house at Trevena, and was building and improving there on a large scale. There were some who approved, and some who condemned; some who wondered that Squire Heathcote could allow his only sister to marry such a reprobate; others who declared that Bothwell was a high-spirited fellow, who had been a fine soldier, and would make a capital army coach. But these differences of opinion helped to sustain conversation, which sometimes sank to a very low ebb in Bodmin for lack of matter. It was a lovely autumn day, and Bothwell strolled in the rose garden with his sweetheart, between luncheon and 5 o'clock tea, talking over their house and their future. "And now, dearest, there is only one point to settle," said Bothwell, when they had discussed furniture and china and glass to their hearts' content, and when Bothwell had given a graphic description of sundry Chippendale chairs and early English bureaus, which he had discovered and bargained for in cottages and farmhouses within 20 miles of Trevena. "I had a little talk with Wyllard before luncheon. He is most cordially disposed towards us, and he wants to hurry on our marriage, in order that he may be present at the ceremony. He feels just able to go down to the church in a bath-chair. His chair could be wheeled up the aisle, and placed within sight and sound of the altar, without being in anybody's way. He says if we delay our marriage, he may no longer have the power to do even this much, and for this reason he is urgent that we should marry almost immediately. What do you say, dearest? Will you take up your burden as a poor man's wife? Will you be mine soon, at once almost? The week after next, for instance." "Oh, Bothwell!" "Think, dear love. There is nothing to delay our marriage, except want of faith in each other, or in ourselves. If you have any doubt of me, Hilda, or any doubt as to your love for me—" "I have none, Bothwell, not a shadow of doubt." "Then let us be married on Tuesday week. That is the day Dora suggested. She tells me that you are the most sensible girl she ever met with, and that you are not going to buy a waggon-load of clothes in order to overdress your part in that old play called Love in a Cottage. So you see there is nothing to wait for." "But I must have a wedding-gown, Bothwell, and a gown for travelling." "Then you have just a week in which to get them made, dear, not an hour more." There was some further discussion, but in the end Hilda yielded to her lover's pleading. It should be any day he liked. It should be Tuesday. The 2 gowns should be ordered next morning. Edward Heathcote had given Dora full powers, and he would doubtless hurry home at her bidding, in time to arrange the terms of Hilda's marriage settlement, and to be present at the wedding. Bothwell was almost beside himself with gladness for the rest of the day, but good feeling impelled him to restrain his exuberance, and to be grave and quiet in the presence of the patient sufferer, whose pale, calm face told but little of mental struggle or bodily pain. The evening was spent in Julian Wyllard's room. There was a good deal of conversation, and Hilda sang some of her favourite songs. A sacred song of Gounod's, "There is a green hill far away," which Dora especially loved, and again Ave Maria, by the same composer. Bothwell sat in a corner by the pretty little cottage piano, listening to the rich full voice of his beloved, watching her slender fingers as they strayed over the keys, ineffably happy. He had no thought of evenings in the years that were gone, when he had listened to another singer, and watched other hands, delicate nervous fingers, glittering with diamonds. The voice of that old time was a thinner voice, a somewhat reedy soprano, and those tapering fingers had something of a bird's claw in their extreme attenuation. But he had thought the thin voice passing sweet in the days that were gone, and the hand of the siren had seemed to him a thing of beauty. He left Penmorval soon after daybreak next morning, to ride back to Trevena. He was to return on the following Saturday, to take up his abode there until the wedding day, where Hilda was to go back to The Spaniards almost immediately to collect her belongings, and make herself ready for her new life. All the business of furnishing could be done after the wedding, in that interval which the young couple were to spend at Penmorval. Hilda was up in time to watch from her bedroom window while her lover rode away in the misty morning, but she was much too shy to go downstairs and wish him good-bye. She would have quailed before the awful eye of Stodden, the butler, had she ventured to show herself at such an unseemly hour, unchaperoned, unsanctioned by the presence of a matron. So she hid behind the window-curtain and watched her true knight's departure, and did not even fling him a flower by way of love-token. When horse and rider were out of sight, Hilda went to her desk and wrote to her brother, urging him to come back without delay, explaining and apologizing for the early date named for the wedding, reminding him, as to her marriage settlement, that she wished Bothwell to profit as much as possible by her small independence. An altogether womanly letter, brimming over with love for her betrothed. She went home that morning, and she and Fräulein Meyerstein began immediately to busy themselves with preparations for the wedding. It would naturally be the quietest of weddings, since Mr. Wyllard's condition forbade all festivity. Hilda said she would have the twins for her bridesmaids, and no others. They were to be dressed exactly alike, and all in pure white, like biscuit china figures. They were to have little pompadour frocks, and petticoats, and mob-caps. There was a tremendous consultation that Monday afternoon with the chief dressmaker of Bodmin, a person of high reputation among those steady old-fashioned people who liked to spend their money in their own town, and who were naturally looked down upon by that other section of county society which had all its clothes from London or Paris. The dressmaker had made Hilda's frocks ever since she was a baby, and was inclined to be doleful at the idea of this trousseau-less entrance into matrimony. But on being put upon her mettle, she declared that the neat little white satin wedding-gown and the handy little olive-cloth travelling-gown should be perfection after their kind, and then came a lengthy discussion about sleeves and velvet waistcoat, and the all-important question of buttons was treated exhaustively. Miss Pitman, the dressmaker, had been told of Doré and of Redfern, and had lain awake of the night thinking of their productions. She had been shown dresses from Swan and Edgar, and from Lewis and Allenby, but she believed that for the hang of a skirt, or the fit of a sleeve, she could hold her own with any house in London. And then she favoured Hilda and the Fräulein with a little lecture upon the righteous and the unrighteous manner of making and putting in a sleeve, which was eminently interesting from a technical point of view. The first 3 days of that week seemed to Hilda to pass like a dream. She managed to maintain an outward aspect of supreme calmness, but her brain seemed to her in a whirl all the same. She went in and out of the house, and wandered about the gardens without knowing why. She went hither and thither, half her time hardly conscious where she was. She began one thing after another, and never finished anything. She was always waiting for Bothwell's letters, which came by every post, albeit a third person might have supposed that he could find very little to write about. For Hilda the letters were full of interest, and she made as much haste to answer them as if she and Bothwell had been heads of parties carrying on the business of the nation at a crisis. She was anxious to receive her brother's answer to her letter, but when it came, though satisfactory on some points, the reply was not altogether agreeable. "Mrs. Wyllard is quite justified in saying that I left the arrangement of your wedding in her hands," wrote Heathcote. "You could have no kinder friend or wiser counsellor, and to her decision as to the date of your marriage I bow. But I regret to say that I shall not be present at the ceremony. I have business which still detains me in Paris, and I have other reasons which hinder my being a witness of your wedding. You must not suppose that this decision on my part arises from any unfriendly feeling to Bothwell Grahame. I have reconciled myself to his marriage with you, and I shall do my uttermost in the future to prove myself his friend as well as yours. He will find that the instructions I have sent as to your settlement are framed with a due regard to his interests. There is one thing, however, in which I desire to alter Mrs. Wyllard's scheme, kind and hospitable as her idea is, namely with regard to your residence after your marriage. I cannot allow you to spend the first few months of your married life under Mr. Wyllard's roof, while your brother's house is more than large enough to hold you and your husband. It is my wish, therefore, that Bothwell should bring you back to The Spaniards after your honeymoon, and that you and he should live there till your new home is ready for you. You will, in all probability, be very little troubled with my company, as I am likely to remain in Paris for some time to come, and you and Bothwell can ride my hunters, and consider yourselves master and mistress of everything. I must beg that upon this question my wishes shall be regarded, and that you will carry out my plan, even at the hazard of offending Mrs. Wyllard, whom you know I esteem and respect above all other women. And now, my dear girl, I have nothing to do but to wish you all the blessings which a good and true-hearted woman deserves when she marries the man of her choice, and to request your acceptance of the enclosed cheque for your house and your trousseau. Your very affectionate brother, Edward Heathcote. The cheque was for £250, but liberal as the gift was, it did not reconcile Hilda to the idea of her brother's absence on her wedding day. "It is extremely unkind of him not to come," she said, throwing the letter and enclosure into her desk, "and it is not kind of him to alter Dora's plans. I know she looked forward to having us at Penmorval, but I shall go and see her every day, poor darling." This idea of her brother's absence on her wedding day, that most fateful day in a woman's life, cast a shadow across the sunlight of Hilda's bliss. She could think of nothing else after the receipt of Heathcote's letter, and she was full of wonder as to his reasons for thus absenting himself upon an occasion when duty and good feeling both demanded his presence. What could be his motive? She asked herself. He was not the kind of man to spare himself the trouble of crossing the Channel, even had it been necessary for him to return to Paris directly after the wedding. He had never spared himself trouble or shirked a duty. It was clear to her, therefore, that he had some very strong motive for absenting himself from the marriage ceremony. She could only imagine one reason for his conduct. She told herself that her brother, in his heart of hearts, still doubted Bothwell, and still disapproved of her marriage. He had allowed himself to be talked over by Mrs. Wyllard. The influence of that unforgotten love had prevailed over his own inclination. He had allowed his consent to be wrung from him, and now that it was too late to withdraw that consent, he was not the less Bothwell's enemy. He could not bring himself to look on as an approving witness at a marriage which he regretted. He had told his sister that his discoveries in Paris had gone far to convince him of Bothwell's guiltlessness in relation to the French girl's death. but there was still something in the background, some prejudice yet undispelled, some doubt which darkened friendship. It was the Wednesday before her wedding day, and her preparations and arrangements had been for the most part made. There had been, indeed, but little to do, since her return to The Spaniards as a bride would simplify matters and give her ample time for packing her belongings, namely, those books and knick-knacks which had beautified her own rooms, her jewels, chiefly an inheritance from her mother, and those few wedding presents which had arrived from the 3 or 4 intimate friends who had heard of her engagement. Among these gifts there was an immense satin-lined work-basket from Fräulein Meyerstein, a basket provided with an orderly arrangement of tapes, buttons, cottons, and needles, such as a careful housewife must needs require in the repair of the family linen. The Fräulein had made a special journey to Plymouth in order to purchase and furnish this treasury of usefulness, and had brought it back in triumph. "I cannot give you beautiful things," said the kind creature apologetically. "You have too many valuable jewels of your own to care for any trinket which I could offer, but in this basket you will find all which an industrious wife needs to preserve order and neatness in her household goods. There is flourishing thread of every quality to darn your table linen, there are pearl buttons of every size for your husband's shirts, angolas of every shade for his socks, needles of every number, bobbins, scissors of every kind, and lastly, for remembrance of an old friend, there is this golden thimble, which I hope you will wear every day." And with this little speech the Fräulein plumped her basket down in front of Hilda, and burst into tears, remembering how she, too, had once been engaged, and how adverse fate had hindered her marriage. "You are a dear, kind soul," said Hilda, kissing her affectionately, "and I am sure you could not have given me anything I should have liked better. I shall think of you every day when I use this delightful basket. There is nothing like a useful gift for recalling an old friend." Dora's present arrived the same day, a George II. tea service, with 2 little caddies for black tea and green tea, holding about £1/4 each. Hilda thought her silver teapot the sweetest thing that had ever been made, and she sat gazing at the service for an hour at a stretch, and thinking how delightful it would be to make tea for Bothwell in the cosy winter dusk, when they two should be settled in their own house above the great Atlantic sea, the curtains drawn across their old-fashioned lattices, the wind raving over the hills, the waves roaring, and they two beside the domestic hearth, wrapped in a blessed calm, 2 hearts united and at rest. She had been so happy yesterday in the thought of her future, and now, to-day, her brother's letter seemed to have changed the aspect of things. She was full of a vague disquietude, could not settle to any occupation, did not even care to take her usual walk across the hills to the Manor to inquire about Mr. Willard's health, and to spend an hour in confidential talk with Dora. To-day she sent a messenger instead, and sat all day in her own room brooding over Heathcote's letter. She felt unequal to facing the twins or the Fräulein, and pleaded a headache for a reason for not going down to luncheon, and indeed her troubled thoughts about the letter from Paris had given her a very real headache. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when she heard a carriage drive up to the hall door, and thought with horror that she would be summoned to receive callers. Her window commanded only an angle of the porch. She could just see a shabby-looking vehicle, which she knew could only be a fly from the station, and her heart began to beat violently as she thought that perhaps her brother had changed his mind, and had come home to do honour to her wedding. No, it was no such pleasant surprise, only a strange lady who asked to see her. She had sent up her card. Lady Valeria Harborough. "The lady will be greatly obliged if you will see her," said the servant. "She has come from Plymouth on purpose to see you." "Of course I will see her," answered Hilda cheerfully. "You have shown her into the drawing-room, I suppose?" "Yes, ma'am." "Take in tea as soon as you can." Hilda glanced at her glass before she left the room. Her plain cashmere gown was neat enough, and her hair was tolerably tidy, but her eyes had a heavy look, and she was very pale. "I'm afraid I don't look a joyful bride, or do Bothwell credit in any way," she said to herself. She had heard her lover speak once or twice of General Harborough as his kindest and most powerful friend in India. She had heard from Dora of the General's death, and that Bothwell had attended the funeral; and now she felt flattered exceedingly at the idea that the General's widow had taken the trouble to come to see her, no doubt from pure friendliness for her dead husband's protégé, deeming that there was no better compliment she could pay Mr. Graham than to assume an interest in his betrothed. She, like Dora, took it for granted that old General Harborough's wife would be an elderly woman, and she went down to the drawing–room expecting to see a portly matron, grey–haired, bland, perhaps a little patronizing in her double rank of earl's daughter and general's widow. She was surprised beyond all measure when a tall and slender figure rose to meet her, and she found herself face to face with a young woman whose brilliant eyes and interesting countenance were more striking than commonplace beauty. Chapter 2. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Lady Valeria fights her own battle. The two women stood face to face in silence for a few moments. Surprise made Hilda dumb. She gazed in unconcealed wonderment at the tall pale face framed in white crape, the delicate high–bred features, refined almost to attenuation, the luminous violet eyes, with their long dark lashes, eyes which alone gave life and colour to the face. Lady Valeria looked at the girl with so piercing a scrutiny that those brilliant eyes of hers seemed to burn into the face of her rival, a scathing look, measuring and appraising that modest girlish beauty, cheapening those innocent charms in scornful wonder. And this was the woman for whose sake she, Valeria, had been flung away like an old glove, this girl–face, with its candid blue eyes and babyfied bloom, its broad white forehead ringed round with infantile curls of golden brown, its delicately pencilled eyebrows, its coral lips and small white teeth. For people who admire babies, the girl is well enough, thought Lady Valeria. Yet even her small knowledge of physiognomy taught her that the broad full forehead and the firmly moulded lips meant force of character and firmness of purpose, that this girlish beauty was the beauty of a good and brave woman, that here there was no reed for her to twist and rend to her own passionate will, but a nature that was firmer and more concentrated than her own. Equal forces had met in these two, the force of passion and the force of principle. "So you are Miss Heathcote," said the pale lips at last, after that silent interval, in which Hilda had heard the beating of her own heart. "You are the Miss Heathcote who is to marry Bothwell Graham?" "Yes, Lady Valeria. Bothwell has told me how kind a friend he had in General Harborough," returned Hilda calmly, trying to feel at her ease under that searching gaze. "I am very much flattered that you should come to see me." "I fear you will feel less flattered when you know the motive of my visit. No, thanks, I prefer to stand," she said curtly, as Hilda wheeled a chair towards her guest, and courteously invited her to be seated. "You will hate me, no doubt, when you know why I am here, and yet I am come to do you a service, perhaps the greatest service which one woman can render to another." "What service, Lady Valeria?" asked Hilda, whose girlish bloom had been momently fading, and who was now almost as pale as her visitor. "I am here to save you from a most unhappy union, from a fatal union, from marriage with a man who loves another woman." "That is not true," said Hilda very calmly. "Whoever your informant may have been, you have been misinformed. I am as firmly convinced of Bothwell Grahame's love, and of the worth of his character, as I am of my existence. I would as soon doubt one as doubt the other." "You are like most girls of your age reared in the country," said Lady Valeria, with quiet scorn. "You are very ignorant, and you are very vain. I suppose you imagine that you are the first woman Bothwell Grahame ever loved, that at 27 he brings you a heart hitherto untouched by beauty, that his senses only awake from a lifelong torpor at sight of your exquisite charms, that nothing less than your exceptional loveliness could kindle that cold nature into flame." "Lady Valeria, if you came here only to insult me," began Hilda, moving towards the door. "I came here to read you a lesson, to save you from a life of misery if I can, and you shall hear me," said Valeria passionately. "I am here for your sake. Do you understand? To save you and your lover from an irreparable folly. He would sacrifice his own happiness and a brilliant future from a mistaken sense of honour to you. Now I want you, at least, to know the manner of sacrifice he is going to make for you, and if you are not made of wood, if you have a woman's heart in your bosom, you will release him." "Release him! What do you mean, Lady Valeria? This is sheer madness. Mr. Grahame sought me of his own accord, chose me deliberately for his wife, in the face of great difficulties. We are both completely happy in our love for each other, our faith in each other. There never was a fairer prospect of a happy domestic life than that which smiles upon us. There is not a cloud, or the shadow of a cloud, between us." The footman brought in a little bamboo table, and arranged the old–fashioned silver tea–tray, and during his brief interruption hostilities were suspended, and both women composed their faces to placid neutrality. Lady Valeria declined Hilda's cup of tea, proffered with a tremulous hand, and directly the man had gone, she coldly pursued her interrogation. "Answer me one question, Miss Heathcote. Do you believe yourself Mr. Grahame's first love?" "No," faltered Hilda. "I know that there was some one else, that there was an entanglement from which Mr. Grahame released himself, honourably and completely, before I accepted him as my future husband. I made that condition when first he asked me to be his wife. I waited until he could give me his assurance upon this point before I consented to marry him." "Oh, then you did know that there was some one?" exclaimed Lady Valeria, with crushing scorn. "You did know that there was an entanglement, or, in plain words, you knew that you were stealing another woman's lover?" "Lady Valeria, you have no right to say such a thing." "I have every right. Yes, you knew well enough what you were doing, in spite of your provincial bringing up. Every woman is wise in these matters. An entanglement, you say. Do you know, girl, that this entanglement of which you speak so flippantly was a passionate, all–absorbing love, a love that had lasted 3 years, that had braved all consequences, that had laughed at danger, a love that burns in every line of these letters? Read them, girl, and see what your entanglement means." She had opened her reticule, and had taken out a packet of letters, while she was speaking. She flung the packet on to a table near Hilda. "Read them, Miss Heathcote. I suppose you know Mr. Grahame's handwriting. I suppose he has written to you?" "I can see that they are in Bothwell's hand," said Hilda, looking down at the bundle of letters, as if they had been a nest of scorpions. "But I decline to read letters that are not addressed to me." "You are afraid to read them?" "I will take it upon trust that they are love–letters. May I ask if they were written to you, General Harborough's wife?" The calm and measured accents, the steady gaze of those honest eyes, the resolute attitude, the small well–balanced head proudly erect, the nervous hands clasped firmly on the back of a chair by which the girl was standing, surprised Lady Valeria, and with a far more pleasant surprise. She had expected Hilda to be more easily crushed. She had expected to see a love–sick girl sobbing at her feet, ready to surrender her sweetheart at the first attack. And instead of girlish weakness, she found a woman prepared to do battle for her love. "The letters are addressed to me. I should much like you to read them, in order that you may understand the nature of Bothwell Grahame's entanglement." "I decline to read them. It is quite enough for me to know that he was in love with a married woman, and that she encouraged his love. She, the wife of a good and brave old man, she who by right of her noble birth should have been prouder, truer, purer than women of meaner race. She stoops so low. I am sorry that you came here, Lady Valeria. I am sorry that we have ever met, very sorry that you have told me your secret." It is everybody's secret by this time. A woman in my position is surrounded by lynx-eyed friends who read her inmost thoughts. Everybody knows that Bothwell Grahame loved me, and that I returned his love. To you this seems terrible, no doubt. Yet I can tell you that I was a true wife to my husband, as the world estimates truth, and that he died honouring me. You, with your provincial inexperience and your narrow mind, cannot imagine a love which, although unconquered, could remain pure, passionate, intense, devoted, but unstained by sin. Such a love I cherished for Bothwell Grahame, and he for me. We had promised each other that, whenever my release came, and in the course of nature it was not likely to be long deferred, our lives should be linked, our love should be blessed. I lived on in that hope, and to Bothwell, as those letters would tell you, that hope was no less dear than to me. Honour, right feeling, honesty were all involved in the promise which bound Bothwell Grahame to me. And I never for an instant doubted that he would keep that promise, never doubted that he was mine till death. But in an evil hour he met you. He was under a cloud. He was maddened by the idea that his neighbours thought the most horrible things of him. You interposed with your girlish sympathy, your sentimental prettiness. You consoled, you encouraged him in his dark hour, and that impulsive nature was moved to a step which he has repented ever since. He committed himself by an avowal which left him no possibility of retreat, and, to be true to you, he has broken the most sacred promise that man ever made to woman." "You released him from that promise, Lady Valeria?" "Never! Some hasty words passed between us on one occasion, and we parted in anger. But there was no question of a release from his solemn engagement to me." "He told me that the lady he had once loved had released him," said Hilda, terribly crestfallen. She could not believe that Lady Valeria Harborough would tell her a deliberate lie. She was convinced, in spite of herself, Bothwell had deceived her. "I beg you to read those letters," urged Valeria. "If you do not read them, you may think just a little worse of me than I deserve. I do not pretend to be a good woman, but I want you to know that my attachment to Bothwell Grahame never degenerated into low intrigue. You may hear the vilest things said of me, perhaps, by and by, when it is known that Mr. Grahame is not going to marry me." Hilda took the letters. She knew that the reading of them would wring her heart, and yet the temptation was too strong to be steadfastly resisted. Slowly, reluctantly, almost as if under the influence of a mesmerist, Hilda's hand was extended to the packet of letters. She took it up, and looked at it for a few moments, still hesitating. The letters were folded lengthwise, without their envelopes. Bothwell's bold large hand was easy enough to read, even at a glance. Without untying the packet, Hilda could see the nature of those letters. "My dearest love," "My life," "My ever beloved." Such words as those scattered on the folded pages told the character of the correspondence. She had known from the first, from his own lips, that he had cared for another woman, that he had been in some manner bound to that other woman, his future life so compromised that he must needs win his release from that tie before he could offer himself honourably to his new love. She had known this, and yet the sight of those impassioned phrases in the hand of her betrothed tortured her almost to madness. She flung the packet from her, flung it at her rival's feet, as if it had been some loathsome reptile that had fastened on her hand. "It is shameful, abominable!" she cried. "Such words as those written to another man's wife! I will read no more, not a line, not a syllable." "But you shall read, or you shall hear," said Valeria, taking up the packet. "You shall know what kind of vows this man made to me, this man whom you are going to marry." She drew a letter out haphazard, and thrust it into Hilda's hand, forced her to read by sheer strength of will, watching her with flashing eyes all the while. Hilda read words of such passionate vehemence that it was difficult to believe that transient feelings could have inspired them, words which told of rapturous delight in a reciprocal love, and fondest hope of future union, words that made light of all things in earth and heaven as weighed against that all-absorbing love. She read of that scheme of the future in which the ultimate marriage of the lovers was counted on as a certainty. And it was for her sake he had abandoned this old dream, this plan of a life so long cherished. It was for her, an obscure country–bred girl, who could bring him neither fame nor fortune, that he had surrendered all hope of calling this brilliant high–born woman his wife. And now the hour had come when he might have claimed her, when, his years of servitude being over, he had but to wait the brief span society demands before he faced the world with this woman by his side, the sharer of her social status, her ample means. Surely this would have been a happy fate for him, if there were any truth in these words of his, words which seemed to scorch Hilda's brain as she stood, silent, motionless, poring over them. "You see," said Lady Valeria, after a long silence, "that once at least your lover loved me." "I thought that once in such things meant for ever," answered Hilda, with a quiet sadness, as of one who speaks of the dead. "Yet the man who wrote this letter has talked and written of his love for me as tenderly, if not as passionately, as he has written here. Yes, I knew that he had cared for some one else, but not like this. I did not think such a love as this could come twice in a lifetime." "You are wiser than I expected to find you," said Valeria, with languid insolence. "No, child, men do not love like that twice in a lifetime. I had Bothwell Grahame's heart at its best, his constancy, his devotion; and he would have been true to me till the end of his life, had it not been for that business of the murder, which made men look askance at him, and your childish pity, which touched his heart when it was sorest. He was caught in the toils of his own affectionate nature. His grateful heart, which always melted at the least kindness, betrayed him. And because he was sympathetic and grateful, you thought he loved you. And now you stand between him and his first love. You are the only barrier to a marriage which would make Bothwell Grahame a rich man, and me the happiest of women." "If you had heard him talk of our future, if you had seen him planning our home, you would hardly doubt that he meant to be happy with me, Lady Valeria," said Hilda. "My child, I have seen your future home. I have heard what kind of a life Bothwell Grahame is to lead as your husband. He is to be a schoolmaster, cramming dull boys for impossible examinations, grinding mathematics and theoretical engineering all day long, and every day, till his brain is weary, going over the same ground again and again, like a horse in a mill. He is to be a nobody, a plodding breadwinner, living year after year in a God–forsaken village, far away from the great arena of life, ground down by the fathers and patronised by all the mothers of his pupils. He is to cherish no higher ambition than to be able to pay the butcher and the baker, and to get himself a new coat before the old one is threadbare. That is the life to which your generous love would condemn him." "We are not going to be quite such paupers as you imagine, Lady Valeria. I have a small income of my own, which will at least pay the baker, and I do not think Bothwell's rich cousin would see him in want of a coat." "My dear Miss Heathcote, it is only a question of degree. Granted that Mr. Grahame is sure of his breakfast and dinner, his existence as a private tutor will be none the less a life of exile from all that makes life worth living, from the world of art and letters, from the strife and the glory of politics, from the great world of distinguished men and women. As my husband, he would have had the ball at his feet. His fortune would be large enough to command an opening in any career he might choose for himself. His connections on my side of the house would be powerful enough to help him, and his talents would undoubtedly bring him to the front. In the house his career would be assured. With his knowledge of India and Indian war tactics, he would inevitably make his mark. There are hardly 3 men in the House of Commons who have any real knowledge of that vast Eastern world for which English politicians legislate. You see, I have dreamed for him, thought for him. All my ambition is for him, and not for myself." "I am willing to believe that you love him, Lady Valeria," said Hilda, with frigid distinctness, looking her rival full in the face, "since nothing but the blindest love could induce any woman in your position to lower yourself, as you have done, first in India as General Harborough's wife, and secondly to–day as General Harborough's widow, when you come to me and ask me to give up my betrothed husband, the man to whom I am to be married next Tuesday, for I suppose that is the gist of all you have said to me." "I ask nothing from you, Miss Heathcote. I know the narrow view which most girls of your age, brought up as you have been, take of life and its obligations. I do not expect large–minded ideas from a young lady with your surroundings." This was said with infinite scorn of Hilda's rustic rearing. "But I think it well that you should know how much Bothwell Grahame surrenders for a privilege of having you for a wife. Of course it is quite possible that the recompense may be worth the sacrifice. It is for you to judge of that. I wish you good day." Hilda bowed and rang the bell, without a word. She did not accompany her visitor to the drawing–room door, but stood in a stony silence, looking out at the window in front of her, with fixed eyes. It was only when the outer door had closed on Lady Valeria that the girl flung herself on the nearest sofa, and abandoned herself to her grief. Alas, this entanglement of the past had been something more than a garland of roses. It had been a chain from which her lover had tried to release himself, but whose iron links yet hung about him. All the happiness was gone out of her life, all the sweet tranquillity which had been the holiest charm in her love for Bothwell, the deep faith in her beloved, the assurance of his trustworthiness, his unalloyed love for her. How could she ever again believe in that love, after she had heard the history of his passion for another, after she had read of that wild infatuation in his own hand, after she had seen the woman he had thus loved and thus addressed, a woman to win and hold the love of men, a woman whose face had the subtle charm of supreme refinement and distinction which is far above the peach–bloom tints and perfect lines of stereotyped beauty? In Valeria, the broken–hearted girl acknowledged a siren before whose fascinations the wisest man might be as a fool. She compared herself with her rival. She walked across the room and stood before the long console–glass, contemplating her own image, half scornfully, half sorrowfully. The pale, tear–blotted face appeared at its worst, robbed of the freshness that constituted half its beauty. The slight and girlish figure looked insignificant as compared with Valeria's statelier bearing. The girl turned herself about, and looked at herself at every angle, as if she had been trying on a gown at her milliner's. "What a dowdy I am!" she said to herself. "Just the very pattern for a schoolmaster's wife. I doubt if Lady Valeria is more than an inch taller, and yet she looks a queen. It is the way she carries her head, I suppose, and the way she walks, like a woman accustomed to command. Yes, a man might well be proud of such a wife, and of the position such a wife could give him. Bothwell in Parliament. Bothwell a great authority on Indian affairs. How strange it sounds! But I know how clever he is, how well he can talk upon any subject. It would be a splendid career for him. And for my sake he is to forego all that, and to drudge as a tutor in a Cornish village. Yes, I suppose it would be a dreary life for such a man, though it seemed so full of brightness when we two talked about it last week. For my sake. No, Bothwell," she said to herself resolutely, striking her clenched hand upon the marble table. "No, Bothwell, not for my sake. You shall not surrender fame and fortune for my sake." And then, seating herself on the old–fashioned window–seat, with clasped hands lying in her lap, and steadfast eyes brooding on the ground, in an attitude of deepest thought she retraced the history of Bothwell's courtship. She asked herself if she had verily been, as Lady Valeria had insinuated, herself half the wooer. She remembered how, in the beginning of their acquaintance, she had admired Dora Wyllard's cousin, how his riding, his singing, his conversation had alike seemed perfection, how she had contrasted him, to his wondrous advantage, with the country squires around and about. It was just possible that in her girlish inexperience she had betrayed her admiration, had flattered Bothwell into the idea that he liked her. And then, when the hour of trouble came, it was true that she had made no effort to hide her feelings. She had given Bothwell her sympathy almost unasked. She had, perhaps, lured him into declaring himself as her lover, when the feeling which inspired him was but the impulse of the moment, a transient emotion, born of gratitude. She could understand how, in his self–contempt, his wounded honour, he had believed that his love for Valeria was a thing of the past, and had been glad to release himself from that ignoble bondage. But now that Valeria was free, his first love, fondly attached to him, valuing her fortune and position only as a means for his advancement, who could doubt that the old love would revive in his breast with all the old fervour, that his heart would go back to his first beloved, as a bird returns to its nest? And was his whole life to be sacrificed because of this one mistaken impulse? No, the wrong was not yet irreparable. The marriage planned for next Tuesday need never take place. Hilda began deliberately to scheme out the manner in which she should set her lover free. If the thing was to be done, it must be done bravely and thoroughly, not by halves. There must be no half-hearted action, no wavering, no pretence of surrender offered in the hope that Bothwell would refuse to accept his liberty. No, she must make the sacrifice as full and as effectual as that of Jephthah's daughter. She gave her life to save her father's honour. She, Hilda, could give her happiness, her fair future, the sweet ideal she had dreamed of, the life which to every good woman seems of all lives most perfect, an existence spent in tranquil seclusion with the husband of her choice. After long brooding, deepest thought interrupted over and anon by a burst of passionate weeping, tears which would not be restrained, Hilda had made a plan. She would go away, quite away, where Bothwell could not follow her. She would write him a letter which would leave him free to return to his old allegiance, while she herself would disappear, drop quietly out of the circle in which she was known, and remain hidden from all her friends for the next few months, perhaps for a year. At any rate, until the joy-bells had rung for Bothwell's marriage with his old love. Alas, those joy-bells! She had imagined them ringing for her own wedding. She had heard their sweet music in her dreams. Where should she go? What should she do with herself during the time of hiding? That was the question, and it was a difficult one for this inexperienced girl to answer. She had travelled so little that all the wide world outside her home was no more familiar to her than a chapter of geography. She knew the names of mountains and rivers, she had made her dream pictures of beautiful places and scenes in far-away lands, but of railways and steamers, of the mode and manner of journeying from one place to another, of hotels and custom-houses, and the exchange of money, she knew hardly anything. "I must go very far away, to some place where he would not think of following me, where he could never find me," she said to herself, supposing that it would be a point of honour with Bothwell to follow her, to keep his plighted troth, if it were possible. She wanted to set him free, to make it easy for him to go back to his old love. She told herself that Lady Valeria had spoken the truth, and that it was not possible for him to have forgotten that old love. When he had married Valeria, she, Hilda, would be free to come back to her home, to take up the thread of her broken life, and follow it on to the dreary end. What joy could she have in her life, having lost him? Only the joy of knowing that she had loved him better than herself, cared more for his happiness than for her own, the joy of woman's martyrdom. After long deliberation, after having thought of a trip to Canada or a voyage to Australia, after having meditated upon various possible and impossible journeys, she decided upon a very commonplace course of proceeding. She had often heard it remarked of a Levantin criminal that if he had stayed in London or any populous city, he would in all probability have escaped his pursuers. He would have been lost in the press of humanity, like a bubble in a running stream; whereas the man who goes to America is almost inevitably traced and trapped. She would not go to London, a city she hated, and where she might at any moment run against her Cornish friends, all of whom paid occasional visits to the metropolis. She would go to Paris, where she would be lost among strangers, where she could live quietly in some obscure quarter, improving herself as a singer and a pianist, until her time of probation was over, and the announcement of Bothwell's marriage told her that her sacrifice had been consummated. She would so plan her life that her brother could know that she was well and cared for, but even he should not know the place of her residence, lest he should betray her secret to Bothwell. This idea of Paris was partly traceable to an old influence. Until a year ago she had taken lessons from a bright little Frenchwoman, who had taught her music and singing, and who had helped her incidentally with her French. The lessons had been going on for 3 years, when Hilda was pronounced to have finished her musical education, or at least to have learnt as much as Mademoiselle Duprez could teach her. And in those 3 years the little Frenchwoman had been a weekly visitor at The Spaniards, coming all the way from Plymouth to give her lesson, and being driven back to the station by her pupil, after a cheery luncheon, which the little woman thoroughly enjoyed. Mademoiselle Duprez claimed kindred with the famous French tenor of that name, and had herself been a small celebrity in her way. She had sung at the opera house in the Rue Lepelletier, in the days when Falcon was diva, and Alvise Juive was the success of the hour. Then came a fatal fever, caught at Nice, where she had gone to fulfil an autumnal engagement. Louise Duprez lost the voice which had been her only fortune. Happily, though the voice was gone, the exquisite method learned from Garcia, and ripened at the feet of Rossini, still remained, and by her excellence as a teacher of singing and piano, Mademoiselle Duprez had contrived to make a comfortable living, first in Paris, and afterwards at Plymouth, whither she had come at the suggestion of Edward Heathcote, who had made her acquaintance at the house of one of his Parisian friends, and who had recommended her to try a residence in Devonshire as a cure for her delicate chest, promising at the same time to do all in his power to help her in finding pupils at Plymouth, where he was at that time town clerk. Mademoiselle Duprez had followed Mr. Heathcote's advice, and had not waited long before she found herself fairly established in the Devonshire seaport. Hilda had been her first pupil, and Hilda she loved almost as a maiden aunt loves the prettiest and most amiable of her nieces. It was Hilda she quoted to all her other pupils. "You should hear a dear young friend of mine, Miss Heathcote of Bodmin, sing that song," she would say, and an elegant shrug of her shoulders and elevation of her eyebrows would express how wide the difference between Miss Heathcote's perfection and the shortcoming of the performer then in hand. Hilda was very fond of the lively little Parisienne, loved to hear her talk and to learn of her, hung upon her words as she expounded the delicacy of her native language. Hilda had petted and made much of the little woman whenever she came to The Spaniards, had never spent a day in Plymouth without paying her old mistress a visit; and now, in her sorrow and difficulty, it was of Louise Duprez she thought, as the one friend who she could trust with her secret, and who would be able to help her. Hilda went to her own room before Fräulein Meyerstein returned from her afternoon walk with the twins. Those well-brought-up infants were ruthlessly sent from their playroom, their rocking-horse, and their doll's house an hour after their early dinner, and were taken for afternoon drill by the Fräulein. Needless to say that they detested the formal trudge along dusty lanes, and abhorred the beauties of nature encountered along the way; but their health no doubt profited by this severe regimen. Hilda shut herself in her own rooms for the rest of the evening, with the usual plea of a headache. But she was up before daybreak next morning, and by 6 o'clock she had packed a small portmanteau and a Gladstone bag with her own hands, and carried them down surreptitiously to the stable-yard, where she gave them to an underling, with directions to put them in the pony-cart, and take them to Bodmin Road station in time for the 8 o'clock train. She herself intended to walk to the station, as her appearance on foot would be less likely to attract attention than in the pony-cart with the luggage. So in the dewy morning, alone and unattended, with ashen cheeks and eyelids swollen by long weeping, Hilda Heathcote crept out of her brother's house and walked across the hills, trusting to the keen breath of the autumn wind to obliterate the traces of a night of anguish before she arrived at the station. She had written a long letter to Bothwell. This she carried with her to post in Plymouth, and she had left letters for her brother and for the Fräulein. No one need be made uneasy at her disappearance. End of chapter 2. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of Willard's Weird, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Chapter 3. An elopement on new lines. Mademoiselle Duprez occupied a first floor in an airy terrace of houses overlooking the Hoe. She was the kind of little woman to whom eating and drinking and fine dress are matters of very small moment, but who could not have endured to live in a shabby house or an ugly neighbourhood. All her surroundings were neat and bright and fair to look upon. She had brought over her furniture from Paris. It was the remnant of that furniture which had adorned her great-grandmother's house at Versailles, before the fiery spirits of the tiers état met in the tennis-court, and the Revolution began. There was not much of it left, but that little was of the best period in French cabinet-work, and in the most perfect taste. Louise Duprez loved this heritage from her ancestors as if the chairs and sofa, cabinet and writing-table had been living things. She used to sit and contemplate them sometimes, between the lights, in a dreamy mood, and think how much they might have told her about Marie Antoinette and her court, and the old days of the Œil de Bœuf, if they could have but found a voice. The Bonheur du Jour, with its ormolu mounts, looked very human as the firelight shone upon it. The goats' heads seemed to wink and twinkle like human eyes, while the floral mouldings assumed the form of a broad human grin, as who should say, "Ah, I could tell you some fine farces about those ladies, if I could but speak." Mademoiselle's rooms were always the pink of neatness. Not a book out of line on the shelves above the secrétaire, nor a scrap of work or a stray pincushion littering the tables. Newspapers, pamphlets, magazines, all in their places, while Mademoiselle herself was one of those dainty little women who never have a pin awry in their toilet. So when Miss Heathcote was ushered into the singing mistress's salon at 9:30 in the morning, her unexpected appearance at such an early hour caused neither confusion nor annoyance. Mademoiselle had been breakfasting at the table in front of the open window, a temperate meal of coffee and roll, neatly arranged on a tray. Spotless damask and pretty china made the tray a picture, with Mademoiselle's pink cambric gown and bright little face for background. "My dear child, how early! I am enchanted to see you," she cried, jumping up and kissing her old pupil on both cheeks. "What a good girl to come to me before my day's work begins! This is one of my full days, from 11 till 5. Squall, squall, thump, thump, every kind of outrage upon the genius of harmony must these poor ears of mine suffer, and I must be very polite all the same. Must not lose patience and cry aloud. Ah, how I long to do it sometimes! My love, you have no more voice than a peacock, no more ear than a four-post bedstead. Your accent is diabolical, and you are the very embodiment of idiocy." You see, one must not be quite frank with one's pupils. "But, Hilda, my pet, what is the matter? You have been crying." "Not since last night, mademoiselle," answered Hilda, looking at her friend with hard, dry eyes. "I cried so much last night that I don't think I shall ever shed a tear again. There must be an end, you know, even to tears." "My sweetest child, what in heaven's name has happened? Your brother, Mr. Effcott!" Louise Duprez gasped as she spoke the name. Edward Heathcote was her benefactor, that one Englishman whom she admired and honoured with all her heart and mind, whom she thought almost equal to the typical Frenchman, the French gentleman of a régime that is almost forgotten, of a day that is dead. "My brother is quite well, at least as far as I know," answered Hilda, with sisterly indifference. And then she made Mademoiselle Duprez sit down, and knelt at her feet, clasping her hands, and looking up at her earnestly. "My dear, kind friend, I want you to help me in a crisis of my life," she said. "To help you to run away with Mr. Graham, I suppose. No, no, Hilda. Pas si bête. I am your brother's friend above all things. If Mr. Effcott disapproves of your marriage, I will do nothing to further it." "Pray don't be in such a hurry," said Hilda. "Hear my trouble first, and then help me to lighten it if you can. I think you ought to know that I am not the kind of girl to make a runaway marriage." "Indeed, I know nothing of the kind about any English girl. Runaway marriages seem as common in this country as runaway knocks at my door. English women run away before marriage, and French women after," retorted Hilda. "I don't think your English matrons such irreproachable creatures," said the Parisienne. "There is your Lady Valeria Harborough, for instance, who had one of the best husbands in Christendom, and yet was always surrounded by a bevy of admirers, and made herself more talked about than any woman in Plymouth." "Was she really talked about?" asked Hilda, eagerly. "Really, really. I don't mean to say that she was supposed to be actually incorrect in her conduct, but she brought her Indian manners back to England with her, and she had always her court of fools and fops about her. And now the papers are beginning to be impertinent about her, or at least this stupid little paper which models itself on some of the London society papers." Mademoiselle Duprez pointed to a periodical on the table at her side, a sheet of 8 pages, printed on pink paper, and calling itself the Plymouth Censor. Hilda snatched it up, and ran her eye rapidly along the paragraphs, till she came to one worded thus: "Rumours are already afloat in privileged circles as to the probabilities of a second hymen for the beautiful widow of a general officer lately gone over to the majority. Foremost in the betting stands a certain ci devant captain of engineers, who saved the General's life by a dexterous shot in the jungle, and who has been du dernier bien with the General's charming wife ever since. Ours is an age of rehabilitations." "Lady Valeria was right," murmured Hilda. "People know all about her folly. Her only redemption will be her marriage with Bothwell." And then she opened her heart to her old friend, told her everything that had passed between herself and Lady Valeria, told her how she had made up her mind to sacrifice her own happiness rather than to let Bothwell's life be spoiled by a mistaken engagement. At first Mademoiselle Duprez ridiculed her plan as quixotic to absurdity, and refused to have anything to do with it. But the girl's indomitable resolution, her intense earnestness of purpose, prevailed at last over the Frenchwoman's scruples. Louise Duprez, at 44 years of age, was as romantic as the simplest schoolgirl. She had spent the last 15 years of her life almost entirely among girls. She had been the confidante of their love affairs, their fond dreams of the ideal. She had counselled and lectured them, had sympathized and sorrowed and joyed with them. And now she was quite ready to be impressed by the heroic element in Hilda's intended sacrifice. The happiness of one young life given away to secure the fame and fortune of another and dearer life. It was a romantic scheme which kindled all Louise Duprez's warmest fancies. "Would I were young again to do such a thing myself for my beloved," she thought to herself, with a tender sigh for her only lover, who had perished, a burly major of artillery, on the bloody field of Sedan. "How shall I ever answer to your brother, my best of friends, if I assist you in rebellion against him?" asked Mademoiselle Duprez, after a thoughtful silence. "I am not rebelling against my brother. I am only leaving my home in order to break an engagement which Edward always disapproved. He gave his consent reluctantly at the last, to please Mrs. Wyllard. He will be very glad to hear that the engagement is cancelled." "But you have no right to conceal your whereabouts from him." "The concealment need not last long, only till Bothwell has gone back to his old love, and that I should think will be very soon," with a stifled sob. "There is no use in your being unkind to me. If I do not find a home in France with your aid, I shall find it without you. I have made up my mind to go to Southampton by the midday train, and to cross to Havre to night. The steamer leaves Southampton at 10 o'clock. There will be plenty of time for me to get there." "And you are going alone, without even a maid?" "Absolutely alone." "You cannot possibly live alone among strangers. It is out of the question," protested Mademoiselle. "That is why I ask you to give me an introduction to some friends of yours in a quiet part of Paris, who will take me into their family circle, and help me to carry on my musical education at the Conservatoire. The Conservatoire has been the dream of my life. You must know of such people, with your numerous acquaintance among the musical profession." "Yes, no doubt I know of such people. But how am I to reconcile the idea of giving you such an introduction with my duty to your brother?" argued Mademoiselle Duprez. "Your duty to my brother, if there is any such thing, is to find me a respectable home in Paris," said Hilda. "I tell you once for all that I have made up my mind to start for Paris to night, to live there in some quiet quarter for the next year or so. I shall go forth in the strength of my own ignorance and courage, like Miss Bird in her journey across the mountains, if you don't help me. Perhaps I may fall among thieves, and mind, if I do, it will be your fault." She spoke with extraordinary resolution, with an animated air which seemed hardly compatible with grief. Yet this spurious gaiety of hers was the worst symptom of all, and was very close to hysteria. Louise Duprez could read the meaning that underlay that false air of good spirits. She saw that the girl was nearly heartbroken, and that this resolution of hers, which she had taken up so heroically, was perhaps the very best possible issue out of her sorrow. For Louise accepted Hilda's own view of the case, and took it for granted that Bothwell was willing to go back to his old love. With her experience as a woman of the world, having seen how selfishness and self-love are the motive powers that propel the machine called society, Mademoiselle Duprez was ready to believe that General Harborough's death, and Lady Valeria's position as a rich widow, would entirely alter Bothwell's views. It was very hard for Hilda, but still human nature is human nature, and a young man with his way to carve in the world would hardly regret such an opportunity as a marriage with Lady Valeria Harborough. Had Hilda allowed matters to take their course, the poor young man would no doubt have gone quietly to his fate. He would have marched heroically up to the altar. He would have settled down with his young wife in the village home he had planned for himself. He would have drudged as a teacher of stupid lads, and he would have repented ever afterwards. What happiness could possibly come to Hilda in a life spent with a disappointed man, who would remember every day of his toilsome existence that he had missed fame and fortune for his wife's sake? That a man should be fond of teaching for its own sake, ce n'est pas Dieu possible!" exclaimed Mademoiselle Duprez, with a shuddering reminiscence of her own sufferings. So, having reasoned thus, she made up her mind to help Hilda to carry out her act of self-abnegation. "If I did not believe that you are acting for your own ultimate happiness, I would not aid you in this matter by one jot or one tittle," said the little woman, in her own energetic way. "But, as it is, I am going to put on my bonnet and take you to Paris." This was said in so quiet a manner that Hilda thought her friend was joking. "You don't mean to go with me?" she began. "I don't mean to let your brother's sister travel alone, arrive alone, and a stranger, in such a city as Paris. There is no Rue de Fèvre now, with its famous Lapin Blanc, where Eugène Sue's thieves used to keep their rendezvous. But for all that has been done, Paris is Paris, and if you have set your mind upon going there, I must go with you." "But, dear mademoiselle, think of the trouble, the fatigue, and your lessons." "My lessons must stand over till my return. I shall be back next Monday. Don't say another word, Hilda. There's no time to be wasted in talk. You are going to eat your breakfast. I'll wager you left home without so much as a cup of tea." "There was nobody up," faltered Hilda, who had eaten nothing since Lady Valeria's visit, and who was suffering all the pangs of exhaustion. "Of course not. And you have been walking and travelling, and are ready to faint at this moment," protested Louise, ringing as she spoke. "You are going to have some nice hot coffee. I have taught them to make coffee in this house, I, who speak to you, and an egg, while I write to my pupils to apologize for my sudden disappearance. And precisely at 12 o'clock there will be a fly at the door to take us to the station." "I have a cheque to cash at the bank," said Hilda. "Perhaps the maid could get it cashed for me." "For how much is your cheque?" £250. "Do you think I would let my poor little slavey trot about Plymouth with £250?" cried Mademoiselle. "She is as honest as the day, but the magnitude of the sum would turn her brain. She would walk into the harbour unawares. No, if you have such a cheque as that to cash, you must take it to the bank yourself, and instead of carrying all the cash with you to Paris, you had better draw only 50, and leave the 200 on deposit. You can draw more when you want it." The slavey answered the bell, a neat little handmaiden in pink cotton, who was told to get breakfast for Miss Heathcote, and to order a fly to be at the door at 11:45. "That will allow us 15 minutes for the bank," said Mademoiselle, opening her desk and beginning her letters. Everything was done in a brisk business-like manner. It was only when they were in the train which was to take them by way of Exeter to Salisbury and then to Southampton, that Hilda had leisure to realize the step which she had taken. She had written to Bothwell in perfect frankness, had opened her heart to him, telling him that his happiness was dearer to her than her own, that his honour was paramount in her mind over every other consideration; and she told him that honour should constrain him to marry the woman who had been compromised by his love in the past, and who loved him unselfishly and devotedly in the present, holding her own pride as nothing when weighed against her love for him. "No woman could act as Lady Valeria has acted this day, to whom love was not all in all," she wrote, pleading her rival's cause, because she thought it was the cause of right, and Bothwell's cause also. "Think how such a woman must have lowered herself in her own self-respect when she came to me, her inferior in social station, her junior by 10 years, to make confession of her love. It was for your sake she stooped so low, Bothwell. Do not try, out of a mistaken sense of duty, to follow me, or to dissuade me from a decision which is irrevocable. When you receive this letter, I shall have entered upon a new phase of life, in which it would be almost impossible for you to find me. And if you did find me, to what end? My mind is made up. Do not allow your kind heart to be tormented by needless remorse. My heart is not broken, dear Bothwell. I mean to live my life peacefully, contentedly, to cultivate new ideas of happiness, wider horizons. You need never be troubled at the thought that this cancelled engagement of ours has broken my life. Be sure only of one thing, that my dearest hope, wherever I may be, will be for your welfare. To know that your life is happy will be enough to fill my cup of joy." She had written from the depth of her faithful heart, resigning him willingly, having no sense of ill-usage, no anger even against Lady Valeria, only some touch of contempt for a woman who had been an unworthy wife to a noble husband. And now the thing was done. Her letter, posted in Plymouth by her own hand, was on its way to Bothwell. Could she doubt, knowing what she knew, that the letter would come upon him as a welcome release, would relieve him from a most embarrassing position? And then she remembered that wretched paragraph in the Censor, and it seemed to her that Bothwell's first duty in life was to set Lady Valeria right before the world. Even if he had ceased to love her, his duty was not the less clear. But who could doubt that the old love still held the first place in his heart? The journey from Plymouth to Southampton seemed woefully long that bright autumn day. The sun was almost as strong as it had been in August, and the light glared in upon Hilda as she sat in the corner of the carriage, very white and very silent, but perfectly calm and collected. Her eyelids were heavy and swollen after the night of weeping, but her eyes were tearless. Louise Duprez gave a furtive look every now and then, to see if the girl was quietly weeping behind the newspaper which she pretended to read. But there were no tears in the wistful eyes so full of troubled thought. Once, when they had the compartment to themselves for a little while between station and station, Louise put out her hand and clasped Hilda's as it held the newspaper. "Have you changed your mind?" she asked. "You have had plenty of time for thinking in this creeping omnibus train. Shall we take another train at Exeter and go back again?" "Not for the world," answered Hilda firmly. "Do you suppose I did not deliberate before I made up my mind last night? I was thinking all night long." Mademoiselle Duprez gave a little submissive sigh. In her own philosophic mind she was sure the girl was right; but then Mademoiselle Duprez had arrived at an age when the surrender of a lover might be borne, and she was keen-witted enough to know that these things were different for Hilda. It was only in the afternoon of the next day that they arrived at the Saint Lazare terminus, whence they drove at once to the Hôtel du Bon La Fontaine, on the left side of the Seine, a house much affected by bishops and abbés, and having a semi-clerical and old-world air altogether different from the smart caravanserais in Anglo-American Paris. Hilda was too unhappy to feel any delight in the grandeur of boulevards, churches, and palaces which she passed on her way from the station to the hotel. Her aching eyes saw all things dimly, as in a dream. She had only a vague sense of wide streets, glancing river, stupendous architecture, white in the autumn sun. And then, when the carriage had crossed the river, there came narrower streets, shabbier houses, an air of busier and more homely life. Mademoiselle Duprez ordered lunch at the hotel, where she was known and welcomed with friendliest greeting by the manageress and head waiter, and Hilda, for the first time in her life, found herself sitting in the public dining-room of a Parisian hotel. Happily, at this hour of the day the room was empty, and Hilda and her friend were as much alone at their little table looking into the quaint old Parisian garden as they could have been at the Spaniards. And now Mademoiselle Duprez unfolded her plans. She knew of a family living in the Rue du Bac, an artistic family, the father and sons painters, engravers, caricaturists, one of the daughters literary, another musical and a pupil at the Conservatoire, the mother all that there is of a most bourgeoise, but a good creature, devoted to her children, a woman to whose care Mademoiselle Duprez felt that she could safely confide her young friend. "It will be a long jaunt from the Rue du Bac to the Conservatoire in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière," she said, "but you and Mathilde can go there together, and it will do you good to take long walks. The only danger is that you may run against your brother on the boulevard." "I should not think Edward would stay much longer in Paris," said Hilda. "Perhaps while he is in Paris it would be safer for you to go in the omnibus," suggested Mademoiselle Duprez. "Mr. Heathcote is not likely to be riding in omnibuses." The little woman trotted off to the Rue du Bac, leaving Hilda to amuse herself with a flabby copy of L'Univers, 3 days old, or to gaze despondently at the stony quadrangle, with its bust of the good La Fontaine, and its 3 or 4 evergreens. Seen by those melancholy eyes of hers, the garden looked like a family vault, with the good La Fontaine for the father of the race. Mademoiselle Duprez came back in less than an hour. She had seen that dear good soul Madame Tillet, and had settled everything. Madame Tillet would be happy to receive Miss Heathcote, and would be to her as a mother. By putting her 2 daughters into one room she could contrive to spare a neat little sleeping apartment for the new inmate. Things were somewhat bohemian in the house, but what would you expect with a gifted and eccentric family? Everything was scrupulously clean. There triumphed the household genius, Madame Tillet, born in an old farmhouse in Brittany, where you might have eaten your dinner off the red brick floor. Mathilde Tillet, the musical daughter, was prepared to welcome Miss Heathcote as a sister. There was no one in the family besides herself who cared a straw for classical music, from Beethoven to Raff. The brothers all believed in the Madame Angot school, and had no sympathy for anything loftier. Poor Mathilde had been pining for sympathy, and to have a young companion who would toil at Bach's fugues and preludes, and cram Chopin, Raff, and Brahms, and trudge to the Conservatoire with her, would be delightful. "They are going to make much of you," said Louise Duprez. "I will answer for that in advance. My only fear is that the 3 brothers will fall in love with you, and there will be storms. They are rather fiery spirits." "I shall not give them any provocation," said Hilda. And indeed the pale grave face, with the troubled look in the eyes, was not suggestive of coquetry. "Madame Tillet promises to be ready to receive you to morrow," continued Mademoiselle Duprez. "I have agreed for you to pay her her own terms, which I do not think exorbitant, considering that everything in Paris is execrably dear. You are to pay her £10 a calendar month, which is to include everything, even to your laundress." "It sounds very cheap," said Hilda, and she would have said the same if the sum had been £20, or even 40. She was not in a state of mind in which to consider pounds, shillings, and pence. Mademoiselle Duprez insisted upon taking her to see some of the sights of Paris, Notre Dame, the Louvre, and then they drove to the Conservatoire, and made inquiries as to the conditions under which Miss Heathcote, as a stranger, might be allowed to take lessons from the professors attached to that institution. She was to take singing lessons from Monsieur Somebody, of great renown, and music lessons from Madame Somebody, of equal renown. She was to have in all 4 lessons a week, on 4 different days, and it seemed to Mademoiselle Duprez that she would thus be too closely occupied to have leisure for brooding on her grief. The professors of the Parisian Conservatoire are very severe in their teaching, and a good deal of work is required of a pupil. The pianiste must play her portion of Chopin and her tale of Bach without book at the second time of hearing. The vocalist must give proof that she has laboured earnestly at her solfeggi. After the business interview at the Conservatoire, where the name of Mademoiselle Duprez was a power, the kindly little Frenchwoman ordered the coachman to drive by the Boulevard and the Parc Monceau to the Bois de Boulogne. She steeped her young friend in the glory and beauty of Paris, hoping to prevent the possibility of much thought amid so new and bright a world. And then she proposed that they should get seats at the Comédie Française, where a new play of Sardou's was being acted. Hilda roused herself from the lethargy in which she had looked at the splendours of the Faubourg Saint-Honoré and the brightness of the Bois, to protest against the idea of the theatre. "I am not going to pretend to amuse myself when I am miserable," she said. "I mean to forget Bothwell by and by, or to think of him only as a dear friend whose happiness makes me happy. But I cannot pretend to have forgotten him to day. I won't go to the theatre and make believe to be amused. I should feel as if I were seeking pleasures abroad when there was some one that I loved lying dead at home. But that need not prevent your seeing Sardou's play, dear mademoiselle. I can stay quietly at the hotel and read myself to sleep." "My child, I don't care a straw for Sardou's play, except as a means of making you forget your troubles. We will go and take a quiet cup of tea with Madame Tillet, so that you may get reconciled to your new surroundings. That will be much better. And then you must go to bed early and get a good night's rest." They dined at the hotel, in the odour of sanctity, as it were, for a bishop and a curé were dining at the table next them, and dining uncommonly well, with a nice appreciation of the plat du jour, and of some excellent chambertin which appeared towards the close of the entertainment. "I hope you won't be horrified when you hear that the Tillets live over a shop," said Mademoiselle Duprez, as she and Hilda were walking down the Rue de Grenelle on their way to the Rue du Bac. "It is only a quiet little glover's shop, but I thought the idea might shock you." "I am not at all shocked. I should not be even if Madame Tillet kept the shop," answered Hilda, smiling her faint sweet smile, which told of a gentle nature and a heart in pain. They came to the glover's shop presently, a very obscure little shop in a street where there are many big shops of renown even, like the Petit Saint Thomas and the Bon Marché, the Whiteley of Paris. There was a private door beside the glover's. A narrow passage and a dark staircase conducted to the abode of the Tillets, which was on the second floor, and the approach to which echoed with sonorous laughter and manly voices, with an admixture of girlish treble. "The children are all at home," said Mademoiselle Duprez, who had been accustomed to hear Madame Tillet talk of her bearded and well-grown brood as "mes enfants." Hilda found herself presently in the bosom of the family, being embraced by Madame Tillet, who was a stout, comfortable-looking matron, in a grey cashmere gown and black mittens. The family sitting-room was a spacious apartment, with piano, bookcases, easels, drawing-tables, work-tables, all the means of various kinds of study and art, and it seemed overflowing with human life. Half buried in an armchair by the hearth reclined the father. The 3 sons, Adolphe, Victor, and Frédéric, were seated at different tables, each with his particular lamp; and the 2 daughters sat on each side of a large work–basket, stitching industriously at a new gown which they were making together. "Welcome, my sweet young friend," said Madame Tillet, and then proceeded to introduce her children. Adolphe, the eldest, was distinguished for his etchings, and rose from his delicate work upon the sheet of copper to receive the new inmate. He was a big bearded fellow, with a mahogany complexion and slouching shoulders, in manners and disposition as simple as a child. Victor was a wood engraver, who worked for Hachette on the Boulevard Saint Germain, hard by, and earned more money than any one else in the family. Frédéric was the genius, a caricaturist. He drew for the Petit Journal and the Vie Parisienne, and devoted his days and nights to the concoction of bêtises for those papers. 10 years ago the father had been on the high road to fame and fortune as a painter of genre, but he had let other runners in the race go by him, somehow, and now the family pot au feu was supplied by the industry of the children, while the father dreamed his day dreams and reviled his more successful contemporaries by the domestic hearth. The sons were great hulking soft-hearted fellows, who adored their mother, tolerated their father's idleness without a murmur, and had no fault except that of a disposition to fall in love at the very slightest provocation. Marcelline, the elder daughter, gained her share of the family pâté by the exercise of her pen. She wrote for 2 or 3 fashion magazines, and was an authority upon the ways and customs, the houses and gowns of the great world, under various high-sounding noms de plume. She signed herself in one paper La Comtesse Boisjoli, in another La Marquise de la Vallière. Needless to add that she had never crossed the thresholds of those great houses which she described so glibly. She obtained her information from shopkeepers, her glimpses of society from the pavement on which rank and beauty alighted for an instant in their passage from the carriage to the hall door. All the rest was evolved from a lively inner consciousness. Mathilde was the more serious sister, devoted to art for art's sake, believing in Bach and the severe school as the highest ideal in life, worshipping the memory of Berlioz, and despising those vanities which occupied the thoughts of her elder sister. All the family made Hilda welcome. They praised her French, pronounced falteringly in a paroxysm of shyness. The girls took off her hat and jacket, and installed her in a comfortable chair, while Madame bustled about with the bonne, and set out a tea-tray, and a feast of sweet cakes, such as Frenchwomen love. Nothing could be more fortunate than that dear Mademoiselle Duprez and her sweet young friend had dropped in to tea this evening, protested Madame Tillet, for they were momentarily expecting a visit from one of the most intellectual men in Paris, Sigismond Trottier. "You must have heard of Monsieur Trottier," said Madame. "His name must be known in London as well as it is in Paris." Hilda blushingly admitted that she knew very little of London, and that she had never heard of Monsieur Trottier. "Really! But he must have a world-wide fame. The Taon, for which he writes, has made a greater sensation than even the Lanterne in the days of Napoleon III. The last defeat of the Government was ascribed to the influence of the Taon. The Taon has done more to undermine the Conservative party than any other paper," said Monsieur Tillet from the depths of his easy chair. "Yet politics are not Trottier's chief forte. As a politician he is trenchant and effective, but as a writer upon social topics he is really great." The bonne opened the door and announced Monsieur Trottier, and Hilda looked anxiously at the newcomer, finding herself for the first time in her life in the company of a literary genius. She would have liked to see the literary genius in a cleaner shirt, but she had stories of Chatterton, of Savage and Johnson and Goldsmith at heart, and it seemed to her only natural that genius should be rather dirty, and clad in a greasy olive-green coat, that genius should have long grey hair, bushy eyebrows, and a cadaverous visage. She sat in her corner silently, and did not expect to be noticed; but Monsieur Tillet presented his friend to her in a special manner, and to her surprise the olive-green genius gave a little start at mention of her name. "Effcott!" he exclaimed. "Are all the English people, who are not Smith or Brown, called Effcott? Or is this young lady related to my old friend Monsieur Edouard Effcott of Cornouailles?" "Grand Dieu!" exclaimed Mdlle. Duprez, "what a small world it is we live in!" CHAPTER IV.